After hearing Lu Chen's voice, Li Qingru's momentum instantly surged uncontrollably. The faithless man had finally shown up, and Li Qingru now wished she could chase after Lu Chen with a sword. However, she quickly restrained herself. Then, with a forced smile, she said, "Junwan, you see, what did I tell you? Lu Chen has come, hasn't he?" The moment Wu Junwan saw Lu Chen, a glimmer appeared in her eyes. Seeing Wu Junwan's disheveled hair as she lay on the soft couch, Lu Chen suddenly felt that he had indeed gone too far. Even if he truly had to do this, he should have informed Wu Junwan beforehand. Setting a trap for the Wu family's people without any notice probably made Wu Junwan feel that he did not trust her, or that he had some complaint against her. Lu Chen then approached Wu Junwan's bedside with a smile. As Wu Junwan was about to get up, Lu Chen quickly supported her and said, "Junwan, just lie down." Wu Junwan calmly said, "I am pregnant and unable to attend to your majesty. Please don't be angry." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Junwan, what are you talking about? Even if I were a beast, I wouldn't do anything to you at this time." At this point, Li Qingru thought of something and immediately said, "Lu Chen, Junwan, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. You two take your time to talk." As she spoke, Li Qingru looked at Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, you haven't come back for so long. You must have a lot you want to talk about with Junwan." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled. He had not failed to understand Li Qingru's implication. Li Qingru then turned and left. After Li Qingru had left, Lu Chen hugged Wu Junwan's body and kissed her forehead as he said, "Junwan, I find you more and more charming." Wu Junwan paid no heed to Lu Chen's words but said, "Your Majesty must have something to tell me, right?" Wu Junwan, too, could tell that Lu Chen was currently uneasy. Clearly, the matters concerning the Wu family were making him feel this way. Lu Chen directly said, "Junwan, I just remembered that before I left Yan County, I had given an order to the Brocade Guard to test whether the Wu family's people still harbored thoughts of rebellion. Unexpectedly, Wu Ming actually did rebel. I heard that because of this, your mood has been very low. Alas, it is my fault. I shouldn't have let them test them. I should have understood sooner that human nature can't withstand such trials." Lu Chen then gazed into Wu Junwan's beautiful eyes and continued, "Junwan, won't you please not be angry with me?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan's face showed a hint of a smile. Then she said, "I have never been angry with your majesty. I just feel that perhaps you don't trust me, and that makes me a bit sad. I know your majesty has always been wary of the Wu family's people, thinking that they might revolt in the future, so it might be better to get rid of them directly. Even if your majesty really intends to move against the Wu family's people, I won't say anything." Hearing Wu Junwan's words, Lu Chen thought that it was just as he had guessed. Wu Junwan was indeed upset because he had not informed her about the Wu family's situation beforehand. Lu Chen then said, "This was indeed my lack of consideration, and I won't do it again in the future." Wu Junwan looked at Lu Chen's handsome, well-defined face and then said, "Your Majesty, the fact that you have come to find me and talk about these matters reassures me." Although she had been initially upset, the fact that Lu Chen had come to her to discuss these matters, and even apologized as the ruler of the nation, was proof enough of Lu Chen's affection for her. If Lu Chen had no feelings for her and considered her merely as a vessel, a plaything, then there would have been no need for him to discuss these matters with her, much less apologize to her. Lu Chen raised his hand, gently caressing Junwan's delicate face, and smiled, "You are my wife, so naturally, I don't want to see you disheartened, always in low spirits." At this point, Lu Chen leaned in and kissed Junwan's red lips. Junwan hadn't expected Lu Chen to kiss her at that time, but she didn't resist and tried her best to cooperate with Lu Chen. Junwan was pregnant now, and Lu Chen was merely kissing her, not doing anything too excessive. Even just a kiss, however, could deepen their affection. Lu Chen's kiss instantly dispersed the depressive emotions Junwan had harbored in her heart for months. At that moment, Li Qingru outside the palace felt the developments inside and breathed a small sigh of relief, glad that her dear sister had finally returned to normal. However, it didn't take long for Li Qingru to feel additional resentment toward Lu Chen. It was all because of him that the sisters had ended up in their current predicament. After a little while, Li Qingru sighed softly. It was done, everything was set now. Junwan was soon to bear Lu Chen's child, and that's how it would be from now on. Although Lu Chen was a bit of a philanderer, he was decent in all other respects. She hoped he wouldn't make Junwan sad in the future. As Li Qingru was thinking this, Junwan suddenly spoke, "Qingru, come inside." Upon hearing this, Li Qingru was stunned. But she still opened the door and re-entered the bedroom. Li Qingru asked in confusion, "Junwan, what's wrong?" Junwan smiled and said, "Qingru, I'm pregnant and can't tend to Lu Chen. You take care of him tonight." This. Just as Li Qingru was about to say something, Lu Chen said to Junwan, "Junwan, what do you mean by this? Do you really see me as someone who must have a woman attend to him at night to be able to sleep?" Junwan laughed and said, "Well, you do put on quite a show. Don't you remember how you treated Qingru in my bedroom before?" After clearing her emotional block, Junwan's whole demeanor became much more cheerful. She didn't mind at all the matter between Lu Chen and Li Qingru. On the contrary, she wanted to take this opportunity to help Li Qingru alleviate some of her yearning. Lu Chen visited other women, just not their place. Now that he was finally here, she thought she might as well let him dote on Li Qingru for a change. Junwan's comments made Lu Chen somewhat embarrassed. He had come to comfort Junwan, and now Junwan was asking him to be intimate with another woman. How could that be okay? At that moment, Junwan continued, "Your Majesty, if you are unwilling, then you should go to some other sister's palace tonight." Lu Chen chuckled. He had figured out Junwan's intentions, and promptly said, all right, I agree." Seeing Lu Chen agree, the beautiful woman Li Qingru was astonished. What does this mean? She hadn't even spoken, and they had already decided her fate for the night. Before Li Qingru could react, her body suddenly lost control. Her voluptuous and delicate figure flew straight into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen let Li Qingru sit on his lap, and whispered in her ear, "Qingru, I'm a celestial now. Would you like to try the strength of a celestial?" Li Qingru had always been a woman who refused to admit defeat, and even in the Great Zhu's imperial palace, after being subdued by Lu Chen, she was still trying to find a way to overcome him, to turn the tables and subdue him instead. But Li Qingru had never succeeded. At that time, she was already a celestial, while Lu Chen was still a pseudo-celestial. Now that Lu Chen had become a celestial, and her own strength had not grown much, how could she possibly be his opponent? Every time she thought about Lu Chen being a celestial, Li Qingru felt some fear in her heart, but out of respect for Wu Junwan's face, Li Qingru eventually lay down beside Wu Junwan. However, that guy Lu Chen really didn't show any mercy. Despite Wu Junwan being right there, he had no scruples whatsoever, and caught her for a round of relentless torment. Li Qingru did not want to show her weak side in front of Wu Junwan and tried to suppress Lu Chen in return, but in the end, she still failed. After who knows how long, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and slightly reduced the intensity, saying to Li Qingru and Wu Junwan, "I have a heavenly level cultivation skill that is very suitable for your practice." Upon hearing this, both women were startled. A heavenly level cultivation skill. For real. Lu Chen has a heavenly level cultivation skill. Although they had never seen a heavenly level cultivation skill, they were very clear about the importance of such a skill, for even in the Misty Immortal sect, there was only an earth rank cultivation technique available. Lu Chen immediately transmitted the heavenly level cultivation skill to the two women. With a burst of blue light entering their foreheads, the contents of the mysterious female technique became known to them. Upon seeing the content of the mysterious female technique, Li Qingru's face revealed a strange expression. Why did she feel this mysterious female technique wasn't exactly a proper cultivation technique? Although the mysterious female technique was unlike the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill, which required joint cultivation by men and women, she still had the feeling that this technique also needed a man. Lu Chen slightly lowered his head to look at Li Qingru, who was lying on the bed, and said with a smile, "Qingru, why don't you try running the mysterious female technique and see if it suits you?" Hearing what Lu Chen said, and seeing that despicable smile on his face, Li Qingru knew there was definitely something amiss with this technique. No wonder this guy was so kind to impart a heavenly level cultivation skill to them, he had ulterior motives. However, Li Qingru didn't think too much about it. She closed her eyes and started running the mysterious female technique straight away. The next moment, spiritual power began to flow rapidly within her body. Li Qingru suddenly understood something, and she immediately opened her phoenix eyes, only to see Lu Chen with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Seeing this scene, Li Qingru pursed her lips. It was just as she had suspected. She knew this guy was not well-intentioned. It turned out that their cultivation of the mysterious female technique could also bring benefits to him. But that being said, the mysterious female technique, as a heavenly level cultivation skill, was worthy of its name. She could feel the spiritual energy around her rushing into her body at a rapid pace, and her own sea of spirit grew at a visibly fast rate. At this rate of growth, it wouldn't take long for her strength to break through to the second layer of the celestial realm. It was just a pity that the spiritual energy in this world was too sparse. Were she in the misty world, with a heavenly level cultivation skill, perhaps in less than a year's time, her realm could break through to the Genesis realm. Seeing that Li Qingru's beautiful eyes were fixed on him, Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Qingru, how is it? This heavenly level cultivation skill suits you too, doesn't it?" Li Qingru's cheeks were flushed with a reddish hue, and her beautiful eyes were misty. She snorted coldly and said, "I knew you were up to no good." Although she said this, Li Qingru did not interrupt the practice of the mysterious female technique, and her body continued to circulate it. At this time, Wu Junwan, who was nearby, asked, "Your Majesty, is there some kind of movement in the misty world?" Wu Junwan also held real power, so she had noticed the changes taking place in the misty world. When he heard Wu Junwan bring up this matter, Lu Chen was taken aback. He had actually wanted to inquire about the former status of Wu Junwan and the other sect in the misty world. But the moment he thought that he had come to comfort Wu Junwan tonight, if he mentioned the misty immortal sect now, and if Wu Junwan thought he was doing it for the sect's sake rather than her own, wouldn't that make her even more sad? So, he simply chose to say nothing. However, Wu Junwan brought it up on her own initiative. Lu Chen then said, although the barriers of the misty world have not yet dissipated, forces from there have already entered our world, and have even occupied the territory of the former Black Dragon country, planning to support a new emperor and rebuild the Black Dragon country." Hearing this, Li Qingru asked, "Then, what do you plan to do, Your Majesty?" While attending to his tasks, Lu Chen said, "I've arranged for 3 celestials to go to Great Ju. At present, the strongest among those who come from the misty world are merely Unity Realm cultivators. I hope Lu Zhengchu and the others can handle them." Wu Junwan expressed her concern, "Your Majesty, although the cultivators who have come only have the strength of the Unity Realm, the spiritual energy of the misty world is abundant, so the capabilities of these Unity Realm cultivators are not to be underestimated. Besides, most forces have their own special formations they excel in. 3 celestials may not be a match for them." Lu Chen said, I know. Originally, I was planning to go to Fengyan Island, but I returned to Yan County immediately after hearing about this incident. If Lu Zhengchu and the others are no match for those invaders, I will take action myself." At this point, Lu Chen asked, "By the way, you two have been to the misty world before, so do you know of a force called the Lingu sect?" The mention of Lingu sect caused both women to pause, clearly indicating they were familiar with the force. Wu Junwan said, "I've heard of it. The Lingu sect is considered a mid-tier power in the misty world, and furthermore, when Qingru and I were in the misty world, we were even pursued and targeted by disciples of the Lingu sect." Lu Chen, with a smile, said, "So it seems, these people are also old enemies of mine. Daring to target my 2 wives, I will have to give them a proper welcome. Do not worry, my 2 wives, I will avenge you for sure." Hearing these words, warmth surged in the hearts of both women. Although they knew this man was simply flattering them with sweet words, they were currently taken in by it. At that moment, Li Qingru said, Now that cultivators from the misty world have, Mima arrived in this world, doesn't that mean the barrier is about to disappear? The misty world is not just home to the Lingu sect. The misty world was a vast space with unstable dimensions, and its true size was unknown to Li Qingru and Wu Junwan. Despite the years they had spent there, they had never fully explored it. There were a great many forces in the Misty World, and it was constantly receiving individuals from other worlds as well. Once the barrier disappeared, those forces from the Misty World would surely come to this world. Although the laws of this world were incomplete, it was, after all, safe. In a place like the Misty World, where spatial instability reigned, one risked being torn apart by space itself, even if they did nothing but stay in one spot. Upon hearing Li Qinru's reminder, a smile appeared on Lu Chen's face as he understood what she meant. Once the prohibitions of the Misty World disappear, the Tianqian continent will become fish on the chopping block, and all powers of the Misty World will rush in to fight for territories. The hard-won unity of Great Sha will once again be divided. Li Qingru reminded Lu Chen that the Misty World holds many powers, her intentions being to tell him that Great Sha is in imminent danger, on the eve of a tumultuous upheaval. Lu Chen was of course aware of the situation in Great Sha, but he still had confidence in himself. At that moment, Lu Chen asked, Junwan, where does our Misty Immortal sect rank among the powers of the Misty World? Wu Junwan replied, according to what we know, Misty Immortal sect's strength should be the strongest in the entire Misty World. Li Qingru said, if you want to resist the powers of the Misty World, joining the Misty Immortal sect is the best choice for you. Although I don't know what kind of power is backing you, for now, until that power behind you can intervene in this world, you joining the Misty Immortal sect is the only way to oppose other powers of the Misty World. Li Qingru and Wu Junwan harbored no fondness for the Misty Immortal sect, even though they were once its disciples. But now, under these circumstances, once the prohibitions of the Misty World are lifted, and without the support of a substantial power behind Lu Chen, Great Sha will soon be divided up entirely. Although Great Sha will still be divided even if Lu Chen joins the Misty Immortal sect, the presence of the sect will deter those powers from going too far, and Great Sha will be able to retain more land. As a spokesperson for Misty Immortal sect, Lu Chen would not face any life-threatening danger. Hearing Li Qingru's words, Lu Chen chuckled lightly, Qingru, are you worried about me? Li Qingru snorted coldly, I just don't want to see Junwan's child born without a father. Continuing, Li Qingru said, I and my honored master hold some status within the Misty Immortal sect too. If you're willing to turn to the Misty Immortal sect, we can seek help from our master. However, if you think you have the strength to contend against the entire Misty World, then just ignore what I've said. Li Qingru could not overlook Lu Chen's intentions, which clearly showed no interest in seeking refuge in any power. Li Qingru's suggestion was just a casual one, providing Lu Chen with a possible choice. As for what Lu Chen chooses to do, that would be his own affair. In any case, even if Great Sha were carved up by those powers, she and Wu Junwan could still seek help from their former honored master. While they might not be able to save Great Sha, keeping their lives and Lu Chen safe would not be an issue. At that moment, Lu Chen bent down to whisper in Li Qingru's ear, Qingru, you really are worried about me. It seems you're starting to care more and more about your darling husband. Li Qingru ignored Lu Chen's words, she was trying to discuss serious matters, and yet he was treating it like a joke, not taking it seriously at all. If he didn't care, then so be it, as if she had never said anything. Just then, Lu Chen spoke up, I will not seek refuge in the Misty Immortal sect, I am not accustomed to living under someone else's roof. Once Great Sha pledges allegiance to the Misty Immortal sect, it loses its independence, everything about Great Sha will be decided by the Misty Immortal sect, and I will only be a puppet of the Misty Immortal sect, a dog of the sect. Lu Chen knew very well that the method suggested by Li Qingru was a good one. If he pledged allegiance to the Misty Immortal sect, he could avoid many troubles. Let those powers fight over territories, he and his wives could live a comfortable life. The mission of uniting this world was already completed, and he had successfully broken through to the heavenly human realm. If he truly wished to be a ruler who shirked his responsibilities, it was not impossible. With a hardened heart, he could disconnect from everything in this world. But Lu Chen was not one to play the lapdog for others, and he still had his own power within the Misty World. Who was to say he had no chance at all? Most importantly, Wu Junwan, Shui Linglong, and Bai Qingqing were all carrying his children. Once these 3 children were born, perhaps the system would offer even more generous rewards. He has a system, why should he fear these natives? Just do it. Being someone's lapdog is never a good thing. In his harem, each of his wives and concubines is as beautiful as flowers. He truly cannot believe that the cultivators of Misty Immortal sect wouldn't be interested in his wives and concubines. What if those cultivators demanded that he hand over his wives and concubines for their pleasure? As a puppet emperor, would he hand them over or not? As a man, he definitely couldn't tolerate this. Thus, personal strength was of utmost importance. Only with his own strength could he protect the people around him. There's no point in looking for backing, he is his own support. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Qingru and Wu Junwan didn't feel surprised at all. They both knew very well what kind of person Lu Chen was. However, this meant that war between Great Sum and Misty World was inevitable, and the pressure on Lu Chen would become immensely huge. At this moment, Li Qingru, as she watched the figure moving about before her, suddenly felt a strange sensation. She was once an empress, so she understood very well the pressure borne by an emperor when facing a formidable enemy. But just as Li Qingru was feeling empathy, Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. By the way, what kind of person is your mentor? With Misty Immortal sect set to invade this world, a conflict between Great Sum and Misty Immortal sect will inevitably occur. When the time comes, I might spare your mentor's life. Upon hearing these words, Li Qingru let out a laugh. This guy was already so confident of Misty Immortal sect's defeat, truly arrogant. Wu Junwan replied from the side, our mentor is probably already in the Yin-Yang realm by now. She is very beautiful and has an exceptional aura. She is the fairy many sect disciples admire. Li Qingru took a deep breath, sigh. Junwan, why do you tell such things to this lecher? Sigh. What if our mentor catches his eye? Hearing Li Qingru's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, if you hadn't said that, I might not have been interested in your mentor. But now, I am quite curious to see just how beautiful she is. Li Qingru said, just. Alas. With your heavenly human realm power, even if you met our mentor, you couldn't possibly be her match. Lu Chen said nonchalantly, just a yin-yang realm. Seeing Lu Chen speak so brazenly, both women immediately had a bad feeling. Was this guy actually thinking of targeting their mentor? He didn't even care about the yin-yang realm. Could it be that the force behind him could actually interfere with this world? The two women had long concluded that Lu Chen was a young master from a cultivation family and that he had a powerful force behind him. Lu Chen was merely here in this world for training. They were most worried that the force behind Lu Chen couldn't intervene in time, which was why Li Qingru had earlier suggested that Lu Chen seek the support of Misty Immortal sect. If the power behind Lu Chen could intervene, then indeed, there was no need to seek refuge with Misty Immortal sect. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't regard Misty Immortal sect highly, the two women thought that the force behind Lu Chen would step in to help him. At this moment, a thought suddenly arose in both their minds simultaneously. If the force behind Lu Chen really made a move, wouldn't their mentor be in danger? Once their mentor fell into the hands of this bad guy, would her fate not be the same as theirs? Misty World. In a certain bamboo house, surrounded by a fragrant aroma, a beautiful woman dressed in a purple long dress was meditating in cultivation. The beautiful woman had a plump figure and a graceful demeanor, with flesh where it should be and slimness where it should be slim, exuding the temperament of a mature woman. At that moment, the voice of a female disciple sounded from outside. Elder Su, the sect master requests your presence for an important matter. Su Hanyan said indifferently, I understand. Afterward, Su Hanyan opened her beautiful eyes, slowly got up, and flew towards the main peak of the Misty Immortal sect. In a short while, Su Hanyan arrived at the meeting hall of the Misty Immortal sect, where the elders of the sect had already assembled. When Su Hanyan arrived, the man seated in the central main position in the hall spoke, according to the information obtained by this sect master, the Lingu sect has found a way to reach the Tianshan continent, and they have already dispatched people there. Upon hearing this, the hall immediately erupted in discussion. The prohibition hasn't even lifted yet, and they have sent people into the Tianshan continent. By the time the prohibition disappears and we enter, won't the entire Tianshan continent already belong to the Lingu sect? No, we must also find a way to send disciples to the Tianshan continent to seize territory early. Strange, the prohibition is still in place, how did they manage to send people to the Tiantian continent? After the elders in the hall discussed for a while, the Misty Immortal Sect Master Han Yuankai then spoke. From the information obtained by this sect master, it seems that the Lingu sect has found a spatial rift, and it was through that rift that they went to the Tiantian continent. Although it is possible to reach the Tiantian continent through the rift, due to the existence of the prohibition, they can only send disciples at the Unity Realm there. Upon hearing this, an elder said, even though only Unity Realm disciples can be sent, the Tiantian continent itself is scarce in spiritual energy. There probably isn't even a single celestial throughout the entire continent. It may take only a few months for the Lingu sect's disciples to rule over the entire land upon entering the Tiantian continent. At that moment, Han Yuankai's gaze fell on Su Hanyan. Junior sister, you have been to the Tiantian continent before, please share your experiences there. Su Hanyan began, although spiritual energy is scarce in the Tiantian continent, there are a few celestials there, however, due to the paucity of spiritual energy, it's hard for the celestials of the Tiantian continent to fully exert their strength. But these celestials should be able to delay the Lingu sect's occupation of the entire land. Then a female elder said, even if there really are celestials in the Tiantian continent, just as Elder Yu has said, they won't be able to exercise their full strength due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, making them no match for the Unity Realm disciples of the Lingu sect. Furthermore, it will take at least another 20 years for the prohibition to disappear. By the time we enter the Tiantian continent 20 years later, the entire continent might already belong to the Lingu sect. Therefore, I propose that we directly attack the Lingu sect and force them to reveal the location of the spatial rift, allowing us to send our sect disciples into the Tiantian continent earlier. Only by doing so can we seize a considerable amount of land. No sooner had the female elder finished speaking than the other elders in the hall expressed their agreement. I agree with Elder Yan's words too, we can't wait until the Tiantian continent is occupied by others before we enter. Waiting for other forces to get a head start will make it even more difficult for us to wrestle territory away from them in the future. Sect Master, let's attack the Lingu sect now and force them to give up the location of that spatial rift. After a moment of silence, Han Yuankai then said, elders, return and make preparations. In 2 days, we attack the Lingu sect. Upon hearing Han Yuankai's words, the elders immediately stood up, bowed with their hands clasped and said, yes, sect master. Then, everyone left the meeting hall, and Su Hanyan didn't linger either. She turned to leave, and just as she was about to exit the doorway, Han Yuankai suddenly said, junior sister, wait a moment. Hearing this, Su Hanyan stopped in her tracks. After the other elders had left the hall, Han Yuankai walked up behind Su Hanyan and asked, junior sister, I remember that you once took in 2 disciples from Tiantian continent. Su Hanyan turned around and asked indifferently, that's right, but after the restrictions loosened, I sent them both back to Tiantian continent. Why does senior brother ask about them? Han Yuankai said, the 2 of them have decent talent, and they are natives of Tiantian continent. For my plan, I would like junior sister to hand them over to me. Hearing this, Su Hanyan's beautiful eyes lifted, and her expression instantly became extremely cold. Senior brother, the 2 of them are my direct disciples and also members of the Misty Immortal sect. Is this how you treat our sect's disciples? Han Yuankai said, junior sister, compassion for women does not benefit us in any way, have you forgotten how we were initially ostracized to this world? Besides, those 2 women are just mortals from a lower world, why do you value them so much? Su Hanyan immediately said, if senior brother wants someone from Tiantian continent for some purpose, you can directly find other women from Tiantian continent. Senior brother should stop eyeing my disciples, I will never agree to it. As her words fell, Su Hanyan turned and left. Clearly, she was truly angered. Han Yuankai watched Su Hanyan's retreating figure, his face showing no displeasure. Even if Su Hanyan disagreed, he would not abandon his plan. He had only informed Su Hanyan, not seeking her consent. Once the restrictions disappeared, he would immediately secretly dispatch someone to capture that woman to be his furnace cauldron. After returning to her own mountain peak, Su Hanyan looked extremely serious. She knew her senior brother's character very well, whatever he said, he would surely do, and it was unlikely he would stop because of a word from her. She had to find a way to warn her two disciples to find a place to hide. Thinking of this, Su Hanyan gazed at the distant mist, looking in the direction that connected Tiantian continent with the misty world, and she couldn't help but wonder how her disciples were doing now and whether their strengths had improved. Initially, she had some regrets about sending the two of them away. She had only taken in those two direct disciples. But today, after hearing her senior brother's words, she felt somewhat relieved that she had sent them back. Otherwise, her senior brother would probably have already made a move on her two disciples. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. During this half month, Lu Chen had been teaching his wives how to cultivate the mysterious female technique, and now all of them had learned this cultivation technique, with the wicked woman already beginning to cultivate it. The teaching during this period almost overwhelmed Lu Chen, the man of steel. It must be said that the creator of the mysterious female technique was truly formidable, to have developed such an exhausting cultivation method. After enjoying it, Lu Chen also began to focus his energy on his work. These days, Lu Chen spent most of his time in the imperial study room dealing with government affairs. Lu Chen found that he had never enjoyed handling government affairs so much. His wives, though they had learned the mysterious female technique, were still no match for him, but he couldn't withstand their number. At this very moment, as Lu Chen thought back on the absurd things he had done over the past half-month, a wry smile appeared on his face. Just then, the voice of a female guard sounded from outside. "Your Majesty, Commander Liang requests an audience." Upon hearing the voice of the female guard at the door, Lu Chen immediately said, "Come in." The next moment, Liang Zong entered the imperial study room. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live, long live, long live Your Majesty." Lu Chen spoke indifferently, "Dispense with the formalities. What's the situation in Black Dragon City?" Liang Zong's recent work had been focused on monitoring the movements of the Lingu sect, and since he had come, that meant those from Lingu sect must be stirring. Liang Zong immediately handed over the intelligence report in his hand to Lu Chen and then said, "The Lingu sect has sent people to Yan County, and they are inquiring everywhere about the whereabouts of great some celestials, apparently intending to visit these celestials and win them over." Hearing this, Lu Chen let out a laugh. They want to win over his people. How ludicrous. Lu Chen then opened the envelope brought by Liang Zong and glanced at the intelligence inside. At this time, Liang Zong asked, "Your Majesty, should we just eliminate those people directly?" Lu Chen said, "Those who have come are masters of the Unity Realm. I'm afraid that you of the Brocade Guard are not their match." Hearing this, Liang Zong felt somewhat ashamed. Although he had become a Grandmaster himself, there was still a significant difference between a Grandmaster and a pseudo-celestial. Moreover, the Brocade Guard didn't have many Grandmasters at present, most were not even Grandmasters, so if the Brocade Guard were tasked with dealing with those disciples from the Lingu sect, naturally, they wouldn't have the strength. Lu Chen thought for a moment, and then said, "I've thought of something interesting. Try to arrange for someone to contact the disciples of the Lingu sect, claiming you are the disciples of a certain celestial, and that your master is very interested in their Lingu sect." Hearing this, Liang Zong instantly understood Lu Chen's intent. Lu Chen planned to lure all those disciples of the Lingu sect and then capture them in one fell swoop. Liang Zong immediately bowed and said, "Understood. I will see to it immediately." Lu Chen said, "There's no rush, take your time with this matter. If you act too hastily, it might arouse their suspicion. If Liang Zong and his people were too eager, the disciples of the Lingu sect would surely become alert. Such a matter needed a certain degree of deliberate withholding to succeed." Liang Zong immediately responded, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will handle this matter well." Lu Chen thought for a moment and continued, "Do this, have the Brocade Guard spread the rumor that I've recently had a falling out with President Mu, and that President Mu is contemplating leaving Yan County to retreat into the solitude of the mountains. All right, you may go attend to your duties. Since those from the Lingu sect wanted to win over the celestials of this world, then might as well actively create the opportunity for them. Once they hear that the Emperor has had a falling out with a celestial, they will definitely send someone to contact Mu Hongguang immediately." Liang Zong immediately grasped Lu Chen's meaning. I will take care of it right away. I shall take my leave. Liang Zong then left the imperial study room and swiftly carried out Lu Chen's orders. By the afternoon, the streets and alleys were already abuzz with rumors about the Emperor Your Majesty and Mu Hongguang's fallout. Yan County, the old city. In a tavern, there were some men dressed in strange attire. From their clothes, it was clear that they were not locals of Yancheng. Their accents didn't sound like those from Yan County either. These men were very bold, drinking and chatting in the tavern as if they didn't care at all about whether someone might discover their identities. At this moment, at the table next to these men, some people were discussing something. Hey, have you heard? Our emperor has fallen out with that celestial from Taichu Academy. Really? What could their conflict be about? Who knows? Maybe it's because the emperor promised him something, and then Taichu Divine Hall sided with His Majesty. Now that the world is united, perhaps His Majesty didn't keep his original promise. I don't believe it. His Majesty couldn't possibly be that kind of person. In my opinion, it's that head of Taichu Academy whose ambitions are too great. He wants too much, and His Majesty couldn't satisfy him, which is why they've fallen out. Exactly, that must be it. What are we going to do then? If this celestial has fallen out with His Majesty, won't that likely lead to another war? It's just one celestial, what is there to worry about? His Majesty's power has far surpassed that of any celestial by now. After overhearing the conversation from the next table, a disciple of Lingu sect was taken aback, and at that moment, Meng Tian immediately gave a gesture to one of the disciples to go over. The disciple quickly sat down at that table and then said with a smile, how do you know that His Majesty has fallen out with the celestial from Taichu Academy? It couldn't be just rumors you heard somewhere, could it? Upon hearing this, the person who brought up the matter couldn't help it and immediately said loudly, how could it be rumors? The emperor has already dismissed the president of Taichu Academy. The afternoon newspapers are all talking about it, this clearly must be true. Seeing how agitated that person was, the disciple from Lingu sect just smiled faintly and then said, well, even if that's true, how do you know that His Majesty's strength is stronger than that of the Celestials? The person replied, isn't that obvious? If not for His Majesty himself taking to the field, how could he possibly have defeated the kingdoms of Great Zhu and Great Qian with their formations? And if His Majesty's power weren't strong enough, why would those Celestials have sided with him? So His Majesty's power must be far superior to that of those Celestials. Only then can he keep those Celestials in check. The disciple from Lingu sect smiled faintly, you make some sense. With that, the disciple from Lingu sect didn't waste any more time talking nonsense with them and turned directly to the table where the disciples from Lingu sect were sitting. At that time, a disciple of Lingu sect said to Meng Tian, Brother Meng, what do you think? Should we try to win over this celestial who has fallen out with the Sum Emperor next? Meng Tian's lips curved up slightly, and then he said with a smile, the heavens are really handing us opportunities. We just arrived in Yan County, and the Sum Emperor has already had a fallout with one of the Celestials. If we can win over this Celestial, maybe we can directly eliminate the entire Great Sum. Another disciple from Lingu sect then said, Brother Meng, I always feel there's some truth to what those mortals said. The Sum Emperor must be no simple character, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to keep so many Celestials under control. Meng Tian said dismissively, no matter how formidable, what can he do? The world's spiritual energy is thin, even if he is at the 10th layer of heavenly man, he can only display the strength of 2 or 3 layers at most. If we can win over the Celestials by his side, and then combine them with the formations of Lingu sect, killing him would be effortless. Hearing Meng Tian's words, the disciples of Lingu sect all nodded their heads, feeling that he made a lot of sense. They all became excited for a moment, not expecting their luck to be so good. They had just arrived in Yan County, and they encountered the Sum Emperor falling out with a celestial. If they could eliminate the Sum Emperor and then support another puppet emperor, would not the whole of Great Sum fall into the hands of Lingu sect? Upon learning that Lu Chen had fallen out with Mu Hongguang, the disciples of the Lingu sect sought every possible way to find Mu Hongguang, wishing to gain his support. However, Mu Hongguang seemed to have vanished, not showing up at all, which left Meng Tian and the others growing impatient. After some time had passed, Meng Tian finally heard of Mu Hongguang's whereabouts. Ever since being expelled from the Taichu Academy by the Sum Emperor, Mu Hongguang had been in seclusion at a Taoist temple near Yan County. Knowing Mu Hongguang's exact location, Meng Tian immediately led people to that Taoist temple. The Taoist temple where Mu Hongguang resided was on the summit of a small mountain, surrounded by few people, utterly tranquil. When Meng Tian and his companions reached the mountain's summit, all they could hear was the rustling of leaves in the wind. For some reason, Meng Tian felt that there was something amiss about this Taoist temple, but he didn't dwell on it and led his men straight into the temple. The exterior of the Taoist temple was incredibly quiet, but there were quite a few Taoist priests inside. When they saw visitors arriving, a priest immediately came forward and asked, "I wonder what brings you fellow Taoists to this place?" Meng Tian replied bluntly, "I'm here to find Mu Hongguang. I've heard he's staying at this temple." Although Meng Tian was a cultivator in the Unity realm, his realm wasn't as high as Mu Hongguang's. Still, he regarded Mu Hongguang as nothing more than a native of a lower world and had no respect for him, calling Mu Hongguang by his name outright. Upon hearing Meng Tian's words, the welcoming priest immediately replied, "Please follow me." After the priest spoke, he led Meng Tian and the others to the temple's backyard. At that moment in the temple's backyard, beneath the old trees, sat a white-haired elderly man. Seeing this man, Meng Tian's eyes flickered with disdain. To reach the celestial status at such an old age was, in Meng Tian's eyes, a sign of incompetence. If it weren't for the significant plan of the Lingu sect, he wouldn't have bothered to win over an elderly celestial. In the Lingu sect, celestials were a dime a dozen. The Mu Hongguang, sitting on the stone bench, scanned the people in the courtyard, then spoke up, "Gentlemen, may I know what brings you to this humble one?" Meng Tian, thinking nothing of it, sat down at the stone table where Mu Hongguang was seated and said, "Mu Hongguang, do you wish to break through to the Genesis realm in your lifetime?" As he said this, Meng Tian suddenly remembered something and quickly added, "Oh, right, I almost forgot. People of the Tianshan continent aren't aware of the Genesis realm, only of celestials." Continuing, Meng Tian explained, "The Genesis realm is an existence above celestials. To break through to the Genesis realm would mean extending one's life by 1,000 years is not a big issue." Upon hearing this, Mu Hongguang smiled and said, "Are you jesting with this old man?" Meng Tian, thinking Mu Hongguang didn't believe his words, replied somewhat impatiently, "That's why I dislike dealing with people from lower worlds, completely unable to understand anything." Meng Tian went on, "I'll just tell you straight. We are not from this world, we come from the misty world. In the misty world, celestials are not the most powerful, there are existences above celestials. As long as you are willing to stand with us, once the restrictions of the misty world fade away, we can help you become a Genesis realm powerhouse. There's only one chance. How you choose is up to you." Mu Hongguang immediately frowned, pretending not to understand, and said, "Misty world. What place is that?" Meng Tian continued to explain impatiently, "Isn't there a place on the westernmost side of your continent, shrouded in fog? That place is the Misty World. We are cultivators from the Misty World, hailing from the Lingu sect. The Lingu sect is one of the top superpowers in the Misty World. In our Lingu sect, celestials can be seen everywhere. Joining our Lingu sect, you will have access to countless cultivation resources in the future." Mu Hongguang continued to ask, "What are the conditions for an old man like me to join you all? Seeing as you all are so powerful, why would you value an old celestial like me?" Meng Tian said, "You are quite cautious. You only need to side with us, and eliminate the Daxia Emperor. As for why we are recruiting you, it's mainly because you still hold some potential. Being able to cultivate to the heavenly human realm in a world with such sparse spiritual energy is enough to prove your talent. I've said my piece, now make your choice. If you join the Lingu sect, I have a great item to give you right now, something I believe you've never seen in your life." Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen, disguised as Mu Hongguang, became interested. "Oh, what is it?" Meng Tian said, "As long as you agree to join the Lingu sect right now, I'll give it to you immediately." Lu Chen agreed without hesitation, "Good, I accept." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Meng Tian took out a stone emitting a blue light from inside his clothing. As soon as the blue stone was produced, Lu Chen felt abundant spiritual energy. He understood instantly what it was, so there was no need for Meng Tian to explain. He knew it was the spirit stone, the common currency in the cultivation world. Meng Tian then handed the spirit stone to Lu Chen and continued, "This is the common currency spirit stone in the cultivation world. Not only can it be used for transactions, but it can also be absorbed. The spiritual energy in your low-level world is very thin. This inferior spirit stone is enough to sustain your normal absorption of energy for a year." After Lu Chen took the spirit stone, he immediately absorbed the spiritual energy inside it. His absorption speed was very fast, and in just a short time, he had absorbed the entire spirit stone. Seeing this scene, Meng Tian was stunned. He hadn't expected a celestial touching a spirit stone for the first time could absorb an entire stone so quickly. At that moment, Lu Chen looked at Meng Tian and asked, "Do you have more spirit stones on you?" Hearing this question, Meng Tian let out a cold chuckle and then said, "One spirit stone is enough. How many more do you want? When the time comes and the prohibitions of the Misty World are lifted, and the Lingu sect arrives in this world, then you can take on sect missions. You can earn as many spirit stones as you wish." Lu Chen did not dwell on this issue any further. After a while, once he'd slaughtered these guys, he'd know whether they had more spirit stones on them or not. His most important task at the moment was to extract information from these people. Lu Chen then asked, "Why do you all want to eliminate the Sum Emperor? Wouldn't it be better to make the Emperor your puppet?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Meng Tian paused, as if suddenly the door to a new world had been opened. Indeed, why hadn't they negotiated directly with the Emperor, convincing him to pledge allegiance to the Lingu sect? Wouldn't that mean that the Lingu sect would effectively control Great Sum, with Great Sum becoming a vassal state to the Lingu sect? But Meng Tian quickly thought of a problem. He then said, "The Emperor's strength is relatively strong in this world. He might not willingly become a puppet of the Lingu sect." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Meng Tian pondered for a moment. If they could truly persuade the Sum Emperor to defect to the Lingu sect, then all their problems would be solved. But the key issue was that the Sum Emperor had just unified the entire Tianshan continent, becoming a great, unified emperor. How could you expect him to defect to the Lingu sect and become a puppet? It was hardly conceivable that he would agree to such a demeaning proposition. Furthermore, there was another problem. Even if the Sum Emperor did defect to the Lingu sect, it might not be a true defection. It was very likely that the Sum Emperor would pretend to defect, while secretly conspiring with other forces from the Misty World to deal with the Lingu sect. Therefore, the best approach might actually be to eliminate the Sum Emperor and then select a puppet emperor, one that the Lingu sect could support ascending to the throne. A puppet they installed would not find it as easy to conspire with other forces in the Misty World as the Sum Emperor could. Hearing Meng Tian's words, Lu Chen thought to himself, "It seems the cultivators of the Misty World are not so easily fooled." Lu Chen then said, "Perhaps you could give it a try." At this moment, Meng Tian sized up Lu Chen before saying, "I'm a bit curious. According to the rumors, you and the Sum Emperor have had a falling out. How come you are still speaking on behalf of the Sum Emperor now?" Lu Chen replied indifferently, "I did indeed have a falling out with the Sum Emperor, but it has not reached the point where it's a matter of life and death. Moreover, once the Sum Emperor dies, this world is likely to dissolve into chaos once more." Upon hearing this, Meng Tian snorted with laughter. "With the Lingu sect here, even without the Sum Emperor, we can maintain the unity of this world. You don't need to worry about that." Lu Chen spoke up, "Now that I have joined the Lingu sect, I have a few questions about it. Would you be willing to enlighten me?" Meng Tian's eyebrows furrowed, his impatience apparent as he asked, "What questions?" Lu Chen said, "I would like to know where the Lingu sect ranks in terms of power within the Misty World." Upon hearing this question, Meng Tian did not answer immediately but rather gave Lu Chen a quick glance. After a moment, Meng Tian finally spoke, "It seems you are not firmly committed to joining the Lingu sect." Lu Chen replied calmly, "Since I have joined the Lingu sect, I ought to know about the strength of the force I am joining." Meng Tian responded, rest assured, the Lingu sect ranks among the top 3 in power within the Misty world. Besides the Misty Immortal sect and the 10,000 Immortal sect, no other force would dare to provoke the Lingu sect. Continuing, Meng Tian added, although the Misty Immortal sect and the 10,000 Immortal sect are stronger than the Lingu sect on the surface, we have more celestials than both these sects. If it really came to a fight, those two sects might not necessarily be a match for our Lingu sect. Hearing this, Lu Chen was reassured. So, the Lingu sect is not as strong as his own 10,000 Immortal sect. That meant there was no issue. Thereupon, Lu Chen continued to ask, does the Lingu sect have any strong practitioners at the Yin-Yang realm? Meng Tian answered without hesitation, of course there are. Without strong practitioners at the Yin-Yang realm, how could we possibly stand against the Misty Immortal sect and the 10,000 Immortal sect? Wait. At this point, Meng Tian suddenly came to a realization. He immediately looked at Lu Chen with a wary eye and then asked, how do you know about the Yin-Yang realm? Just now, this old man didn't even know about the Genesis realm, and it was Meng Tian himself who had informed him about it. He certainly hadn't mentioned that above the Genesis realm was the Yin-Yang realm. So how could the words, Yin-Yang realm, have slipped out of this old man's mouth? As soon as Meng Tian finished speaking, the other disciples of the Lingu sect also became alert, eyeing Lu Chen as if ready to take action at any moment. Lu Chen said lightly, though I have never left this world, I still know a few things about the cultivation world. Meng Tian said, impossible. You must have made contact with other forces from the Misty world. Old man, come clean, what is the name of the force you've been in touch with? Meng Tian thought that if their Lingu sect could come to this world through a spatial rift, then there was no reason other sects or forces couldn't have come to this world through spatial rifts before them. Perhaps other forces have already passed through the spatial rifts to this world from the Misty world, and might even be ahead of them. This was hardly good news for them. Seeing how cautious Meng Tian and the others were, Lu Chen felt there was no longer any need to beat around the bush. In his eyes, Lingu sect was insignificant, even less so than the 10,000 Immortal sect. There was nothing to fear. What Lu Chen was most worried about now was the Misty Immortal sect. The strength of the 10,000 Immortal sect and the Misty Immortal sect ought to be similar, and when the time came to take action, it was uncertain which sect would have the greater chance of victory. At this point, Lu Chen stood up from the stone bench. Seeing Lu Chen rise to his feet, Meng Tian and the others immediately retreated a few steps, adopting a stance ready for attack. Lu Chen then used the yin-yang mirror to change his appearance, and in a flash, he reverted to his original look. When they saw it was a young man who had spoken to them and that he had used disguise skills, Meng Tian and the others immediately realized they had been deceived. The person in front of them was not Mu Hongguang. Meng Tian frowned and said, who are you? Why did you impersonate Mu Hongguang? Lu Chen said with a smile, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Daxia Emperor whom you all are eager to remove. Upon hearing this, Meng Tian and the others gripped their swords tightly. What? The Daxia Emperor? This man is actually the Daxia Emperor. The Daxia Emperor even knows about the Yin-Yang realm. He really is no ordinary person. Meng Tian immediately had a bad feeling. He suspected that this some emperor might actually be a puppet emperor supported by other forces. Otherwise, how could such a powerful emperor appear in a lower world, one who not only unified the entire continent but also made all celestials bow before him? Afterward, Meng Tian said, it truly is unexpected that there are forces that infiltrated this world even earlier than we did. Which sect do you belong to? Lu Chen no longer pretended and directly answered, 10,000 Immortal sect. Meng Tian said, as expected. He had wondered how a person from this world could know about the Genesis realm above the Yin-Yang realm. Turns out this guy was actually from the 10,000 Immortal sect. If he was from the 10,000 Immortal sect, then there was nothing more to say. They needed to kill this man so that Lingu sect could take control of Great Sum. Thinking of this, Meng Tian laughed and said, it is truly unexpected to have caught such a big fish. If they could eliminate the Sum Emperor, this disciple of the 10,000 Immortal sect, and wrest Great Sum from them, they would surely be rewarded upon returning to Lingu sect. Although the strength of the 10,000 Immortal sect was greater than Lingu sect was not afraid of them. They had always been competitors. Lu Chen casually remarked, "Oh. You're that confident." Meng Tian replied with a sneer, "I assume you've been in this world for quite some time now. The spiritual energy here is sparse, and even if you are now a celestial, you can't exert the full strength of a celestial." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Tian shouted loudly, "Form up." As Meng Tian's voice fell, the disciples of the Lingu sect behind him immediately spread out, and the next moment, a blue formation pattern appeared under their feet. Immediately afterward, Meng Tian took out some spirit stones from his pocket and tossed them onto the key points of the formation, causing the pattern to emit an even stronger blue light. The reason for their confidence was that they were equipped with enough spirit stones, they had ample spiritual power, and with the enhancement of the formation, how could a celestial with so little spiritual power possibly be their opponent? Lu Chen did not act immediately, he wanted to see what the Lingu sect's formation was really like. A moment later, a huge blue fox illusion appeared in the sky. The fox illusion exerted a tremendous sense of oppression, making breathing feel difficult. Seeing Lu Chen intimidated on the spot by the fox illusion, Meng Tian laughed and said, "Some emperor, you really are foolish, not only coming to us on your own but even revealing your identity as a disciple of the 10,000 Immortal Sect." If Lu Chen had not revealed his identity and continued to pretend to be Mu Hongguang, they would not have dared to act against him. Even if the Sum Emperor reverted to his original appearance and admitted he was the Sum Emperor, Meng Tian might have tried to entice him. But the Sum Emperor actually just admitted he was a disciple of the 10,000 Immortal Sect, so there was no need to be polite anymore. The Lingu sect and the 10,000 Immortal Sect were already competitors, how could they possibly concede the Tiantian continent to a rival, thus this Sum Emperor must die. At this moment, in the eyes of Meng Tian and the other disciples of the Lingu sect, Lu Chen was already a dead man. Upon hearing their words, Lu Chen did not feel scared, instead, a smile appeared on his face. Right then, Lu Chen took out the Slayer Spear. At the sight of the Slayer Spear, Meng Tian and the disciples of the Lingu sect froze in place. They did not know what kind of spiritual artifact the Slayer Spear was, but they could judge the quality of the Slayer Spear just by its spiritual pressure. On their sect leader of the Lingu sect, there was also a spiritual artifact that emitted the same spiritual pressure, and that artifact was an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. At that moment, a disciple exclaimed, "Earth! Earth-grade spiritual artifact! It's an Earth-grade spiritual artifact! How is this possible? How could the 10,000 Immortal Sect possibly entrust an Earth-grade spiritual artifact to a disciple?" For a moment, the people of the Lingu sect were thrown into panic, and even the formation in the sky began to show signs of instability. They were acutely aware of the horror of an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. It was rumored that their sect leader of the Lingu sect could hold his ground in the misty world precisely because he possessed an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Logically, an Earth-grade spiritual artifact, the kind of treasure that a sect would keep as their most valued possession, should not be entrusted to a disciple. The disciples of the Lingu sect were baffled. Just as the disciples of the Lingu sect were in a daze, greed appeared in Meng Tian's eyes. That was an Earth-grade spiritual artifact after all. With that Earth-grade spiritual artifact, once he made his breakthrough to the celestial realm, he might even possess the power to contend with someone in the Genesis realm. As long as he obtained this spiritual artifact, he would have a life-saving trump card. As for whether the disciples of the Lingu sect would inform their sect leader about his possession of an Earth-rank spiritual artifact, there was no need to consider that. Once he had taken the Earth-rank spiritual artifact from the hands of the Sum Emperor, he would immediately use it to deal with these people. As the only survivor, no one would know what had happened here, and no one would know that he had obtained an Earth-rank spiritual artifact. When Meng Tian snapped back to reality, he immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Even if he has an Earth-rank spiritual artifact, he can't unleash its full power." Hearing Meng Tian's words, the disciples of the Lingu sect instantly came to their senses. Right, the Sum Emperor in this world couldn't absorb enough spiritual energy, so how could he fully unleash the power of an Earth-rank spiritual artifact? Meng Tian's words immediately revitalized the confidence of the disciples of the Lingu sect. The next moment, the disciples of the Lingu sect worked together to control the Lingu illusion in the sky to attack Lu Chen. The Lingu illusion opened its mouth and spat out blue flames directly at Lu Chen, who didn't dodge. He raised the Slayer Spear and channeled spiritual power into it. Just as the flames spat out by the Lingu illusion were about to make contact with Lu Chen's body, he suddenly pulled the trigger. The next moment, a blue beam of light shot out from the Slayer Spear, colliding directly with the blue flames. When the blue beam of light met the blue flames, an explosion immediately ensued, and dust was thrown up everywhere, obscuring everything around them. After a while, the formation of the Lingu sect was still in place, and the Lingu illusion in the sky hadn't disappeared. Meng Tian sneered and said, "You really think that having an Earth-rank spiritual artifact makes you invincible? Ridiculous." As he spoke, Meng Tian released his spiritual power, attempting to locate the position of the Slayer Spear. However, just then, another beam of light shot from a distance, but this time it was golden and aimed directly at Meng Tian and the others beneath the Lingu illusion. And this time, the beam of light had turned golden. Sensing the danger, Meng Tian shouted, "Not good." Meng Tian hastily tried to manipulate their grand formation to have the Lingu illusion block the golden beam of light, but the beam was too fast. They were a step too late. The next moment, the golden beam pierced through Meng Tian's body and instantly spread out, causing the other disciples of the Lingu sect who came into contact with the golden light to dissipate instantly. When the dust settled, Lu Chen came to the place where Meng Tian had vanished and looked at the spirit stones on the ground. The attack from the Slayer Spear had destroyed their physical bodies and clothes, leaving only the spirit stones behind. At that moment, there were roughly 20 or so spirit stones on the ground. Although they were all inferior spirit stones, they were still very useful to Lu Chen. After all, the world's spiritual energy had not yet recovered, and he would need these spirit stones to deal with the invaders from the misty world. Lu Chen waved his hand, and all the spirit stones flew into his palm. Looking at the spirit stones in his hand, Lu Chen smiled faintly, not expecting such a significant gain. These people were probably just the advance team sent by the Lingu sect to gather intelligence on Great Sum. Most Lingu sect disciples were still in Black Dragon City, and those people likely had quite a few spirit stones on them. With that thought, Lu Chen was immediately tempted by the idea of heading to Black Dragon City. After a quick cleanup, Lu Chen returned to Yan County. Just as he reached the entrance to Yan County, not yet to the Imperial Palace, a female guard hurriedly came up to Lu Chen and said, "Your Majesty, an honorable from Mysterious Moon Palace has arrived." Yun Shenxian had previously helped Lu Chen resolve the issue of the rebellion from the various forces and had gone straight back to Mysterious Moon Palace. She likely hadn't expected to return to Yan County so soon. Hearing the news that Yun Shenxian had come to Yan County, Lu Chen immediately guessed that she must have sensed the situation in the Misty World, and that was why she was in a rush to find him. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen performed a shadow-shifting technique and instantly returned to the Imperial Palace. The palace, filled with a fragrant aroma, saw 3 women seated on the ground, among them Yun Shenxian, clad in snow-white garments, had her eyes closed, deeply immersed in meditation. At that moment, the palace suddenly experienced fluctuations in spiritual power, and a figure appeared beside the 3 women. Seeing that it was Lu Chen who had returned, Lin Wanyan immediately stood up and said, "This servant greets your majesty." Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Wanyan, you're being formal with me again." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's face flushed with redness. Lu Chen's gaze then shifted to Yun Shenxian, who was meditating beside them. As always, her celestial aura was evident, her exquisite features and pale skin radiated an icy chill that inevitably made one harbor thoughts of conquest. At that moment, Yun Shenxian opened her eyes, and upon doing so, she noticed Lu Chen staring intently at her. Yun Shenxian scoffed internally, disapproving of her disciple's covetous gaze towards her once again. Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Honored master, have you come down the mountain because of the situation in the misty world?" Yun Shenxian replied indifferently, "As your master, I have sensed a spatial rift in the misty world, and it is likely that the cultivators from there have already arrived in this world." Lu Chen immediately said, "So, are you suggesting, honored master, that you have come to Yan County specifically to protect me as your disciple?" Yun Shenxian responded coldly, "You are overthinking it. I am merely here to see if any cultivators from the Misty World come directly causing you trouble. If so, I intend to capture a few of them and question them. Yun Shenxian planned to travel to the Misty World as soon as its prohibitions lifted, so she needed to ascertain the current situation there. Being the sole emperor of the Tianqian continent, the supreme ruler, Lu Chen would undoubtedly be the first target should the Misty World's cultivators arrive here. They would either persuade Lu Chen to align with the forces of the Misty World or eliminate him to install another emperor, a strategy all too familiar to Yun Shenxian from her extensive knowledge of sect machinations. Thus, she intended to wait patiently and deal with those sect forces as they approached. Hearing Yun Shenxian's reason, Lu Chen said, "Then you should have arrived earlier. I just dealt with several cultivators from the Misty World at a Taoist temple outside Yan County." Huh. Yun Shenxian was momentarily stunned, having not expected the people of the Misty World to contact Lu Chen so swiftly. Regaining her composure, Yun Shenxian inquired, "Did you gather any information?" Lu Chen replied, "The invaders from our world belong to a force known as Lingu sect. Their members claim that the Lingu sect's power ranks third in the Misty World." Yun Shenxian continued, "Anything else?" Lu Chen answered, "That's all. Those were merely disciples of the Lingu sect, nothing of significant intel." "Oh yes." As he spoke, Lu Chen took out 2 spirit stones. "Honored master, I confiscated these spirit stones from them, take them and absorb their power." Seeing the spirit stones in Lu Chen's hands, Yun Shenxian's heart skipped a beat. Having ended up in this world, it had been a long while since she had last seen spirit stones or absorbed sufficient spiritual energy. Her condition had constantly been in a state of spiritual power deficiency. As Yun Shenxian waved her hand, the 2 spirit stones in Lu Chen's hand flew into Yun Shenxian's hand. However, she didn't immediately absorb the spiritual power within the stones but stared into Lu Chen's eyes and asked, "Only 2 spirit stones?" Yun Shenxian didn't believe that the cultivators from the Misty World who came to this world brought only 2 spirit stones. This rebellious disciple must have had more spirit stones on him. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Just 2. There were a few more, but I have already absorbed them, so only 2 are left." Yun Shenxian didn't believe Lu Chen's answer, but she didn't press further. It was good enough that this rebellious disciple knew to offer her 2 spirit stones, so she didn't feel the need to demand more. Yun Shenxian then absorbed the spiritual power from the 2 spirit stones in her hand. Though they were merely low-grade spirit stones, the spiritual power they contained compensated for a good deal of time she would have spent gathering energy. At that moment, something occurred to Lu Chen, so he continued, "By the way, honored master, the disciples of Lingu sect have taken over Black Dragon City and are planning to support the rise of a new emperor there. Although everyone they sent is below the heavenly human realm, I believe others among them must have brought spirit stones too, since the spiritual energy in this world is scarce, and they need spirit stones to replenish their spiritual power." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian immediately saw through his little scheme and said expressionlessly, "You want me to help you eliminate all those invaders from the Misty World?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Isn't it a win-win situation? You could get the spirit stones, and this world could also develop in peace for a while." Yun Shenxian then asked, "Do you really think you can contend with those sects from the Misty World?" Yun Shenxian was eager to know whether the power behind Lu Chen would actually come to his aid in times of danger. The cultivation families often sent their exceptional descendants to lower-grade worlds to gain experience, but to ensure their safety, they surely had various safeguards in place. The moment any of those descendants were harmed or in mortal danger, those cultivation families would certainly intervene. By now, Yun Shenxian and Lu Qingqiu had concluded that Lu Chen was indeed the scion of some cultivation family. Upon hearing Yun Shenxian's question, Lu Chen unhesitatingly said, "Honored master, rest assured, the day the prohibition of the Misty World vanishes is the day it becomes territory of the Great Sum country." Seeing Lu Chen's confidence, Yun Shenxian remarked, "You seem very confident. It looks like the forces behind you are prepared to take action." Lu Chen only smiled, offering no explanation. He was aware that Yun Shenxian and the others had misunderstood him, thinking he was a prince of some cultivation family. Let them misunderstand, it didn't affect him much. Yun Shenxian continued, all right, in a few days, I will go to Black Dragon City myself and deal with those invaders from the Misty World. However, I should make it clear in advance. If anyone stronger than the heavenly human realm appears, I will not intervene. Lu Chen said, honored master, please rest assured. The prohibition has not yet disappeared, so the Lingu sect can only send disciples of the Unity Realm or below to invade our world. I believe disciples of the Unity Realm should pose no difficulty for you. Lu Chen had wanted to visit Black Dragon City himself, as he was quite interested in those spirit stones. But he remembered his primary task, which was procreation. Before long, the prohibition of the Misty World would disappear. He needed to prepare more as, although Wu Junwan and his 3 wives were already pregnant, it was uncertain what reward the system would offer. So, he had to father more children. At that moment, Yun Shenxian glanced at Lu Chen. Somehow, he seemed increasingly handsome and ethereal in her eyes, so she found herself attracted to a man in such a way for the first time. Yun Shenxian quickly curbed her thoughts and then said icily, come to your master's room tonight. I need to heal my injuries. In response to Yun Shenxian's request, Lu Chen was always willing to oblige. Lu Chen said with a smile, all right, your disciple will definitely come. After hearing Lu Chen's reply, Yun Shenxian closed her beautiful eyes and said, okay, go on with your business. Lu Chen said, then your disciple will take his leave. As his voice fell, Lu Chen's gaze landed on Chen Wanrong, who was wearing a tight-fitting, purple cloud dress that clung to her body, her slender waist stark against the curves of her hips. Rongrong, come with me, I have something to ask you. No sooner had Lu Chen spoken than Yun Shenxian furrowed her brows, she knew all too well what Lu Chen was up to. In broad daylight, Chen Wanrong had only just arrived from the mysterious Moon Palace, and this ungrateful disciple was already thinking of indulging in pleasures. Although Yun Shenxian felt a strange sense of annoyance, she refrained from commenting. After all, Chen Wanrong was now married to Lu Chen and was his wife. Although she was their honored master, she could not possibly interfere in such matters. Chen Wanrong did not immediately stand up. She glanced at Yun Shenxian who was meditating beside her, and with a detached voice, Yun Shenxian said, go. Only then did Chen Wanrong stand up and slowly make her way to Lu Chen. Just as she approached Lu Chen, he eagerly pulled her into his embrace and, with a shadow-shifting move, he left the room and entered the one next door. No sooner had he placed the cold fairy Chen Wanrong on the soft couch than he eagerly seized her red lips with a kiss. Chen Wanrong did not resist. She had anticipated that Lu Chen would do this and now felt no power to defy him. Whatever Lu Chen wanted to do was fine with her. After kissing for a while, their lips slowly parted, and Chen Wanrong's pretty face flushed, her eyes brimming with affection and her consciousness slightly muddled. Lu Chen then said with a smile, Rongrong, I have a cultivation technique here that's particularly suitable for you to practice. Would you like to try it? At Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong was taken aback. She had thought Lu Chen brought her to this room for some joyful activity, not expecting that he merely wanted to transfer a technique to her. Realizing she had been thinking too much, Chen Wanrong's face grew even rosier. Ever since she had become Lu Chen's woman, every encounter with him made her think of intimate matters, and it had become a habit. She felt she was being led astray by Lu Chen. Coming back to her senses, Chen Wanrong finally asked, what cultivation technique? Lu Chen replied with a smile, it's a heavenly level cultivation skill called the mysterious female technique. Upon hearing Lu Chen's reply, Chen Wanrong was momentarily stunned. A heavenly level cultivation skill. Lu Chen continued, I'll pass it on to you first. After you see the content of the technique, you can decide whether to practice it or not. As he spoke, Lu Chen directly transmitted the mysterious female technique to Chen Wanrong. A blue light entered her forehead, and the contents of the technique were received by her. When Chen Wanrong saw the contents of the mysterious female technique, her cheeks flushed even more. She seemed to understand why Lu Chen wanted her to practice this particular technique. The mysterious female technique appeared to be related to intimate activities. It seemed she hadn't been overly imaginative, this naughty fellow still wanted to enjoy her company. Lu Chen then whispered into Chen Wanrong's ear, Rongrong, do you want to practice this technique? How could Chen Wanrong not understand Lu Chen's implication? She whispered back, I'll practice. Upon hearing her consent, Lu Chen did not hesitate and kissed Chen Wanrong's mouth again. Soon, the sounds from Chen Wanrong could be heard by Yun Shenxian, who was next door meditating and cultivating. Yun Shenxian frowned. Lu Chen was truly beyond redemption. Although dual cultivation could also improve strength, it seemed Lu Chen devoted all his energy to it. She didn't remember ever seeing Lu Chen cultivate by himself. Yun Shenxian couldn't see that Lu Chen was just indulging himself under the pretense of cultivation, he never truly cultivated seriously. But then again, this guy possessed the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill, a dual cultivation technique, so he didn't really need to cultivate arduously. For some reason, Yun Shenxian suddenly felt that her own arduous cultivation was a joke. Yun Shenxian quickly adjusted her emotions and continued to meditate and cultivate. However, as the sounds from the next room grew louder, Yun Shenxian completely lost the mood to cultivate. These two traitors. They must be doing it on purpose. Especially Chen Wanrong, who usually appeared pure and elegant, like a fairy, but became a wailing ghoul the moment she was with that traitor Lu Chen. At that moment, Yun Shenxian suddenly opened her eyes, and a chill emanated from her body, instantly freezing the entire room. Even Lin Wanyan was startled for a moment. But Lin Wanyan understood why Yun Shenxian was furious. With Lu Chen and Chen Wanrong making such unrestrained noise in the next room, how could Yun Shenxian focus on cultivation without getting angry? Hearing the sounds from next door, Lin Wanyan's cheeks also began to burn with a faint blush. Just then, Yun Shenxian's gaze suddenly fell on Lin Wanyan, and seeing the beautiful woman's shy expression, Yun Shenxian scoffed and said, "What, do you also want to go next door?" Lin Wanyan hastily replied, "Honorable one, I don't have such thoughts." Yun Shenxian said, "I see you do want to go, if you really want to, you can go now." Of course, Lin Wanyan had no intention of going at this time, so she did not move. After a while, as the commotion next door continued, Yun Shenxian suddenly had the thought, could it be that this traitor was deliberately using this method to provoke her? With that thought, Yun Shenxian sneered. Did this traitor really think he could get away with such a method? How laughable. Then, Yun Shenxian closed her eyes again and quickly used spiritual power to block her ears. For a moment, all the sounds around her disappeared, and Yun Shenxian continued to cultivate in peace, as if just thinking about her two traitorous disciples doing such shameless acts next door, Yun Shenxian couldn't bring herself to cultivate at all. She didn't know what was going on, but lately, she had been restless, and would inadvertently think of that traitor. Yun Shenxian suspected that this was probably the influence of the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill. When she had cultivated with Lu Chen in the past, she had felt somewhat out of control, and each time it became harder to restrain herself. It was most likely the effect of the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill. She had heard that if a couple cultivated together using a dual cultivation skill, their feelings would become stronger and they would become more inseparable. Considering this, Yun Shenxian's brows furrowed. Could it be that after being influenced by the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill, she had developed a fondness for that traitor? At this thought, Yun Shenxian felt utterly disturbed. How could she develop a fondness for such a lustful disciple? This was unacceptable. She had to calm herself down and rid herself of Lu Chen's influence. If she continued like this, it was very possible that she would develop inner demons. To the current Yun Shenxian, Lu Chen had become an emotional tribulation, and she had to overcome this emotional trial. Lu Chen and Chen Wanrong did not care what Yun Shenxian in the next room thought. They had not seen each other for so long, and Chen Wanrong had already accumulated a massive amount of longing for Lu Chen. She needed Lu Chen to respond to her feelings. After one cultivation session after another, Chen Wanrong lay exhausted in Lu Chen's embrace, her head resting on his chest, appearing entirely like a delicate woman. Seeing Chen Wanrong in such a worn-out state, Lu Chen smiled slightly, then raised his hand to tidy the fairy's hair. At that moment, Chen Wanrong began to speak, "Your Majesty." Before she could finish, Lu Chen interrupted, "Rongrong, don't be so formal." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong paused, taken aback, and then softly said, "Okay, big brother." Lu Chen chuckled at that, and after laughing, he caressed Chen Wanrong's jade back and said, "It seems I've truly dazzled you, now even calling me, big brother." Suddenly realizing what she had said, Chen Wanrong's already flushed face turned even redder, her snowy neck covered with a burst of red clouds. Chen Wanrong then buried her head in Lu Chen's chest and continued in a soft voice, Darling. Seeing the cold fairy's shy demeanor, Lu Chen suddenly felt an urge again, but he restrained the impulse within him and did not continue to tease Chen Wanrong. At that moment, Chen Wanrong continued, "Honored Master plans to head directly to Misty World once the restrictions there disappear." Hearing this, Lu Chen was not surprised. The spiritual energy in Misty World was abundant, and even if the world they were in was to recover its spiritual energy, it might not match the density of spiritual energy in Misty World. Going to Misty World for cultivation was indeed a good choice. Then Chen Wanrong continued, "If she goes to cultivate in Misty World, you might never see her again." Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback as he seemed to understand why Chen Wanrong brought up Yun Shenxian at this moment. Lu Chen then asked with a smile, "Rongrong, are you worried that your darling I won't have a chance with honored master later?" Chen Wanrong did not answer, falling into silence, which obviously meant she agreed. Lu Chen continued, "You really are a good disciple of our honored master. If honored master knew you thought this way, I wonder what her reaction would be." Chen Wanrong said softly, "Honored master has long developed feelings for you." As Lu Chen's woman, how could she not discern what Yun Shenxian felt for Lu Chen? Saying she needed Lu Chen to recover her strength was actually just her having feelings for Lu Chen. Yet, Yun Shenxian, having lived for so long, could suppress some of her desires. Furthermore, when at Mysterious Moon Palace, Yun Shenxian would always speak of that rebel, with Lu Chen being on her lips as the rebel, yet her heart was continuously longing for him. If this was not love, then what is? Chen Wanrong did not wish for Yun Shenxian to truly part from Lu Chen either. She had heard Yun Shenxian say that the cultivation world was vast, harboring countless worlds. Once a pair of Dao companions were separated, they might never meet again in this lifetime. Chen Wanrong thought if Yun Shenxian went to Misty World, and one day suddenly passed through a spatial rift to another world, then there would no longer be a possibility for Yun Shenxian and Lu Chen. So, Chen Wanrong planned to give Lu Chen another push, to make him take some initiative. If Lu Chen wasn't proactive, given Yun Shenxian's personality, she was likely not to take the initiative either. Then, the two of them might never end up together. Hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "I also know she has feelings for me, but she has always been restraining her own thoughts. Moreover, her strength surpasses mine, and she has always suppressed me. In the past, I was never able to take the initiative in front of her." Chen Wanrong said, "Darling is now a celestial, and his strength is comparable to hers. She should no longer be able to suppress you." Lu Chen smiled, then said, "Since my dear Rongrong has said so, I will give it a try tonight." To be honest, Chen Wanrong had long wanted to conquer Yun Shenxian, this cold and abstinent fairy, but never had the opportunity. To be honest, Lu Chen was also somewhat worried about what Chen Wanrong had said. If Yun Shenxian really ran off to the Misty World, he and Yun Shenxian might really never have a chance in the future. Through their long interaction, Lu Chen had felt that Yun Shenxian was different from his other wives and concubines. Although Yun Shenxian's favorability towards him had long reached 100%, her Dao heart was very stable. Even if she liked him, she could still harden her heart to abandon her romantic feelings for him. Therefore, he must establish a mate relationship with her before she ran off to the Misty World, entirely becoming her man. Only in this way might he have a chance to keep Yun Shenxian. Of course, even then, Yun Shenxian might ultimately leave him, but that wasn't important. What mattered was whether Yun Shenxian became his woman. As long as she became his woman, he might be able to locate her through the system in the future. If he didn't establish a relationship with Yun Shenxian and she truly ran off to another world, they might indeed never meet again in this life. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Lu Chen would keep dragging his feet, never taking the initiative, expecting their honored master to make the first move. Since Lu Chen had agreed, then tonight's event was likely to succeed, and by tomorrow morning, their honored master would become Lu Chen's woman. After being affectionate for a while, Lu Chen left Yunrong Palace and went to the imperial study room to deal with affairs, not staying until evening. When evening came, Lu Chen returned to Yunrong Palace, where Yun Shenxian was still meditating in her room. Like during the day, she was still unable to calm her mind. She was strenuously trying to regain her composure, but her inner thoughts were in complete disarray. Just then, she sensed that Lu Chen had come to Yunrong Palace. Yun Shenxian couldn't help thinking that since she couldn't force her heart to calm down, she might as well try dual cultivation. Maybe cultivating the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill together could stabilize her Dao heart. Of course, the cultivation she was contemplating was not the same as Lu Chen did with his wives and concubines, but a face-to-face meditation, just like before, stimulating certain thoughts in Lu Chen and then activating the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill. With that thought, Yun Shenxian opened her eyes, waved her hand, and the next moment, the door of her room opened. Following that, Lu Chen felt a powerful force pulling his body inside. However, now that Lu Chen was a celestial, Yun Shenxian could not pull him over as easily as before. Feeling the force upon him, Lu Chen simply curved up the corners of his mouth and did not resist, letting the force pull him inside. The next moment, Lu Chen appeared in front of Yun Shenxian. Yun Shenxian glanced at Lu Chen, who was not wearing the dragon robe then but was dressed in white clothes, looking very handsome and ethereal. After glancing at Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken, and the spiritual power within her grew more chaotic. She hastily channeled her power, trying to calm the restless spiritual power in her body, then waved her hand to close the door. She turned to Lu Chen and said, "All right, let's begin." After Yun Shenxian's words fell, Lu Chen remained standing still without moving. Seeing that Lu Chen hadn't moved, Yun Shenxian slightly stunned, then said, "What, don't you want to help your master regain her strength?" Yun Shenxian thought that perhaps this fellow, having broken through into the celestial realm and possessing an earth-grade spiritual artifact, felt he could match her and thus was no longer afraid. He might have decided not to be a tool any longer. While Yun Shenxian was thinking this, Lu Chen chuckled and said, "Honored master, it's not that I don't want to help you recover your strength, I greatly desire to help you. The barriers of the Misty World are about to dissolve. I heard that once the barriers of the Misty World dissolve, honored master, you are planning to cultivate there. The Misty World is dangerous, with many beings above celestials. With your current strength, honored master, you would definitely face many dangers, your disciple is highly concerned about your safety." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian was puzzled, not understanding what Lu Chen wanted to say. She directly said, "Just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush in front of me." Lu Chen directly said, "My meaning is if the honored master really plans to go to the Misty World, it would be better to fully recover your strength before you go. That way, even if you encounter dangers, you will have a better chance of safety." Yun Shenxian still didn't comprehend Lu Chen's intention, but she didn't care either. Indifferently she said, "This has nothing to do with you. There's no need to discuss these matters with your master." Lu Chen said, "How can it have nothing to do with me? You are the honored master I respect the most. If anything happened to you, your disciple would surely be heartbroken." Seeing that Lu Chen still hadn't disclosed his real intention, Yun Shenxian's eyebrows slightly furrowed. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Looking into Yun Shenxian's eyes, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Your disciple wants to help you regain your strength quickly, so that even if you go to the Misty World, your disciple can be at peace." Nonplussed, Yun Shenxian said, "Since you're saying you want to help your master regain strength, what are you still standing there for?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Your disciple feels that our previous method of restoration was too slow. Honored master, you surely know the true method of using the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill. I wish to use the complete dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill to help you restore your strength." With Lu Chen saying this much, how could Yun Shenxian not understand his thoughts? A blush tinged her cold, frosty face as she angrily rebuked, "Rebel. Do you know what you are saying?" Unfazed, Lu Chen said, "Your disciple is fully aware of what he is saying. Yun Shenxian continued to scold, "You dare to betray and annihilate your ancestor." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Honored master exaggerates. Your disciple merely wishes to help you regain your strength quickly. How has this become a betrayal and annihilation of the ancestor?" With her pale purple eyes fixed on Lu Chen's, Yun Shenxian coldly said, "I'm telling you, don't even think about it. It is absolutely impossible for me to engage in such improper conduct with you." Yun Shenxian had known for a long time that Lu Chen desired her body, but initially, she thought she could suppress Lu Chen and didn't take it too seriously, only to find he had so swiftly advanced to the celestial realm. With Lu Chen growing more independent, it was natural he would again have thoughts of betraying. But Yun Shenxian would never agree. She did not want to be entangled in karma with Lu Chen. She always felt that Lu Chen's origins were not simple. If she got involved with him, she would never be able to escape this karma in her lifetime, not to mention possibly inheriting this karma for eternity. In response to Yun Shenxian's refusal, Lu Chen wasn't concerned. He had anticipated such a reaction from her, but today he was not going to indulge Yun Shenxian as he had in the past. He had to make Yun Shenxian his woman tonight. Some matters couldn't be delayed. If he didn't succeed today, Yun Shenxian might discover his true intentions and possibly run away to hide, making it much harder to find her later. Lu Chen gazed into Yun Shenxian's eyes, his voice laden with emotion, "Honored master, from the bottom of my heart, I adore you and truly wish to aid in swiftly restoring your power. I implore you to grant this disciple an opportunity." Seeing that Lu Chen was persistent, Yun Shenxian knew she had to either drive him away today or end up being overpowered by this rebellious disciple. Yun Shenxian said directly, "Get out. I no longer need your help to restore my power." It was as if Lu Chen hadn't heard Yun Shenxian's words. He remained standing in place, motionless. With Lu Chen still not leaving, the flush on Yun Shenxian's icy face deepened, signaling that the detestable rebel was determined to take advantage of her tonight. "No, this will not do. This fellow is already a celestial, and most importantly, he possesses an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. If it really comes to blows, she might not come out on top. If this guy won't leave, then she will have to do it herself." With that thought, Yun Shenxian stated, "Since you refuse to leave, then I shall leave instead." No sooner had she spoken than she rose from the bed, planning to slip away. But just as she was about to make her move, Lu Chen suddenly acted, seizing her slender wrist. Yun Shenxian hadn't expected Lu Chen to dare make a move on her directly. Yun Shenxian immediately said, "Rebellious disciple. What are you trying to do? Let go of me. If you don't release me this instant, I won't be polite to you." Lu Chen, smiling, replied, "Honored master, if you truly were to strike at this disciple, I would bear no grudge or regret." You. Seeing that Lu Chen wouldn't let go, Yun Shenxian was out of options. She thus prepared to gather her spiritual power, and then use ice to restrict Lu Chen's movements. But at that moment, Yun Shenxian suddenly discovered an Ishuaya. Her spiritual power seemed to have disappeared as if it had never existed, leaving her indistinguishable from an ordinary person. What's going on? Panic flashed across Yun Shenxian's noble countenance. Since arriving in this world, she had never experienced a state where her body's spiritual power was completely sealed. She didn't even know what could have caused it. Yun Shenxian looked at Lu Chen, slightly panicked, and said, What have you done to your master? Why has all my spiritual power dissipated?" Lu Chen replied, "Disciple has done nothing." As he spoke, a slight smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. He then said, "Honored master, could it be that you're overtaken by desire, unwilling to leave this disciple, and so you're pretending that your spiritual power has dissipated to provoke me into striking?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian became even more ashamed and angry. How could she really be as lustful and indulgent as Lu Chen suggested? She was not that kind of woman. Although her spiritual power had been sealed, Yun Shenxian still had some skill in hand-to-hand combat, and she suddenly launched another fist towards Lu Chen. However, to Lu Chen, a celestial being, the current Yun Shenxian posed no threat at all. Lu Chen simply extended his other hand and immediately grasped Yun Shenxian's fist. Yun Shenxian wanted to continue struggling, But at that moment, Lu Chen subtly shifted his footing, causing Yun Shenxian's entire body to fall onto the soft couch, with his body following suit, pressing directly on top of Yun Shenxian's soft form. This time, Yun Shenxian was truly panicked. Her spiritual power had suddenly vanished, and this rebellious disciple had completely restrained all her movements. If things continued like this, she feared she would soon become this rebel's woman. Yun Shenxian looked into Lu Chen's eyes and threatened angrily, "Rebel, I am." Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Lu Chen. Laughing, he said, "Honored master, no matter which world you come from or what power you belong to, tonight I must have you. Nothing you say will change that." Yun Shenxian immediately scolded, "You scoundrel." Having said this, Yun Shenxian began to twist her body, vainly trying to break free from Lu Chen's control. However, now with both hands under Lu Chen's control, she could not move at all. Seeing the saintly white-haired fairy in front of him, Lu Chen was already struggling to contain himself. Every move Yun Shenxian made only intensified his desire to conquer her. Lu Chen immediately pinned Yun Shenxian's arms to both sides of her head and then slowly leaned down. As his face drew closer to hers, Yun Shenxian became even more frantic. The usually cold fairy had now lost all her pretenses. Suddenly, Yun Shenxian thought of something and quickly said, "I can be your woman, but I have one condition." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused, looked into Yun Shenxian's eyes and asked, "What is the condition you speak of, honored master?" Yun Shenxian said, "I'm not ready yet, so wait a little longer and then." Lu Chen chuckled and said, "Honored master, do you think I'm a fool? The meat is already at my mouth, and you expect me to hold back. Do you truly think I don't know what you're thinking? You plan to flee from Yan County as soon as I let you go and then hide somewhere, right?" Seeing that Lu Chen had easily seen through her plan, Yun Shenxian felt a sense of despair. She knew her excuse might not be useful, but it was the only one she could find. This rebel had made up his mind to do that with her, and now, apart from delaying for time, what else could she do? The most crucial part was she had no idea how her spiritual power had vanished, she didn't even know when she had been tricked. Lu Chen had merely touched her, and she had been unable to use her spiritual power. She had never heard of such a technique in the cultivation world before, she had only heard of drugging someone to cause them to lose their skill. Once again, Lu Chen slowly moved toward Yun Shenxian's thin lips. Seeing Lu Chen's nose about to touch hers, Yun Shenxian hastily said, "I admit defeat, but if I am to die, at least let me die with clarity. I don't understand how you managed to seal my spiritual power without me noticing. Just tell me how you did it, and I will let you do as you please with me." Of course, Lu Chen knew Yun Shenxian was stalling for time, but he wasn't in a rush. Given the current situation, Yun Shenxian was unlikely to escape. Lu Chen lied, "Because we have cultivated the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill together, once you've cultivated it with me, we become spiritual partners. Your spiritual power cannot harm me, and whenever you try to attack me, it will seal itself inside you." Yun Shenxian immediately said, "Impossible, how can such a cultivation technique exist in this world?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "This isn't a cultivation technique from this world." Yun Shenxian continued, "Such awe doesn't exist in the cultivation realm either." Before Yun Shenxian could finish her sentence, something suddenly crossed her mind. Indeed, such cultivation techniques existed in the cultivation realm, but they were all devilish skills. However, the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill didn't look like a devilish skill at all, did it? With her purple pupils dilated, Yun Shenxian stared into Lu Chen's eyes and questioned, "You are a demon cultivator?" Lu Chen replied indifferently, "No, I am not only not a demon cultivator, but during the time in Great Qian, I even took the initiative to deal with a heavenly demon. You can ask Lu Qingqiu, she is also not from this world, and you'll certainly have quite a few common topics in the future." Yun Shenxian let out a cold snort and said, "Rebellious disciple, if you really do such a thing to me today, I. Lu Chen had no intention of letting Yun Shenxian finish her sentence. He leaned down and sealed her lips with his. Yun Shenxian tried to continue struggling, but soon she found that her body had gone completely limp. First, she had lost her spiritual power, and now she didn't even have any strength left in her body. All Yun Shenxian could do was curse Lu Chen in her heart. This rebellious disciple, he actually dared to betray and dishonor his master. If only she had known, she wouldn't have come to Yan County today. That despicable rebellious disciple, he actually. Soon, Yun Shenxian's consciousness blurred, and seeing that the cold fairy had completely lost the power to resist, Lu Chen, on the contrary, did not continue. His lips slowly parted from Yun Shenxian's thin lips, then he looked down from above at the fairy before him who had now become emotional. After ending the kiss, Yun Shenxian instantly came to her senses. Her eyes were misty with moisture, and she couldn't see clearly, but she could still sense the arrogant expression. After catching her breath a few times, Yun Shenxian said, "Rebellious disciple, Yuahuha, you will definitely regret this." Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Regret? Why should I regret? I would only regret not having made you my woman sooner." Yun Shenxian now lacked the energy to even talk tough. She was restless, and she truly began to doubt whether what Lu Chen said was true. It's possible that the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill really had such an effect. If what Lu Chen said was true, then wouldn't she forever lack the power to resist him and be at the mercy of this rebellious disciple? Thinking this far, something stirred within Yun Shenxian. It was not quite fear, but an indescribable feeling. After much internal struggle, Yun Shenxian finally gave up. There was no way she could escape today, this rebellious disciple had already gone this far. According to his usual habits, she was bound to lose her chastity tonight. Nonetheless, Yun Shenxian decided to make one final attempt at resistance. Looking at Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian said, "Rebellious disciple, your honored master has treated you so well, and this is how you repay your master." Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen gave a faint smile. "Honored master, this is the disciple repaying you. Your strength can't be restored anytime soon, and you can only recover quickly if you become the disciple's woman. Isn't the disciple repaying you by doing this?" Yun Shenxian said coldly, "Repay? Ridiculous, you just want my body." Lu Chen said, "If honored master chooses to think that way, then there's nothing the disciple can do. But honored master is right, the disciple likes you and naturally wants you to become his woman." Yun Shenxian's violet pupils looked into Lu Chen's eyes, her face expressionless as she said, "Rebel, don't waste time. Do what you need to do quickly." At that moment, Yun Shenxian no longer had any thoughts of preserving her chastity, she had been completely suppressed by Lu Chen. Furthermore, this rebel was inherently lecherous, there was no escape for her. Yun Shenxian thought to herself, it's just like being bitten by a dog. After all this is over, she would definitely leave Yan County, and this rebel would never touch her again. Hearing Yun Shenxian's urging, Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Honored master, why are you more anxious than me?" Facing this cold, abstinent fairy, Lu Chen had long wanted to conquer her. However, the more it came to such moments, the more he couldn't afford to hurry. He needed to take it slow, only by breaking down Yun Shenxian's psychological defenses, and once their affair was over, would the fairy not leave. Yun Shenxian then huffed coldly and said, "Rebel, are you trying to humiliate me? I will never submit to you." Lu Chen smiled faintly, said nothing, then bent down again, once more sealing Yun Shenxian's thin lips. In her dazed state, Yun Shenxian felt her clothing gradually disappearing, but she had completely lost the energy to care about such things. Yun Shenxian was now completely restless, longing to immediately become the woman of this rebel, but he just wouldn't continue, leaving her hanging. In Yun Shenxian's view, Lu Chen was trying to use this method to humiliate Hera, a once high and cold fairy, now reduced to such a wanton state, which was very hard for her to bear. At this moment, Yun Shenxian cursed in her heart, this detestable rebel, to humiliate her like this. Then, Lu Chen looked up again, focusing on Yun Shenxian's crimson visage, continuing to tease, "Honored master, do you want to restore your strength? Your disciple can help you." Yun Shenxian breathed heavily a few times, then weakly said, "Rebel, you will come to no good end." Lu Chen laughed and said, "It seems honored master still doesn't want to restore her strength." Lu Chen bent his head down again, blocking Yun Shenxian's mouth, continuing to kiss her. This time, Lu Chen's hand roamed all over Yun Shenxian's body, making her feel even worse. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen looked up at Yun Shenxian again. Yun Shenxian turned her head aside and stopped talking. What else could she say? She had fallen into the hands of this rebel, only to be dealt with by him. Seeing the cold fairy in such a state, Lu Chen could no longer restrain himself and quickly bent down again, sealing Yun Shenxian's red lips once more. At that moment, with one move from Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian let out a long, Yun Shenxian cursed Lu Chen in her heart again. This rebel, destined to die among women, had actually forcibly taken her. Although she cursed Lu Chen internally, Yun Shenxian quickly forgot about the matter. After an unknown amount of time, in the next room, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan sat facing each other. Chen Wanrong continued to familiarize herself with the mysterious female technique, while Lin Wanyan also cultivated. At that moment, some faint sounds came through from the next room. Rebellious disciple, your master was wrong. Rebellious disciple, spare your master. You, jerk. ... After the voice of Yun Shenxian passed, the voice of Lu Chen came, still calling me a rebellious disciple, now you should call me darling. You, oh, dream on. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan both opened their eyes and looked at each other, seemingly revealing a relieved smile on their faces. Finally, Yun Shenxian was together with Lu Chen. Now she wouldn't leave them. ... At that very moment, Misty World. The Misty Immortal sect had already brought its disciples to the location of the Lingu sect. The locale of the Lingu sect was enveloped in fog, making it impossible to see clearly. People standing at the gate of the Lingu sect couldn't even make out the plaque above the gate. At that moment, Han Yuankai raised his hand and a majestic burst of spiritual power surged out from his body. Instantly, the surrounding fog dispersed, revealing the gate of the Lingu sect in front of the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect. Upon sensing the situation at the gate, the disciples and elders of the Lingu sect swiftly approached the entrance, realizing the moment they saw the sect master of the Misty Immortal sect leading the group personally that the visitors bore ill intentions. A moment later, sect leader Zhang Hongye arrived at the gate and said coldly, "Sect Master Han, what is the meaning of this? The Lingu sect and the Misty Immortal sect have always kept to their own, never interfering with each other. When did the Lingu sect offend the Misty Immortal sect to provoke such an aggressive visit?" Upon hearing Zhang Hongye's words, Han Yuankai smiled and said, "Sect leader Zhang, you misunderstand. I am here to visit the Lingu sect today, not to cause trouble." Zhang Hongye scoffed coldly and said, "Then what are you here for? I hardly believe that a sect master of a major sect would bring his disciples for a casual stroll without a purpose." Han Yuankai said, "I heard that the Lingu sect might have found a spatial rift that could allow early entry to the Tianqian continent, so I wanted to ask sect leader Zhang about the location of this spatial rift." Zhang Hongye grimaced. He knew that this information couldn't be concealed, but he hadn't expected that the Misty Immortal sect would find out so soon. He was unsure whether the disciples of the Lingu sect who were sent to the Tianqian continent had managed to secure their foothold. If the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect were to enter now, that would certainly complicate things. However, speaking of which, even if the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect entered, they could only send those at the Unity realm, and they may not necessarily be a match for the disciples of the Lingu sect at the same level. Zhang Hongye then said with a smile, "Sect Master Han, our Lingu sect has barely managed to open this spatial passage. It seems somewhat overbearing for the Misty Immortal sect to claim it, don't you think?" As he spoke, Zhang Hongye released the aura of the Yin-Yang realm, and an oppressive force instantly descended upon the scene. Han Yuankai said calmly, "Sect leader Zhang, as fellow sufferers in the cultivation world, having lived together in this misty world for so many years, your words are rather disappointing. Finally, there's a chance to leave this world, and yet sect leader Zhang seems inclined to keep it concealed, wishing for the Lingu sect to enjoy it exclusively. After so many years of fellowship between our two forces, are you saying that was all just a joke?" Hearing Han Yuankai's words, Zhang Hongye laughed inwardly. Fellowship. What a load of nonsense. What fellowship could there be between their two forces? The Misty Immortal sect has always been domineering, never considering the feelings of other forces. Hardly any forces in the Misty World like the Misty Immortal Sect. Although Zhang Hongye felt extremely displeased with Han Yuankai, he also understood that if he did not reveal the location of the spatial rift today, a battle between the Misty Immortal Sect and the Lingu Sect would be inevitable. Although the Lingu Sect was also strong, it still fell far short compared to the Misty Immortal Sect, the foremost power from the Misty World. The Lingu Sect had only one cultivator in the Yin-Yang realm, whereas the Misty Immortal Sect had two. The most important point was that the Misty Immortal Sect had several cultivators in the Genesis realm. Should a fight actually break out, the Lingu Sect would definitely not stand a chance. Although the Lingu Sect could inflict heavy damage on the Misty Immortal Sect, the Lingu Sect might also cease to exist, which would be a Pyrrhic victory. The reason the Lingu Sect was so eager to enter the Tiantian continent was primarily to gain the heavenly Tao's destiny of the Tiantian world. Once the spiritual energy of the Tiantian world recovered, the strength of those from the Lingu Sect who entered would increase more rapidly. Thus, the Lingu Sect wouldn't need to fear the other forces of the Misty World. Unexpectedly, this news had quickly become known to Han Yuankai. In the midst of this deadlock, a voice came from afar. Sect leader Zhang, Sect Master Han is right. We are all forces of the Misty World, how could your Lingu Sect monopolize the Tiantian continent alone? Upon hearing this voice, everyone's eyes turned towards the source of the sound, where several cultivators dressed in white slowly emerged from an area engulfed in mist. Seeing the newcomers, both Han Yuankai and Zhang Hongye frowned. The arrivals were led by Ji Hongwen, the sect master of the 10,000 Immortal Sect. Regaining his composure, Han Yuankai smiled at Zhang Hongye and said, Sect leader Zhang, now even Sect Master Ji knows that your Lingu Sect is aware of the location of the spatial rift. It seems you have no choice but to disclose it now, do you? If the Lingu Sect faced only the Misty Immortal Sect, they might somehow withstand it, but facing both the Misty Immortal Sect and the 10,000 Immortal Sect at the same time would be an overwhelming defeat. If these two sects joined forces, no power in the entire Misty world could withstand them. Knowing the location of the spatial rift could no longer be kept secret, Zhang Hongye said, I might as well speak plainly. If you want to know the location of the spatial rift, no problem, but you must promise that once your disciples enter the Tiantian continent, they must not harm the disciples of the Lingu sect. Zhang Hongye thought to himself that currently the spatial rift only allowed entrance into the Tiantian continent, not departure. As long as the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect and the Misty Immortal Sect were instructed not to harm the disciples of the Lingu sect once inside, even if the Lingu sect's disciples continuously targeted the disciples of the two major sects, news of it could not be spread. At that time, the disciples of the two major sects would be restricted in their actions, while the disciples of the Lingu sect could dominate them. Thus, the disciples of the Lingu sect could still seize a vast territory. The Lingu sect still had hopes of seizing the destiny of the Tiantian continent. Hearing Zhang Hongye's words, Han Yuankai laughed and said, well then, I promise that as long as you, sect leader Zhang, reveal the location of the spatial rift, the disciples of the Misty Immortal Sect who enter the Tiantian continent will not initiate harm against the Lingu sect's disciples. Han Yuankai, an old fox himself, saw through Zhang Hongye's intentions. Thus, when he heard the declaration, he added the word, initiate, meaning if the Lingu sect's disciples harmed the Misty Immortal Sect's disciples, no blame should fall on the Misty Immortal Sect's disciples for retaliating. At this moment, Han Yuankai turned to look at Ji Hongwen, Sect Master Ji, it's your turn now. If you do not speak up, sect leader Zhang might not feel secure in revealing the location of the spatial rift to us. Following that, Ji Hongwen said, I also promise that if sect leader Zhang reveals the location of the spatial rift to the 10,000 Immortal Sect, the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect who enter the Tiantian continent will not initiate attacks against the disciples of the Lingu sect. Seeing that both had up front made their promises, Zhang Hongye decided not to drag on and waste more time. He directly took out a scroll and threw it to them. After Ji Hongwen and Han Yuankai caught the scroll and glanced at it to confirm the location of the spatial rift, they immediately turned with their respective sects, disciples and left. Watching their departing figures, the people from the Lingu sect felt reluctant. They had managed to find the spatial rift after a lot of effort and even expended much energy to open it. Now, They had ended up easily giving it to these two sects. At that moment, an elder in front of Zhang Hongye said, "Sect Master, did you really tell them the location of the spatial rift?" Zhang Hongye replied, "What else could I do? Do you think the Lingu sect could withstand a joint attack from these two great sects?" Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent. Indeed, even if the Lingu sect was strong, it couldn't possibly handle both major sects at the same time. At that moment, Zhang Hongye stroked his beard, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he said to the elders behind him, "Tell the next batch of disciples entering Tianshan continent that once they are in, they should find a way to eliminate members from those two sects." The elders immediately understood Zhang Hongye's meaning and then excitedly responded, "Yes, sect leader." 3 days later. Great Sum, Yan County. Inside Yunrong Palace, all the maids blushed, each time they looked towards the room where Yun Shenxian was, their faces involuntarily showed a shy blush. All these maids were virgins, having entered the palace at a very young age to serve, so they had not yet experienced the matters between men and women. 3 days had passed, and the emperor was still in the room doing those things with the fairy from the mysterious moon palace, which made these maids feel very bashful. At that moment, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan were sitting in the pavilion, sipping tea. They were now far from the room where Yun Shenxian was, but they could still occasionally hear some faint sounds. At that moment, Lin Wanyan laughed and said, "It seems His Majesty truly adores the Honorable One." Chen Wanrong, however, said with some concern, "I wonder if the honored master will leave Lu Chen." Meanwhile, inside the room, Lu Chen gazed down at Yun Shenxian, gently caressing her stunningly beautiful, frosty face. Yun Shenxian was truly a fairy. Lu Chen felt that he had completely fallen into her tender land. He even thought about not dealing with administrative duties ever again and just spending the rest of his life in bed with Yun Shenxian. This also helped Lu Chen understand what the TV dramas he had seen on Earth meant by, beauty is a calamity. Of course, beauty is a calamity, carries a derogatory sense toward a woman, but Lu Chen wouldn't degrade his woman because of his own issues. Yun Shenxian indeed made him feel somewhat out of control. At that moment, Yun Shenxian's purple pupils stared at Lu Chen, looking utterly calm. Over these 3 days, from initially cursing to begging for mercy, and now, Yun Shenxian had calmed down. Yun Shenxian then coldly said, "Disloyal disciple, are you satisfied now?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "That is something I should be asking the honored master. If I'm not mistaken, your strength should have almost fully recovered by now." Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Yun Shenxian snorted coldly, offering no response. Lu Chen continued to caress Yun Shenxian's jade-like face, gently brushing her disheveled hair aside. Just as Yun Shenxian was about to say something, Lu Chen preempted her, "Honored master, you wouldn't be wanting to ask how I intend to dispose of you, would you?" At these words, Yun Shenxian fell into silence. She indeed wished to know what this rebellious disciple planned to do with her next. Over the past 3 days, she had become Lu Chen's toy. No matter how he tormented her, she had no way to resist. Now, judging by Lu Chen's attitude, it appeared his playfulness had receded, and surely the issue of dealing with her would follow. In Yun Shenxian's view, there was a high probability this rebellious disciple would continue to seal her spiritual power and then imprison her, treating her as his pet. The thought of her possible fate filled Yun Shenxian with desolation. She had not anticipated that after falling into a lower realm and being unable to leave, she would end up in such a plight. In the high-level cultivation realm, male cultivators often coveted her, but she had never met with mishap. Yet now, in this lower realm, she had become someone's plaything. Seeing that Yun Shenxian remained silent, Lu Chen spoke, "Honored master, look at my women, aren't they all very free, especially Rongrong. Even after becoming my woman, she still remains the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace." At this point, Yun Shenxian coldly interjected, "What are you trying to say?" Lu Chen said, "What I mean is, I never restrict the freedom of my wives and concubines. They can go wherever they want to go, as long as they remember I am their darling and know to come back." Having said this, Lu Chen leaned down, whispering into Yun Shenxian's ear, "So it's the same for you, honored master. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian was momentarily startled, then icily retorted, "Aren't you afraid that if I leave Yan County, I might never return?" Lu Chen playfully toyed with Yun Shenxian's fair hair and replied, "I believe that the honored master would not abandon me and leave me uncared for." Yun Shenxian responded coldly, "After what you've done to me, how can you still have the face to say such things?" At that moment, Lu Chen gazed into Yun Shenxian's light purple eyes with deeply affectionate intent and declared, "Honored master, from the first moment I saw you, I fell in love with you, and I also believe that you have feelings for me as well." Yun Shenxian immediately retorted, "Don't speak such nonsense to me. I am not as easily deceived as your other wives and concubines, I will not fall for your sweet talk." Yun Shenxian saw through Lu Chen's intentions at a glance. This fellow wanted to entice her with flattering words, and she was not buying it. Lu Chen chuckled and said, "Very well, then let's talk about practical benefits. Besides losing your virginity, honored master, what other disadvantages have you suffered from our dual cultivation?" Upon being confronted with this question from Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian pondered, trying to identify any drawbacks she had experienced after being taken by him. However, after much thought, Yun Shenxian couldn't come up with any. Their recent dual cultivation had almost fully restored her strength, and she hadn't felt any discomfort. On the contrary, the oppression she had long endured was released. After cultivating with Lu Chen, she would always feel terribly uncomfortable, a feeling that seemed to accumulate over time. But after this time, her body became incredibly light and easy, no longer suffering. However, the only problem was that she had become this traitor's woman. Yun Shenxian spoke coldly, "Do you think in your eyes that I am someone who wouldn't care about purity?" Indeed, at her age, she no longer cared so much about purity. After all, she had been cultivating for thousands of years and no longer possessed the sense of morality she had in her 30s. But deep down, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Having such an affair with Lu Chen meant that she was now entangled with Lu Chen's karma. Her entire life could be affected by this, potentially severely impacting her cultivation. At this moment, Lu Chen leaned down and kissed her on the cheek. Yun Shenxian did not evade it, allowing Lu Chen to kiss her. Since Lu Chen had already taken her body, dodging now was meaningless. After the kiss, while caressing Yun Shenxian's body, Lu Chen said, "Honored master, the disciple indeed has a lustful nature, but I am also a man with a strong sense of responsibility. Look at the wives and concubines of the disciple, I have never mistreated any of them. Stay by the disciple's side, I truly like you, not just your body but also your soul." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian fell silent. Having dealt with Lu Chen for so long, how could Yun Shenxian not know what kind of person he was? True to his word, Lu Chen was a lustful yet responsible man. Although he had many women, he attended to almost each one of them. It could be said that aside from handling official affairs, this fellow devoted all his attention to women. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility that Lu Chen treated them so well because he wanted to perform dual cultivation with them. Upon this thought, Yun Shenxian looked into Lu Chen's eyes and asked, "I am curious if you took possession of my body to perform dual cultivation with me, or if it was simply for my body." At this question, Lu Chen was stunned. He had not expected Yun Shenxian to ask such a thing. After regaining his composure, Lu Chen answered directly, "Even if the disciple does not perform dual cultivation with the honored master, I would still find a way to possess the honored master's body. The disciple is simply seduced by your beauty." Although Lu Chen said this, he was actually lying. The fundamental reason he desired Yun Shenxian was because of the system's choice. If the system had not shown that Yun Shenxian had a score over 90, regardless of how beautiful she was, Lu Chen would not have chosen her. There are plenty of beautiful women in this world. When Lu Chen took concubines in the past, the women he chose were all celestial beauties, but nearly none of them exceeded a score of 90. No matter how lascivious Lu Chen was, he didn't keep those women as concubines. Lu Chen knew very well that though he hadn't encountered many women with a 90 score yet, as time went on, he would meet more and more of them. If he took in every woman into his harem, he might end up too busy to manage in the future. Therefore, He wouldn't want women who did not meet the system's requirements, no matter how beautiful they were. However, concerning the system, Lu Chen would definitely not disclose this to Yun Shenxian. Even if she thought he was just a lustful man, he did not care, as he truly appreciated beauty. Hearing Lu Chen's response, Yun Shenxian glared at him coldly. This traitor sure had the nerve to say such things. Yun Shenxian continued, if you want me to stay by your side for your pleasure, you'll have to see if you're capable enough. Lu Chen was taken aback, about to say something, when Yun Shenxian continued, I have a formidable enemy in the high-level cultivation realm. Yun Shenxian had already figured it out at this point, thinking that since she had already lost her virginity, she might as well use this rebellious disciple who was so infatuated with her body. If she did not fully exploit the value of this rebellious disciple, she wouldn't be able to resolve the hatred in her heart. Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen revealed a slight smile, and looking directly into Yun Shenxian's beautiful eyes, he said, does Honored Master think that your disciple is no match for Honored Master's enemy? Yun Shenxian said, this venerable one knows you may have an immortal family backing you, but my enemy is the ruler of an empire, and in the high-level cultivation realm, no immortal aristocratic family can contend with this venerable one's enemy. Lu Chen, caressing Yun Shenxian's white hair, said, Honored Master, rest assured, your disciple will one day become a great emperor, and then you won't have to fear anyone anymore. After I become an emperor, I will personally eliminate that enemy for Honored Master. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian scoffed and said, become an emperor. You, become an emperor. You'll probably die on top of a woman before you ever become an emperor. This venerable one has never heard of a cultivator who spends all his time among women becoming an emperor. Although dual cultivation indeed exists in the cultivation world and does have notable effects, dual cultivation can only ever be a minor path, and even demonic cultivators do not consider it as their primary method of cultivation. Having known Lu Chen for so long, she had never seen him seriously engage in cultivation. This man only practiced dual cultivation with his wives and concubines. She certainly didn't believe that Lu Chen could become an emperor through such methods. If he did, it would be an injustice of the heavenly Tao. Other cultivators in the cultivation world fight desperately against man and heaven, and only hold a slim hope of becoming an emperor. Yet, Lu Chen could become an emperor easily through this hedonistic method. If all the cultivators in the cultivation world knew about this, countless cultivators' Tao hearts would shatter. Seeing Yun Shenxian didn't believe him, Lu Chen said, every emperor's path is different. If predecessors couldn't become emperors this way, it's because no one has found this path before. And just because others couldn't, doesn't mean I can't. Honored Master may not believe in your disciple, but I can assure you, Honored Master, that I will eventually stand at the peak of this universe. Yun Shenxian almost laughed out loud at Lu Chen's words. This rebellious disciple, who was always lying on women's bellies, actually claimed that he would one day stand at the peak of the universe. Where did his confidence come from? Yun Shenxian asked, this venerable one will ask you once more, are you sure you truly like this venerable one, and not just for dual cultivation with me? In the cultivation world, some cultivators have special constitutions that are particularly suited for being furnace cauldrons, and if one performs dual cultivation with such cultivators, their strength can greatly increase. Yun Shenxian, with her special constitution, thus doubted that Lu Chen was monopolizing her body simply because she was beautiful. She suspected it was to use her for dual cultivation, making her a furnace cauldron. Although the cultivation technique used by Lu Chen did not seem to be a devilish skill, no one could say for certain that his method of cultivation was entirely normal. After all, she had unwittingly fallen into Lu Chen's hands, perhaps it was this cultivation technique that played a role. If it really was a problem with the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill, which could make a person lose spiritual power, then this was definitely not a proper cultivation technique. Lu Chen replied, why does Honored Master ask repeatedly? You should know who your disciple is. Your disciple indeed lusts after beauty, and I do indeed find your beauty exceedingly appealing. At this point, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and then he said, could it be that Honored Master thinks that your disciple values something about Honored Master's physique, so you feel that your disciple is monopolizing your body for the sole purpose of using it for cultivation? Seeing that Lu Chen directly stated his thoughts, Yun Shenxian said coldly, "Isn't that so? I am of the immortal spirit body. Using me as a furnace cauldron can greatly enhance one's cultivation state and strength." Yun Shenxian was not afraid to speak out about her unique constitution, as she believed that Lu Chen must have already known of her special condition, which is why he had oppressed her for so many days and did not allow her to leave. Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed and said, "So that's the reason. No wonder the honored master always suspected that your disciples' motives were not pure." Lu Chen then said, "Please rest assured, honored master, if your disciple does not have your permission in the future, your disciple will never engage in dual cultivation with you." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian's eyes lifted, and she looked at Lu Chen with skepticism. "Do you think I would believe your words? I fear that if I continue to stay in Yan County, my fate would be no different from those of your wives, merely becoming your plaything. I do not believe you will not touch my body." Lu Chen said, "Honored master has misunderstood. My intention is not to engage in dual cultivation with honored master, the touching still has to happen. If honored master fears that your disciple's intentions are impure, then your disciple will no longer participate in dual cultivation and will simply enjoy the pleasures of companionship with honored master." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian was stunned. She had thought that by not engaging in dual cultivation, it meant not touching her body. She thought, how could this treacherous disciple be so kind? Having already taken advantage, how could he possibly refrain from touching her? So this was the wicked plan of this treacherous disciple. That wouldn't do. If they didn't engage in dual cultivation, she would gain nothing. Wouldn't it all be in vain for this treacherous disciple? Seeing that Yun Shenxian did not speak, her purple eyes glared at him, her expression somewhat angry. Lu Chen continued, "Your disciple here has a heavenly level cultivation skill, very suitable for your cultivation. To show my sincerity, I will now impart this heavenly level cultivation skill to you. As for whether or not you want to cultivate it, that is entirely up to you to decide." Just as Yun Shenxian was about to ask Lu Chen what the heavenly level cultivation skill was, Lu Chen immediately transmitted the contents of the mysterious female technique into Yun Shenxian's mind. As the contents of the mysterious female technique appeared in Yun Shenxian's mind, she immediately understood the treacherous disciple's intention. This treacherous disciple imparted a heavenly level cultivation skill to her, should she cultivate it or not. Not to cultivate would be a waste of this heavenly level cultivation skill. But to cultivate it, she would need a man, and Lu Chen was clearly targeting this, as he was the only one in the world who seemed capable of enduring her prolonged cultivation of the mysterious female technique. Yun Shenxian said coldly, "Treacherous disciple, do you think your master does not know what you are plotting?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Honored master, as your disciple said, whether you want to cultivate this skill is entirely up to you." Yun Shenxian said, "Aren't you afraid I will find another man?" Lu Chen replied, "I am not, because your disciple believes that honored master has feelings for your disciple." Lu Chen's words suddenly made Yun Shenxian slightly stunned. After coming to her senses, she coldly said, "Shameless. Do you really think every woman in the world would fall in love with you?" Lu Chen replied, "Your disciple never had such a thought, but your disciple can feel that honored master has indeed fallen in love with your disciple." Hearing Lu Chen speak with such certainty, Yun Shenxian was somewhat perplexed. She couldn't figure out how this rebellious disciple could have seen through her. She didn't believe that she had truly fallen in love with Lu Chen, but he indeed had some influence on her. Ever since she met this rebellious disciple, his figure would occasionally appear in her mind. Some time ago, she even suspected that Lu Chen was her emotional tribulation, and she must succeed in overcoming it. Who would have thought that this rebellious disciple would completely devour her? Of course, she could still pass the tribulation now. She could take advantage of Lu Chen releasing her and then just run away, never to return for the rest of her life. Of course, whether she could overcome the emotional tribulation ultimately depended on how firm her inner resolve was. Once Yun Shenxian regained her composure, she said, "With someone like you, this sovereign does not even want to waste words. No matter what this sovereign says, you would think this sovereign has feelings for you." Seeing that Yun Shenxian didn't even bother to argue, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Is honored master admitting it then?" You don't even bother to argue anymore. Yun Shenxian snorted coldly and simply stopped speaking. On one hand, she indeed felt that whatever she said would be useless, and on the other hand, she did have some thoughts about this rebellious disciple, which she was clearly aware of, so she couldn't argue. Lu Chen continued, Rongrong told me that when I am not by honored master's side, you often mention me. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian felt somewhat infuriated inside. How could every disciple she gathered be rebellious, even telling her own matters to Lu Chen, this rebellious disciple? After calming her emotions, Yun Shenxian said, Didn't that rebellious disciple tell you that, behind your back, this sovereign only curses you? Lu Chen chuckled and said, To hit is to love, to scold is to cherish. If honored master didn't have feelings for me, why would you constantly think about your disciple? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian knew that whatever she said would be useless, so she simply played dead. Seeing the cold fairy acting this way, Lu Chen's desire to conquer her surfaced again, and he immediately lowered his head and kissed Yun Shenxian's thin lips once more. Feeling Lu Chen's reaction, Yun Shenxian was somewhat speechless. This rebellious disciple, he came again. This time, Lu Chen did not use the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill, purely for that reason. Lu Chen had just said that if Yun Shenxian didn't speak, then he wouldn't engage in dual cultivation with her. Yun Shenxian also noticed that Lu Chen wasn't using the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill this time. She felt somewhat emotional inside. This guy not using the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill meant she wouldn't benefit either, essentially letting this rebellious disciple take advantage of her for nothing. Just as Yun Shenxian was thinking this, she suddenly realized that her spiritual power had recovered. She felt incredibly surprised. With her spiritual power restored, she could push this rebellious disciple away and then just run away. However, feeling the sensations Lu Chen brought her, Yun Shenxian couldn't muster up the will to push him away. Yun Shenxian was somewhat confused. Why would she feel this way when her spiritual power had clearly returned? As time passed, Yun Shenxian's consciousness gradually blurred. In her last moment of clarity, she thought, well, since this rebellious disciple has already taken over her body, she might as well take some advantage. It wasn't long before Lu Chen noticed the fluctuations in Yun Shenxian's spiritual power. Following that, he sensed changes in Yun Shenxian's body, and she began to practice the mysterious female technique on her own. After practicing the mysterious female technique, the cold fairy's temperament became even more captivating. At that moment, Lu Chen's desire to conquer soared. He was determined to make this cold honored master completely his woman. Misty World. Upon learning the location of the spatial rift, the Misty Immortal Sect and 10,000 Immortal Sect immediately sent people to the site of the rift. After sending some disciples into the Tiantian continent, they tested the restrictions to see if they could be broken. However, in the end, both sects failed, and the restrictions remained in place. At this moment, the sect masters of the two major sects stood in front of the spatial rift, silently observing it. After an indeterminate amount of time, Han Yuankai finally spoke, Sect Master Ji, it seems the restriction isn't so easily dispelled. Although the Misty Immortal Sect and the 10,000 Immortal Sect were competitors, they chose to join forces to enter the Tiantian continent. Unfortunately, the restriction was more troublesome than they had anticipated. Initially, they thought that since a spatial rift had appeared, perhaps the restriction might also vanish, and if they took action, they might be able to lift the restriction early. But now, it appeared that the restriction was not as simple as they had thought. Ji Hongwen said, this restriction must have been set by a powerful entity. Indeed, with our own strength, we really cannot dispel this restriction. At that moment, Ji Hongwen suddenly recalled something and continued, Honored Master heard that the restriction in the Misty World had once fluctuated, and people from the Misty Immortal Sect had entered the Tiantian continent then. I wonder if Sect Master Han is aware of this. Han Yuankai did not conceal anything, he directly responded, my junior sister had once entered the Tiantian continent. Ji Hongwen asked, oh. A cultivator of the Yin-Yang realm managed to bypass the restriction and enter the Tiantian continent. Han Yuankai replied, it was merely luck, the restriction had completely vanished at that time. Ji Hongwen continued to inquire, Then, I wonder if Elder Su discovered any promising individuals in the Tiantian continent. Han Yuankai simply stated, this sect master is unaware of that. Seeing Han Yuankai's reluctance to discuss further, Ji Hongwen did not press him. At this point, Han Yuankai said, Sect Master Ji, what do you think the odds are that our sect's disciples can occupy the entire Tiantian continent after they enter? Ji Hongwen responded directly, what do you mean by this, Sect Master Han? Han Yuankai clarified, my thoughts are simple, rather than letting others control Tiantian, how about our two sects collaborate and split Tiantian in half, a half for the Misty Immortal sect and half for the 10,000 Immortal sect? What do you think? With the combined strength of the two major sects, the forces of the Misty World would have no capacity to compete with them for territory. After hearing Han Yuankai's words, Ji Hongwen thought for a moment and then, with a smile, said, since Sect Master Han has kindly suggested this, it would be a disappointment if I did not agree. Seeing Ji Hongwen's consent, both exchanged a smile. With their two sects in collaboration, who would suffer was quite clear. However, neither truly intended to cooperate. Ji Hongwen was on the side of Lu Chen, so it was impossible for him to let the Misty Immortal sect take over Tiantian continent. And Han Yuankai intended to use the Tiantian continent for his own purposes, so he also wouldn't actually share half of it with others. Their cooperation was merely temporary, aimed at eliminating a third party. Once the third party was eliminated, the struggle between them would commence. Lu Chen experienced the joys of being an irresponsible ruler at Yun Shenxian's side, neglecting the imperial study room and his duties for more than 10 consecutive days, continuously indulging in the pleasure the cold fairy brought to him. Lu Chen's wives and concubines were originally unaware of the events taking place in Yunrong Palace, but after realizing that Lu Chen hadn't left Yunrong Palace for many days, they understood what was happening. All his women felt somewhat emotional. A fairy truly lived up to her name. They, as his wives and concubines, could not endure a single night, yet Lu Chen's honored master had managed to stay with him for more than 10 days. As for whether Lu Chen would become an irresponsible ruler, the women weren't worried in the slightest. They still believed in Lu Chen, perhaps only the first time, driven by novelty, might he take a longer break, but after that he wouldn't do the same again. At this very moment, Lu Chen looked down at Yun Shenxian with a weakened expression, as Yun Shenxian parted her lips, breathing continuously. Lu Chen had planned to get up earlier since he had a minor court session this week, but Yun Shenxian had used her enchantment technique to amplify his internal desires by who knows how many times. Moreover, with Yun Shenxian practicing the mysterious female technique, Lu Chen felt completely controlled by her, turned into an animal that knew only that one thing. Although Lu Chen was already weakened, Yun Shenxian wasn't having an easy time either. She was completely paralyzed, now unable to speak a single word. Yun Shenxian's idea was simple. Since she had already been claimed by this ungrateful disciple, and since he enjoyed that sort of thing so much, she wanted to let him have his fill until he would regret getting involved with her. Unexpectedly, even after so many days, that guy still had unflagging vigor, and now she was so disrupted spiritually she couldn't even activate her cultivation technique. In the end, it was Yun Shenxian who admitted defeat. After what felt like an eternity, Yun Shenxian finally spoke, I, as your master, admit defeat. Seeing the cold fairy finally concede, a weary smile appeared on Lu Chen's face, thinking how ludicrous it was to try to defeat him using the mysterious female technique. Gently caressing Yun Shenxian's jade-like face, Lu Chen said, Honored master, you won't leave me now, will you? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Yun Shenxian fell silent, herself uncertain what to do now. Whether from the perspective of interest or emotion, staying by this ungrateful disciple's side was very fitting. Buddha. The thought of all the women in this ungrateful disciple's harem still made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing that Yun Shenxian remained silent, Lu Chen knew she was still conflicted internally, so he continued, Honored master, if you leave me, who else will accompany you in practicing the mysterious female technique? In this world, I'm probably the only one who can stay so many days under the influence of your practice. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian snorted coldly, then said, Do you think that's something to brag about? Lu Chen replied with a laugh, Why wouldn't it be? It's a man's capability. If I didn't have this ability, how could I conquer you, my teacher? With that, Lu Chen continued caressing Yun Shenxian's face and placed his hand on her delicate lips, gently touching them. Yun Shenxian turned her head away and did not say anything more. She had to admit that this ungrateful disciple indeed had some abilities, and she was no match for him. Lu Chen leaned down and whispered into Yun Shenxian's ear, "Honored master, please stay. Your disciple needs you." Yun Shenxian didn't want to keep arguing with Lu Chen and said directly, "Until I find a way to leave this world, I can be your woman." Since it had already happened, and she'd become addicted to that feeling, besides, she hadn't yet found a way to leave this world, staying here wasn't much of an issue. Being this ungrateful disciple's woman wasn't too bad either, at least he was physically competent enough. He could pass as a Taoist partner, only he was a bit too promiscuous. Let it be, in this world men of status all have 3 wives and 4 concubines, so let this rebellious disciple take some advantage. Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly. Although Yun Shenxian hadn't promised to stay by his side for a lifetime, with her words, it would be much easier for him to engage in marital relations with Yun Shenxian in the future. If he could get the fairy pregnant with his child, that would be even better. Chances are that Yun Shenxian would then be unable to leave him because of the child. Of course, Lu Chen was also aware this might be quite difficult. At this moment, Yun Shenxian gently pushed Lu Chen's chest with her jade hand. "It's been over 10 days since you've been out. Your wives and concubines are probably worried about you, it's time to get up." Yun Shenxian had once again resumed the temperament of the cold fairy. Lu Chen said, "All right." As the words fell, Lu Chen slowly got up, and as he did, Yun Shenxian instantly felt her whole body relax. Yun Shenxian suddenly regretted, she shouldn't have let her anger lead to squeezing Lu Chen, only to become addicted to this feeling herself. Now she had truly lost both her body and heart, controlled by this rebellious disciple. After Lu Chen got up, he didn't leave right away, he directly picked up Yun Shenxian's jade body. Yun Shenxian was startled for a moment and quickly said, "What are you doing?" Lu Chen said, "It's been over 10 days, honored master, we should take a bath." Yun Shenxian pursed her lips and didn't say anything more, letting Lu Chen carry her to the bathroom. When Lu Chen came out of Yunrong Palace, he felt as if he was floating when he walked. It had to be said, a woman with a rating of 100 points was indeed terrifying. Especially Yun Shenxian's enchantment technique, which could make him completely lose his reason. That feeling was simply indescribable. If it wasn't for Yun Shenxian who couldn't take it first, he might still be cultivating affection with Yun Shenxian. A fairy is indeed a fairy. Lu Chen didn't head to the Imperial Study Room after leaving Yunrong Palace, but went straight to the Wind Cloud Palace. He really needed to rest well now. Upon entering the Wind Cloud Palace, Lu Chen found his wives and concubines were holding a small meeting. Seeing Lu Chen arrive, all the ladies quickly got up. "We greet your majesty." With a lack of energy, Lu Chen said, "Continue your discussion, I'm going to sleep." Having said that, Lu Chen headed towards the interior of Wind Cloud Palace. Seeing Lu Chen's haggard appearance, the women looked at each other. It was their first time seeing Lu Chen so worn out. Once again, the women inwardly exclaimed, Yun Shenxian truly deserved to be called a fairy. While the women were lost in thought, Chu Yukan, Yelv Nanyan, and Mu Zixuan suddenly felt a loss of weight and flew directly toward the interior of Wind Cloud Palace. At the same time, Lu Chen's voice came, "My 3 ladies, come in and let me hold you." The women were partly sad and partly amused. Without a woman to hold, their darling really couldn't fall asleep. After Mu Zixuan and the other 2 ladies entered the sleeping chamber, Lu Chen directly lay down in Chu Yukan's gentle jade fragrance and closed his eyes as the 3 ladies looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal happy smiles on their faces. Lu Chen, embracing Mu Zixuan and the other 2 ladies, slept for an entire day and night before he awoke, and by the time he did, it was already noon. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard the voice of a female guard at the door, "Has your majesty awoken?" "His majesty is still sleeping, you should wait a little longer." The female guard said, "This intelligence report is quite important." The female guard who had taken over was not Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing was one of Lu Chen's women, and even if Lu Chen were asleep, she would dare to wake him directly. But the other female guards did not dare to do so. After receiving the intelligence report, they just waited outside the room for Lu Chen to wake up. As the female guard at the door grew increasingly anxious to pass on the message, Lu Chen's voice came out from the room. What intelligence? Upon hearing the emperor's voice, the female guard immediately knelt down. This humble one greets your majesty. May your majesty live for 10,000 years. Lu Chen said, dispense with the formalities. Thank you, your majesty. To report to your majesty, the Brocade Guard has received news that two more powers from the Misty World have appeared in Black Dragon City, one called Misty Immortal Sect and the other called 10,000 Immortal Sect. Hearing the names of these two sects, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, not expecting to come into contact with his own sect so soon. Once the 10,000 Immortal Sect sent people to this world, they could let the disciples of 10,000 Immortal Sect contend with those invaders from the Misty World, making things a bit easier for himself. At this moment, Lu Chen slowly got up from Chu Yukin's embrace and smilingly said to the three ladies, "My ladies, I must attend to state affairs now, I will come to serve you again in the evening." Hearing this, Chu Yukin burst out laughing, then said, "Chenur, you should rest well tonight." Lu Chen's body must have been severely overtaxed. When he came to the Wind Cloud Palace yesterday, he was floating as he walked. Chu Yukin certainly did not want to see any problems with Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen smiled faintly, "Madam Chu, rest assured, there is nothing wrong with my body." As the words fell, Lu Chen got up, and the three ladies also got up immediately, helping Lu Chen tidy his clothes. After grooming himself, Lu Chen made his way towards the entrance of the Wind Cloud Palace. As he reached the door, the female guard who had been waiting at the entrance to the Imperial Study Room continued, "Your Majesty, Commander Liang is already waiting for you at the entrance to the Imperial Study Room to report the details to you personally." Lu Chen said, "Good, I am aware." As the words ended, Lu Chen immediately used shadow shifting to move to the entrance of the Imperial Study Room. Liang Zong, who had been waiting at the entrance of the Imperial Study Room, immediately sensed the fluctuations of spiritual power and knew that Lu Chen had arrived. He saluted and said, "This one greets your majesty. Long live your majesty, long live, long live." Lu Chen spoke indifferently, "Dispense with the formalities, come in." With those words, Lu Chen entered the Imperial Study Room, and Liang Zong hurriedly followed. After entering the Imperial Study Room, Liang Zong put the latest intelligence report collected by the Brocade Guard in front of Lu Chen. "Your Majesty, this is the latest intelligence from Black Dragon City." Lu Chen picked up the reports on the desk and began flipping through them one by one, while Liang Zong verbally reported, "The two new powers that have emerged in Black Dragon City have just clashed with the disciples of Lingu Sect upon their arrival, and the disciples of Lingu Sect were no match for the two sects and were directly driven away." According to investigations by the Brocade Guard, it appears that the disciples of Lingu Sect are heading towards the old capital of Great Ju. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled, heading to the old capital of Great Ju. How timely! Lu Zhengchu and the other two Celestials were waiting for them at the old capital of Great Ju. For three Celestials to deal with those disciples of Lingu Sect, there should be no difficulties. At that moment, Liang Zong continued, "Moreover, we have discovered that the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect also seem to be en route to the old capital of Great Ju." Hearing this, Lu Chen thought for a moment. The disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect were probably heading straight for Yan County. After arriving in this world, the most important thing they needed to do was naturally to establish contact with him. Lu Chen then said, "Send someone to tell General Lu and the others that if they encounter disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect, they don't need to make things difficult for them. Let them come directly to Yan County." Liang Zong immediately understood Lu Chen's intention. "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen continued to look through the intelligence gathered by the Brocade Guard. Seeing the detailed content recorded in the reports, Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. Why had the 10,000 Immortal Sect and the Misty Immortal Sect joined forces? What exactly had the Lingu Sect done to incur the wrath of the world and cause the disciples of the two major sects of the Misty World to unite against the Lingu Sect? It seemed he would have to wait for the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect to arrive before he could understand the situation of the Misty World. Forget it, just wait a bit longer. Disciples in the Unity Realm traveled quite quickly. It would probably take less than 10 days for them to reach Yan County. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at Liang Zong and said, "If there's nothing else, you may leave." Liang Zong immediately said, "This subordinate shall take his leave." After Liang Zong left, Lu Chen immediately opened the system interface. He had been immersed in the pleasures of men and women for the past dozen or so days and had almost no time to open the system interface to check the rewards he had received. Although he wasn't very expectant of the rewards for gaining wives and concubines, even the flesh of a mosquito was still flesh. What if the system had given him something good? After opening the system interface, rows of text appeared in front of Lu Chen. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a wife, rewarded with the heaven-rank swordsmanship Ice 8 level sword. The host and his wife have achieved a mind-to-heart connection A100, rewarded with the 7 Jewels Imperial Pill. Seeing only 2 rewards, Lu Chen asked in confusion, "System, why are there no experience rewards for cultivating a relationship with a wife?" The host has already mastered the ability to cultivate independently, and the feedback from cultivation has far exceeded the system's rewards, so the function to enhance cultivation state is offline. Alright then. Lu Chen indeed felt that he no longer needed the system to cultivate cultivation techniques. Lu Chen's gaze then fell on the 7 Jewels Imperial Pill, and he directly clicked to view the introduction of the pill. 7 Jewels Imperial Pill. A premium pill. After taking it, it can greatly enhance the host's strength. After reading the introduction of the 7 Jewels Imperial Pill, Lu Chen did not hesitate and immediately took the pill from the system space and put it into his mouth. The next moment, Lu Chen felt an intense heat throughout his body, and his spiritual sea inside his brain was expanding wildly. Meanwhile, in the old capital of Great Ju, Lu Zhengchu, Xuanyuan Cheaj, and Sha Tianyuan sat on the city wall, each holding a jar of wine in their hands. Lu Zhengchu said with a smile, "With the help of the 3 of you, this old man feels much more at ease." Sha Tianyuan said, "General Lu is jesting. With General Lu's strength, even without us too, you would be able to easily handle those invaders from the Misty World." Lu Zhengchu said, "If this old man's strength was at its peak, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Unfortunately, with the thin spiritual energy in this world, my strength is not what it used to be." At that moment, Sha Tianyuan asked, "General Lu, from your words, it seems you are not from this world." Lu Zhengchu said, "Indeed, this old man is not from this world. Back in the day, in search of His Majesty, I followed my sect to a place where time and space were chaotic. By accident, this old man fell into the Misty World, and when the restrictions of the Misty World loosened, I finally came to the Tianshan continent. Who would have thought this old man would be so fortunate to encounter His Majesty in the Tianshan continent? If the fellow disciples from my sect knew, they would be green with envy." As he said this, Lu Zhengchu lifted the wine jar for a drink, his face brimming with confidence. As Lu Zhengchu and his 2 companions were drinking, a group of riders was quickly approaching the old capital of Great Ju. This group of horseback riders were disciples escaping from Black Dragon City of the Lingu sect. Seeing the distant ancient city of Great Ju, one of the disciples excitedly said, "We have finally reached the capital city of Great Ju. After we rest and recover, we'll go back and settle scores with those bastards." At this moment, Lei Wendy spoke, "We shouldn't rest here. We'll take a day off and then head straight to Yan County. Meng Tian might have already allied with the Celestials of Great Sum. As soon as we arrive, we will join hands to eliminate the Sum Emperor, and then the whole Great Sum will be ours." Lei Wendy had already planned that once he seized the throne of Great Sum, he would immediately mobilize the army of Great Sum to march towards Black Dragon City to attack the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect and the Misty Immortal Sect. After all, it wasn't their people from Lingu Sect who would die, the people of this world would just die. Thinking of the disciples of the Misty Immortal Sect and the 10,000 Immortal Sect, Lei Wendy felt a biting hatred. A few days earlier, after the disciples of the Lingu Sect came in, they reported that the disciples of the Misty Immortal Sect and the 10,000 Immortal Sect were also entering this world, But the two sects had promised not to attack the disciples of the Lingu sect lightly, and their leaders had allowed him to appropriately trouble the two sects. At the time, he was very excited, but unexpectedly, as soon as the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect and the Misty Immortal sect entered this world, they immediately united and directly attacked Black Dragon City, massacring the disciples of the Lingu sect. Wasn't it agreed not to harm the disciples of the Lingu sect? They were truly a bunch of treacherous villains. Now, Black Dragon City had already been occupied by the disciples of those two sects, and the disciples of Lingu sect could only escape to stay alive. There was no option. Now on Tianshan continent, one could only enter but not leave, and the Lingu sect could not possibly know what they had encountered. To survive in this world, they could only rely on themselves. A moment later, Lei Wendy and his group arrived at the city gates of the ancient city of Great Ju, but by that time the city gates were closed, creating a rather strange atmosphere. The people of Lingu sect looked at one another. Although Great Ju had been annihilated, its ancient capital was still intact and, to great sum, this was an economically developed city, where trade was inevitably frequent. It was still so early, so why were the city gates of the ancient city of Great Ju already closed? Lei Wendy furrowed his brows and immediately gripped his sword. Seeing Lei Wendy looking as if he were facing a great enemy, the other disciples of the Lingu sect also became alert. Just then, a man's voice came from atop the city towers, "Visitors from the Misty World, where do you plan to go?" Upon hearing this voice, the disciples of the Lingu sect immediately looked towards the source of the sound. At that moment, on the city tower, a man was holding a jug of wine and was pouring it into his mouth. Feeling the intimidating aura emanating from the man, the disciples of the Lingu sect froze, and one of them said fearfully, "A celestial." "It's a celestial." Lei Wendy steadied his mind and scoffed, "What are you afraid of? What is there to be afraid of? It's just a celestial from a lower world, it's not even certain if he can exhibit the full strength of a celestial. Besides, we have the Lingu Great Formation. What do we have to fear from a celestial?" Upon hearing Lei Wendy's words, the disciples of the Lingu sect relaxed. Yes, they had the Lingu formation, so why fear a celestial? Moreover, a celestial of this world might not even be able to exhibit half the strength of a true celestial. Thinking this, the disciples of the Lingu sect instantly became exceedingly confident. At this moment, Lei Wendy looked at Lu Zhengchu and said, "Old man, since you know we are from the Misty World, why don't you come down and bow to us immediately? Offending our Lingu sect does not end well." Hearing Lei Wendy's words, Lu Zhengchu responded indifferently, "Is that so? Then the Misty Immortal sect and the 10,000 Immortal sect have also offended your Lingu sect, so why are they still comfortably staying in Black Dragon City, while your disciples are scared and scurrying around like rats?" At these words, the people of Lingu sect were instantly enraged. "What did you say? You old fool, say that again if you dare. To speak to us like that, you old thing, you're definitely dying today." Seeing that the people of Lingu sect had lost their temper, Lu Zhengchu continued, "Getting so angry, it seems I hit the mark." By then, Lei Wendy's face had turned extremely gloomy, but he didn't make a move right away. He was still puzzled about how this old man knew that the disciples of Lingu sect had been driven out of Black Dragon City by the Misty Immortal sect and the 10,000 Immortal sect. At that moment, Lei Wendy said, "Old thing, tell me, how did you come to know about this? Just tell us your source of information, and we might just leave your whole body intact." Hearing this, Lu Zhengchu burst out laughing, then he tilted his head back, picking up his jug of wine and continuously pouring it into his mouth. Seeing Lu Zhengchu acting completely unafraid of them, a disciple of Lingu sect couldn't help but say, "Brother Lei, let's stop wasting words on this old man and just take him out." Lei Wendy didn't respond. He always felt that something was off, knowing about the Misty World, the Misty Immortal sect, and the 10,000 Immortal sect, this old man couldn't be ordinary. Lei Wendy even started to suspect that this old man might also be from the Misty World. Just then, Lei Wendy said, "Old thing, don't push your luck. I'm giving you one last chance, if you don't talk now, don't blame us for being impolite." At that moment, Lu Zhengchu finished his wine, and threw the jug towards Lei Wendy. Seeing this, the disciples of Lingu sect thought Lu Zhengchu was about to attack and quickly adjusted their positions, while Lei Wendi also drew his sword. Just as the jug was about to reach Lei Wendi, he swung his sword and split the jug in two. However, to the surprise of Lingu sect's disciples, Lu Zhengchu didn't attack, but simply stood on the city wall, quietly watching them. Seeing this, Lei Wendi could no longer contain himself. He snorted and said, "HMPH, posing." He then shouted loudly, "Form up." The next moment, the disciples of Lingu sect took out spirit stones and threw them onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, a circular formation pattern appeared on the ground, and shortly after, a huge Lingu illusion appeared in the sky. Lei Wendi looked at Lu Zhengchu and said, "Since you don't want to talk, then take your secrets down with you." As he finished speaking, the Lingu illusion in the sky launched an attack on Lu Zhengchu, spraying a burst of blue flames directly at him. At this moment, Lu Zhengchu calmly said, "Gentlemen, it's time to make a move." Hearing Lu Zhengchu's words, the disciples of Lingu sect were momentarily stunned. There are others. Before the people of Lingu sect could react, a flash of sword light passed before their eyes. Lei Wendi was alarmed inside, thinking, "Not good. There are actually 3 celestials." Their disciples had already been injured and had exhausted some of their strength fighting against the 2 sects. While they could handle 1 celestial, facing 3 celestials, even if these 3 were weaker, they stood no chance. Sha Tianyuan didn't help Lu Zhengchu resist the attack of the Lingu illusion. He directly came down from the city tower and appeared before the disciples of the Lingu sect in an instant, then he swung his sword. This sword did not directly break through the Lingu Great Formation, but it did cause significant impact to the formation. Some disciples of the Lingu sect were recoil injured by the formation and spat out blood. At that moment, Lei Wendi hurriedly controlled the Lingu illusion in the sky, launching an attack at Sha Tianyuan. Meanwhile, Xuanyuan Chaoj appeared behind the Lingu Great Formation and threw a palm strike. A huge golden palm imprint emerged, causing cracks to appear in the illusionary foxes of the Lingu Great Formation. Lei Wendi also suffered from the backlash of the formation. He clenched his teeth tightly, trying his best not to vomit blood, but he knew that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Lei Wendi then threatened, "We are disciples of the Lingu sect. Dare to lay hands on us, have you considered the consequences? Once the prohibitions of the Misty World disappear, you will be annihilated by the Lingu sect." Hearing Lei Wendi's threats, Lu Zhengchu and his companions remained unconcerned. They were not afraid of the Lingu sect. Lu Zhengchu said, "Let's not waste time, my friends. After this is over, we'll continue our drink." Smiling at Lu Zhengchu's words, Xuanyuan Chaoj and Sha Tianyuan laughed. Xuanyuan Chaoj said, "All right, then let's end this quickly." With that, Xuanyuan Chaoj gathered all his spiritual power and launched a palm strike. Then a giant golden palm imprint appeared in the sky. After Xuanyuan Chaoj made his move, Sha Tianyuan also performed the sword technique. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Countless sword shadows appeared around Sha Tianyuan and they continued to multiply. Seeing this scene, Lei Wendi knew that he had to show his real power, or they would be doomed for sure. The strength of these 3 celestials evidently surpassed their expectations for the celestials of this world. In their minds, even if there were celestials in this world, they wouldn't be particularly strong. But judging from the attacks of the 3, they almost possessed the full strength of celestials. In fact, this was just an illusion of Lei Wendi. The spiritual energy of this world was thin, and it was absolutely impossible for Lu Zhengchu and the other 2 celestials to act at the peak of their strength. The disciples of the Lingu sect were already injured, and now they had encountered 3 celestials. The immense pressure Lei Wendi faced at this time naturally made him feel his opponents were incredibly powerful. Lei Wendi immediately took spirit stones from his sleeves and threw them into the formation. The next moment, the light of the formation became even brighter. The Lingu illusion in the sky also grew more massive and realistic. Lei Wendi snorted coldly and said, "So what if you are 3 celestials? The formations of the Lingu sect are not something that celestials of a lower world can break." As his voice fell, the spiritual pressure of the Lingu illusion in the sky surged, and it spat out 2 blue flames towards Sha Tianyuan and Xuanyuan Chaoj. Immediately after, the Lingu illusion charged straight at Lu Zhengchu. In the presence of three celestials, it was best to kill one celestial first. Otherwise, if the three celestials attacked from multiple directions and found a weak point in their formation, it would be easily broken. Seeing the Lingu illusion charging straight at him, Lu Zhengchu did not dodge. He gathered all his spiritual power, then suddenly released it. The next moment, a huge black dragon spirit image appeared above his head. Seeing this, the disciples of the Lingu sect were stunned once again. A disciple muttered, "Spirit image, this is a technique spirit image, how can a celestial perform a technique spirit image?" Lu Zhengchu paid no heed to them, he shouted, "Go!" The black dragon spirit image above Lu Zhengchu's head charged directly at the Lingu illusion. The next moment, the two clashed in the air, causing sand and stones to fly around the entrance of Great Zhu's old capital, and the sound of explosions was incessant. Seeing that Lu Zhengchu had tied up the Lingu illusion, Xuanyuan Chaoj and Sha Tianyuan were not idle either. They charged directly towards the place where the disciples of the Lingu sect were. Formations that are decentralized from the one who arranged them are easy to break, just attack the person who set up the formation. As long as the person who set up the formation is defeated, the Lingu Great Formation will collapse, and the Lingu illusion in the sky will naturally disappear. Of course, there must inevitably be a protective barrier outside such a formation, not so easily breached. However, when faced with the combined assault of two celestials, a formation constructed by a group of cultivators in the Unity Realm stood no chance. Sha Tianyuan and Xuanyuan Chaoj only struck 3 times, and the formation's barrier cracked open. Before the disciples of the Lingu sect could react, a sword light flashed before their eyes, and in the blink of an eye, several disciples from the Lingu sect lay on the ground, never to rise again. At this moment, the Lingu illusion in the sky also dissipated. Seeing the Lingu Great Formation broken, the remaining Lingu sect disciples instantly panicked. Lei Wendy, seeing they really weren't a match for the three celestials and knowing that if things continued this way their only end would be death, immediately took out a Godspeed talisman and said to the other disciples of the Lingu sect, "Hold these three celestials back, I'll go to Yan County right now to call for help." Hearing Lei Wendy's words, the other disciples of the Lingu sect were all stunned. Go to Yan County to call for help. What a joke. Go to Yan County to find who to save them. To seek Meng Tian. By the looks of things, Meng Tian and his lot had probably been dealt with long ago. What use would there be in finding them? Lei Wendy might as well have said outright that he wanted them to be his scapegoats instead of making such an excuse. Lei Wendy didn't care what the other disciples of the Lingu sect thought of him at this moment. He used the Godspeed talisman, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. Seeing Lei Wendy flee, Sha Tianyuan immediately said, "I'll go after him, General Lu, Grand Scholar Xuanyuan, leave the rest of the Lingu sect disciples to you." As he finished speaking, Sha Tianyuan immediately sensed Lei Wendy's aura, then followed the trail of his aura in pursuit. Seeing Lei Wendy had escaped, the rest of the Lingu sect disciples knew that further resistance was futile and spelled certain death. So, they all said in unison, "We surrender. Don't kill us." As the words fell, the disciples of the Lingu sect immediately knelt down, holding their swords aloft over their heads. Witnessing this scene, Xuanyuan Chaoj turned to Lu Zhengchu and asked, "General Lu, how do you plan to deal with them?" Lu Zhengchu said with a smile, "They come from Misty World and must be very familiar with it. I'm sure your majesty would find them especially interesting. They were currently lacking information about the Misty World, and with these disciples from the Lingu sect, they could not only learn about the situation in Misty World but also obtain some internal information about the Lingu sect. These disciples of the Lingu sect were valuable for their utility, there was no need to kill them before squeezing out all their value." Immediately, Lu Zhengchu administered poison to these disciples of the Lingu sect and sealed their spiritual power, capturing them all. A quarter of an hour later, Sha Tianyuan was still tracking Lei Wendy by his aura, but to his surprise, Lei Wendy's aura was growing weaker and weaker, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location. If this continued, he would inevitably lose the trail. The Godspeed talisman that the other party had used made it indeed not easy to catch up with Lei Wendy. At this moment, Lei Wendy was ecstatic. He turned his head to glance behind and saw no one following him, then burst out laughing. Thank goodness I bought a Godspeed talisman when I left the Lingu sect. Just as Lei Wendy was relieved to have narrowly escaped, a woman's voice suddenly came from in front of him. A Godspeed talisman. So you're saying you don't have a second Godspeed talisman on you now? Hearing the voice of this woman, Lei Wendy's soul nearly escaped him in fright. He abruptly stopped in his tracks and stared ahead. Before him stood a woman of stunning beauty and graceful figure, clad in light gauze that revealed her fair stomach. Her skin is smooth and translucent as ice and jade, exuding an irresistible allure. Despite this, Lei Wendy dared not be careless at the moment, for he could tell, though the woman had restrained her aura, that she was definitely a celestial. In fact, Lei Wendy had underestimated Mu Yunxi's realm. She was not just a celestial, she was a creation realm cultivator. Of course, due to the restrictions of the heavenly Tao in this world, she was unable to exert the full strength of the Genesis realm right now. Since leaving Lu Chen, Mu Yunxi had fled to Black Dragon City, intending to return to the Misty World once its restrictions lifted and then find another way out of this world. However, in recent days she found herself increasingly missing that incompetent emperor, especially during her cultivation when restlessness took over her body and her thoughts fixated on him. Gradually, Mu Yunxi realized something was amiss. She suspected that Lu Chen hadn't pursued her because he was certain she wouldn't leave him, thus he had deliberately let her go. Initially, she had planned to endure, treating it as a passage through emotional tribulation. But as the struggle grew unbearable, she felt she might eventually succumb to madness. Thus, she ultimately decided to go back and confront Lu Chen. She was determined to see what that incompetent emperor had done to her, capturing her thoughts so entirely. While preparing to go to Yan County, she happened to encounter Misty Immortal Sect and 10,000 Immortal Sect besieging the Lingu Sect and learned of their situation. She followed the disciples of Lingu Sect all the way to the old capital of Great Ju, gathering some information about Lu Qingqiu along the way. Currently, she was particularly concerned about Lu Qingqiu's situation. Having been captured by Lu Chen along with her, Mu Yunxi was eager to find out if Lu Qingqiu had been utterly devoured by him. From the information she had received, Lu Qingqiu had indeed been made Lu Chen's noble concubine and was likely already consumed by Lu Chen. Thinking of Lu Qingqiu's fate, Mu Yunxi felt she too might not escape the grasp of that incompetent emperor, who dared to prey even on a significant figure like Lu Qingqiu, thus his attitude towards her would be the same. Regardless, she had to go to Yan County. She needed to resolve her feelings for Lu Chen, otherwise, even if she fled this world, she would be unable to overcome her emotional tribulation, and her inner demons would only worsen. Mu Yunxi had initially planned to directly enter the old capital of Great Ju, but upon seeing Lu Zhengqiu and others attacking the disciples of Lingu Sect, she found a place to hide. As she had expected, the disciples of Lingu Sect did not last long, and Lei Wendy, a key figure of Lingu Sect, also fled. Seeing Lei Wendy escaping, Mu Yunxi thought of capturing him, perhaps gaining favor from that incompetent emperor and finding an opportunity to talk to Lu Chen. After taking a glance at Mu Yunxi, Lei Wendy smiled and said, "Fairy, we hold no grudges, I wonder if you might let me pass." Lei Wendy was unsure if Mu Yunxi was one of the celestials from the group earlier, but from her blocking the road, he realized she might have malicious intentions. Hearing this, Mu Yunxi's lips curved into an enchanting smile as she asked, "Fellow Taoist, in such a rush to travel, where are you headed to?" Seeing Mu Yunxi had no intention of giving way, Lei Wendy grew anxious. Although the Godspeed talisman had allowed him to temporarily evade the Celestials' pursuit, if they kept tracking his aura, they would eventually catch up. Lei Wendy quickly said, "Fairy, I am a disciple of Lingu Sect. If you spare me today, once the restrictions of the Misty World are lifted and Lingu Sect comes to Tianshan continent, Lingu Sect will surely repay you generously." Mu Yunxi laughed and said, "Do you think I, a person from the Misty World, would have any interest in the trinkets from the Misty World?" Lei Wendy's heart skipped a beat. Was this woman also from the Misty World? How could that be possible? Hadn't the prohibition of the Misty World not disappeared? How had this celestial managed to arrive here? Soon, Lei Wendy realized that this woman must have discovered a spatial rift a long time ago, and had come to this world before she had broken through to the celestial realm. Afterwards, she broke through to the celestial realm right here in this world. Lei Wendy then said, since the fairy also comes from the misty world, then the fairy should be aware of the Lingu sect's status there. Aren't you afraid of the Lingu sect's retaliation if you offend them? Mu Yunshi spoke indifferently, why should I be afraid of the Lingu sect? If I remember correctly, your Lingu sect has only one yin-yang realm powerhouse. If there's no suppression by the heavenly Tao, don't mention just one yin-yang realm, even if a few more came, I would not be afraid at all. Upon hearing Mu Yunshi's words, Lei Wendy froze completely. This woman's audacity was astonishing. Could her realm be more than just the celestial realm? How could that be possible? Due to the existence of the prohibition, even celestials couldn't come to this world. If she was as powerful as she claimed, how had she arrived here? After snapping back to reality, Lei Wendy immediately said, what a bold statement. Mu Yunshi gave a faint smile, alright, let's not waste any more time. Once His Majesty's men arrive, my achievements will be snatched away. While she was speaking, the bells on Mu Yunshi's ankles chimed, releasing waves of visible bell sounds. Before Lei Wendy could react, he found that his body was unable to move. Lei Wendy struggled futilely, but it was no use. His face filled with panic, he hastily begged for mercy, spare my life, fairy. My father is an elder of the Lingu sect, as long as you spare Maya. Before Lei Wendy could finish, Mu Yunshi interrupted, I didn't say I was going to kill you. Why the rush? Just as Lei Wendy was about to say something else, he suddenly found he couldn't open his mouth, mima. Seeing Lei Wendy's struggling appearance, Mu Yunshi sighed lightly. Back then, Lu Chen was also a unity phase, they were both in the unity phase, yet why was there such a huge gap in strength? This Lei Wendy was also a unity phase cultivator from the misty world, yet he had no ability to resist in front of her, whereas Lu Chen not only defeated her and Lu Qingqiu, but even captured them. Mu Yunshi thought no more of this. She then turned around and hurried towards Yan County, while Lei Wendy, suspended in the air, followed her direction, drifting towards Yan County. When Sha Tianyuan arrived where Mu Yunshi and Lei Wendy had just been, he sensed the familiar celestial spiritual power residue in the air and immediately understood. He looked towards Yan County, his eyes brimming with admiration. It was just like His Majesty, about to gain another close confidant. Lu Chen originally planned to handle the governmental affairs that had piled up over the past 10 or so days, but after taking the 7 Jewels Imperial Pill, he found his entire body surging with spiritual power and had no mind to deal with politics. Afterward, Lu Chen meditated in the Imperial study room for an entire day, not returning to Wind Cloud Palace until late into the night. When Lu Chen returned to Wind Cloud Palace, Chu Yukin and the others had already had dinner prepared. Staring at a table full of dishes in the Grand Hall, Lu Chen paused for a moment. It had been a long time since he had eaten with his wives and concubines like this. Ever since they started dining separately, even at family feasts, everyone had their own plate and their own seat. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced over the 3 women in the Grand Hall. Mu Zixuan, Chu Yukin, and Yelv Nanyan were all present. Ever since they had given birth, their temperament had become increasingly dignified and aristocratic. Their figures had also become fuller, of course, with fat in all the right places and slim where they should be. Chu Yukin, dressed in a green palace outfit, approached Lu Chen and said, Chenur, dinner is ready. Let's eat first. Chu Yukin, having borne 2 children, had become even more gentle and composed, her tone more tender. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, the spiritual power inside Lu Chen that had not been completely absorbed began to stir restlessly, racing through his body. The next moment, Lu Chen pulled Chu Yukin into his arms in haste, catching her off guard and making her lose her balance. By the time Chu Yukin regained her bearings, her lips had already been claimed by Lu Chen, and Mu Zixuan and Yelv Nanyan in the Grand Hall exchanged smiles at the scene. It seemed dinner tonight was going to take a while. Before Chu Yukin could steady herself, she felt Lu Chen's hand slip into her palace skirt. She felt somewhat helpless in her heart, becoming this little rascal's woman had only made him more impatient. Chu Yukin had no choice but to let Lu Chen have his way. He kissed Chu Yukin, embracing her soft body and slowly pushing her towards the couch. When they reached the couch, Chu Yukon had also gotten into the mood. Lu Chen gently laid her down, and at that moment her eyes were misted over with a hazy fog. She hadn't come back to her senses when she heard a tearing sound. Feeling a sudden chill, Chu Yukon gave Lu Chen a resentful glance. This little rascal really did not waste a single moment. Before Chu Yukon could say anything, Lu Chen leaned down and began to foster intimacy with her. While being intimate with Chu Yukon, the unspent spiritual power inside Lu Chen rushed towards her, creating a cycle between their bodies, which made him feel much better. Feeling the flow of spiritual power inside her, Chu Yukon recognized it as an opportunity and immediately began to circulate her mysterious female technique. Seeing the two cultivating on the couch, Mu Zixuan and Yelv Nanyan did not continue standing to the side, but quickly approached as well. Late into the night, the spiritual power within Lu Chen burst forth, spreading throughout the imperial palace and causing ripples of spiritual energy. Feeling his inner spiritual sea expand by more than tenfold, Lu Chen knew his strength had broken through to the Genesis realm. Lu Chen was somewhat incredulous at that moment. 7 Joules Imperial Pill had allowed him to break through from the heavenly human realm directly to the Genesis realm. It was indeed a magical pill. Having come back to his senses, Lu Chen looked at the 3 women before him with a smile and said, "My ladies, thank you for your hard work." If it hadn't been for the 3 of them using the mysterious female technique to help him alleviate the unabsorbed spiritual power, perhaps it would have taken him much longer to break through to the Genesis realm. Of course, this was also beneficial for the 3 of them. At that moment, a white light radiated from Chu Yukon's body, and before they could understand what was happening, a spiritual pressure was released from her body. Chu Yukon hurriedly tried to control this spiritual pressure, but the next moment, various objects in Wind Cloud Palace began to rise into the air. Feeling the spiritual pressure emanating from Chu Yukon, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. This is the imposing presence exclusive to those in the celestial realm. How is this possible? In this world, isn't it required to go through trials before one can become a celestial? Why has Chu Yukon suddenly become a celestial, or has Chu Yukon already completed the trials of the heavenly Tao, thus becoming a celestial? At this moment, Chu Yukon had finally regained her composure. She looked around blankly at Lu Chen pressing down upon her and asked in confusion, Chenur, have I seemed to have broken through to the celestial realm? Not to mention others, even Chu Yukon herself couldn't explain what was happening. She had long heard from Lu Chen that to become a celestial, one must endure the trials of the heavenly Tao. In other words, the unity that the cultivation world speaks of. Chu Yukon didn't even know what her own trial was, yet she had directly broken through to the celestial realm. Although she didn't understand how this happened, it was good news for Chu Yukon. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Chen revealed a smile. He lifted his hand and gently caressed Chu Yukon's cheek, saying, "Madam Chu, this is a good thing. From now on, our big family has one more celestial. I can go out with greater peace of mind in the future." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukon felt immensely happy inside. She had always felt that she wasn't much help to Lu Chen, especially after Lu Chen came to Yan County. Even though she had given birth to 2 children for Lu Chen, she still felt that she wasn't of much value to him. Now that she too possessed the strength of a celestial, she finally qualified to protect Lu Chen. Standing to the side, Mu Zixuan and Yelv Nanyan were both incredibly envious upon hearing Chu Yukon's words, especially Yelv Nanyan. Yelv Nanyan was already a Grand Master, yet had not yet entered the unity phase. Originally, the realm of Chu Yukon was similar to hers, but now Chu Yukon had broken through to the celestial realm in one fell swoop. How could this not provoke envy? At this time, Lu Chen said, "Madam Chu, you've just broken through to become a celestial. Quickly stabilize the spiritual power within your body." With these words, Lu Chen slowly rose. Chu Yukon blushed and said, "All right, okay." Approaching the moment, Chu Yukon got up to meditate and stabilize the spiritual power within her body. Seeing this, Mu Zixuan and Yelv Nanyan both thought that would be it for the evening. However, Lu Chen suddenly turned his head to look at Mu Zixuan and Yelv Nanyan, smiled, and said, "Ladies, Madam Chu has already broken through to the celestial realm. You two also need to work hard." Alright, let's continue. Before the two women could respond, Lu Chen bent down in front of Yelvanonyan. Meanwhile, in Yunrong Palace, Yun Shenxian was in meditation, and feeling the fluctuations of the Imperial Palace's spiritual energy, she abruptly opened her eyes. Yun Shenxian looked in the direction of the Wind Cloud Palace and murmured, "Someone has directly broken through to the celestial realm. It seems that the restrictions are really about to disappear." Once the restrictions disappeared and the spiritual energy poured into this world, the resurgence of the world's spiritual energy would make it much easier for the unity phase cultivators of this world to become celestials. They would not need the so-called trials. When their realm reached a certain level, they would be able to break through directly. For this world, Chu Yukin's direct ascension to celestial status was not a good sign. It indicated that the restrictions of the misty world could no longer hold for much longer, and the world's spiritual energy was about to be restored. While Chu Yukin was meditating to stabilize the spiritual power within her body, Lu Chen seemed utterly unconcerned about disturbing her with the ongoing noise around them. Amidst Lu Chen's busyness, a maidservant's voice came from the entrance of Wind Cloud Palace. "Your Majesty, Venerable Yun requests your presence at Yunrong Palace." Hearing the maidservant's voice, Lu Chen paused for a moment. He had not expected Yun Shenxian to want to see him again so soon, especially considering he had lain with her for over 10 days previously. Lu Chen stopped what he was doing and gently caressed Yelvanonyan's jade-like cheek, pushing her sweat-moistened hair to the side. The maidservant answered, "Venerable Yun said it is regarding the misty world." Lu Chen thought for a moment. Since it pertained to the misty world, he decided to go and have a look. Immediately, Lu Chen said, "Tell her I will arrive shortly." As his words fell, Lu Chen bent down to cover Yelvanonyan's red lips with his, then nurtured their affection again. When Yun Shenxian heard what the maidservant reported back, she let out a cold snort. Being able to sense everything that happened within the imperial palace, she naturally knew what Lu Chen was up to at that moment. This rebellious disciple didn't even seem anxious about the invaders from the misty world, preoccupied instead with enjoying the pleasures of his consorts. Yun Shenxian didn't ponder further, continuing her meditation. She suspected the rebellious disciple must also know that the world's barrier was soon to vanish and that the powers behind him were already prepared, which was why he was in no rush at all. After all, it wasn't her dynasty that would be attacked once the barrier disappeared. Yun Shenxian then settled her mind to meditate. About an hour or so later, Yun Shenxian abruptly opened her eyes. In the next moment, Lu Chen appeared on her couch and placed his hand on her thigh. "Honored Master, I heard you had an important matter to discuss with your disciple." Yun Shenxian frowned her willowy eyebrows and said icily, "You don't seem the least bit afraid of the invaders from the misty world." After smelling Lu Chen's scent, Yun Shenxian felt uncomfortable all over. She then said, "Next time you come to see me, bathe first. Do not let me smell other women on you." Lu Chen stared into Yun Shenxian's purple eyes and asked with a mischievous grin, "Honored Master, you aren't jealous, are you?" Yun Shenxian spoke detachedly, "I will not entertain such matters with you. I only want to tell you that the barrier of the misty world probably won't last another 20 years. Lu Chen was taken aback upon hearing Yun Shenxian's words. Seeing the stunned expression on Lu Chen's face, Yun Shenxian chuckled, "From the look on your face, you were not aware of this." Lu Chen directly asked, "Your disciple truly did not know. May I ask how Honored Master came to this conclusion?" Yun Shenxian said, "You were fooling around in Wind Cloud Palace just now, so you should be aware that someone made a breakthrough to Celestial just now." Lu Chen uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Of course, he knew about it, since Chu Yukin had made her breakthrough to the celestial realm beneath him. Yun Shenxian continued, "This world necessitates trials to become a celestial primarily due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, incapable of sustaining so many celestials. Therefore, the heavenly Tao of this world restricts the number of celestials. However, as the barrier of the misty world is on the verge of collapsing and this world's spiritual energy begins to revive, unity phase cultivators of this world will not need any trials in the future. As long as they have attained a certain level of strength, they will be able to directly break through to become celestials. Now that someone has directly made a breakthrough to celestial, It signifies that the misty world's barrier is dissipating, and somewhere in this world now has abundant spiritual energy, prompting the heavenly Tao to lift the restrictions on celestials. Listening to Yun Shenxian's explanation, Lu Chen fell silent, as he had just been reveling in the thought that Chu Yukan had finally made her breakthrough. He was now being told that this was a sign that the misty world's prohibitions were disappearing. Yun Shenxian continued, the Venerable herself observed some time ago that the prohibitions of the misty world would indeed take about 20 years to disappear, but that's assuming no one interferes. The forces within the misty world who wish to enter this realm will inevitably find a way to accelerate the disappearance of the prohibitions, and naturally, the prohibitions of the misty world will no longer be able to last 20 years. Lu Chen asked, can Honored Master take a look and tell me how many more years the prohibitions of the misty world can last? Yun Shenxian said indifferently, take your hand away. That rebellious disciple's paw was still groping about on her jade leg, leaving her no mind to sense the state of the prohibitions in the misty world. Lu Chen smiled sheepishly, Honored Master, we have already been intimate as husband and wife, what does it matter if I touch you a little? Yun Shenxian said coldly, if you want to know when the prohibitions will disappear, take your hand away. All right then. Lu Chen immediately lifted his hand. After all, this fairy was already his woman, and he was not in a rush for this moment. Seeing Lu Chen raise his hand, Yun Shenxian closed her eyes once more, and the next moment, cold air surged forth from her body as the center. Subsequently, a spirit image identical to Yun Shenxian appeared on her body. Seeing this illusion, Lu Chen thought to himself that his honored master probably had not taught him anything real. About 15 minutes later, Yun Shenxian opened her eyes again, and Lu Chen asked, Honored Master, how is it? Yun Shenxian answered, according to the Venerable's observation, the prohibitions of the misty world will completely disappear within 5 years, and a wide area of spiritual energy rejuvenation has already appeared in the former region of Black Dragon Country. The Venerable should also head to Black Dragon City. Yun Shenxian had initially planned to go to Black Dragon City to help Lu Chen, this rebellious disciple, deal with the disciples of the Lingu sect and incidentally collect some spirit stones. But then she was tossed around by this rebellious disciple for more than 10 days, however, she didn't need to think about snatching spirit stones from the Lingu sect disciples anymore. With the spiritual energy rejuvenated in Black Dragon City, her cultivation speed would be able to increase greatly just by going there. With enough spiritual energy, those spirit stones would not be of much use to her anymore. Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen was stunned. Yun Shenxian was leaving. This wouldn't do. Lu Chen immediately said, Honored Master, didn't you promise to stay by my side for the time being? Yun Shenxian said expressionlessly, the Venerable never said such a thing, I only said I could be your woman. What? Do you want to restrict the Venerable's movements and imprison me as your plaything? Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, Yun Shenxian continued, if you're afraid the Venerable will run away, you can also accompany the Venerable to Black Dragon City. At this point, Yun Shenxian suddenly remembered something and continued, now that you are in the Genesis realm, the Venerable is no match for you and cannot possibly escape from in front of you. When Lu Chen had appeared just now, Yun Shenxian had sensed the pressure emanating from him. Although she did not know how this guy managed to cultivate so quickly in this inferior realm, considering the potential forces behind Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian did not speculate further. Lu Chen thought for a moment, and in the end, he decided to stay in Yan County. Most of his wives and concubines were in Yan County, and he couldn't possibly abandon his wives, concubines and children just for the sake of doing that thing with Yun Shenxian. Of course, the most important thing was that he still had to work hard to have children, and he also needed to develop rune weapons. Moreover, the entire Great Sum needed his governance. Despite having spent over a dozen days in bed with Yun Shenxian without getting up, Lu Chen still had government affairs on his mind. At this moment, Lu Chen said, well then, if Honored Master wishes to go to Black Dragon City, she may, but... At this, Lu Chen glanced at Yun Shenxian's beautifully exquisite face. Seeing that Lu Chen was hesitating to continue, Yun Shenxian immediately asked, but what? Yun Shenxian had a feeling that this defiant disciple wouldn't let her leave so easily. Lu Chen said with a smile. Honored Master is free to go to Black Dragon City and the disciple has no objections, but it has to be 1 month from now. You must stay in Yan County for this month. He had only recently obtained Yun Shenxian, so how could he let her leave him so soon? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian's eyebrows involuntarily twitched slightly, and then she said icily, "What do you want to do?" Lu Chen then lifted his hand, holding up Yun Shenxian's chin, stared into her pale purple pupils, and said with a smile, "What the disciple wants to do, Honored Master ought to know best. The disciple has just obtained Honored Master's body, how could he so easily let Honored Master leave him?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Yun Shenxian snorted coldly. She knew this was what the defiant disciple was thinking, but she didn't care too much. What had happened, and now she had come to terms with it. It just so happened that she needed Lu Chen for cultivating the mysterious female technique, so they needed each other. Yun Shenxian then said, "To me, you're no different from those demon cultivators in the cultivation realm." Lu Chen continued, "Demon cultivator. The disciple hasn't been practicing yin-yang balance." Yun Shenxian said, "I'm curious, with so many women in this world, if one day you have to leave this world and not come back, whether you would take your women with you." Yun Shenxian believed that with Lu Chen's identity and strength, it was certain that one day he would be able to leave this world. If he were to leave this world, what would happen to his wives, concubines, and children? Could it be that he planned to take all of them back to a cultivation family? Typical cultivation families tended to pay attention to bloodlines. Women from lower realms, as well as children Lu Chen had with women from lower realms, were considered inferior in the eyes of those cultivation families. Even if Lu Chen truly took them all back, they probably would not be welcomed by his family. Instead, Lu Chen's actions might be frowned upon by his family, leading him to possibly abandon them. This kind of thing happened often in the high-level cultivation realm, where talented disciples would venture to lower realms for training, sleep with many women there, fathering children, and then abandon the children and the mothers when returning to their own realm. Later, the sons, growing up and becoming stronger, would seek out their fathers in the high-level cultivation realm. Hearing Yun Shenxian's question, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Of course I would, they are all my family. If I have to leave this world never to return, then naturally, they would all have to leave with me. However, if I were to leave this world temporarily, I might not take them with me, not knowing what the outside world is like. It might be very dangerous, so I would prefer they stay in a safe world." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Yun Shenxian didn't continue the conversation. She felt that this defiant disciple did have a sense of responsibility. In fact, it was usually quite evident. Although this disciple was lustful, he was very good to his women. Take, for example, the mysterious female technique they learned today that all of Lu Chen's women were cultivating this technique. And with Lu Chen's help, several of his wives and concubines, who weren't even martial artists, were now close to reaching the Grandmaster realm. If Lu Chen were merely after beauty, he wouldn't need to help his wives and concubines enhance their strength. While Yun Shenxian was lost in thought, Lu Chen pushed her down onto the soft couch, then braced his arms on either side of her hair, directly pressing Yun Shenxian's delicate body underneath his. Yun Shenxian snapped back to reality and said coldly, "Rebel, what are you doing?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Whatever the honored master wishes me to do." Yun Shenxian said icily, "I've always loved cleanliness, the scent of other women is on you. You'd best not touch me." Lu Chen said, "If I were to wash up and change my clothes, does that mean I could do whatever I want with the honored master?" Without waiting for Yun Shenxian's answer, seeing that she acquiesced, Lu Chen promptly got up and headed toward the bath in the next room. "Honored master, please wait a moment, your disciple will take a bath." Watching the back of this rebellious disciple, Yun Shenxian felt a surge of anger. This insolent one had just been stirring trouble with other women at Wind Cloud Palace, and now, he had the audacity to come to her. The thought that someone else had used this rebel's thing made Yun Shenxian feel extremely uncomfortable. However, even with such thoughts, Yun Shenxian didn't flee right then and there. After Lu Chen finished bathing and came out, Yun Shenxian was still meditating on the couch. But to her surprise, Lu Chen ended up merely embracing her, inhaling the faint aroma of her hair, then drifted into a deep sleep, not engaging in any acts between man and woman. Feeling the steady breathing of Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian sniffed disdainfully. It seems this rebel is no good. For the past dozen days, he had been drained by her mysterious female technique, and after resting for just over a day, he ran off to play games with his wives and concubines. Even a strong body couldn't withstand that. The thought of Lu Chen's body giving out brought a hint of schadenfreude to Yun Shenxian. Deserves him right. A. Black Dragon City. A certain tavern. The disciples of Misty Immortal sect were sitting together, drinking and making merry. One disciple burst out laughing. I didn't expect we'd clear out the disciples from Lingu sect so quickly. The disciples from Lingu sect weren't that powerful to begin with, plus we had the help of 10,000 Immortal sect. Eliminating them was a breeze. Honestly, even without the disciples from 10,000 Immortal sect, our Misty Immortal sect's strength alone would have been enough to easily deal with those from Lingu sect. Right, I just don't understand why we absolutely have to collaborate with 10,000 Immortal sect. As the disciples of Misty Immortal sect were engaged in their varied discussions, a voice reached the tavern. What's there not to understand? Only by two sects uniting can we split the Tianqian continent in two. Otherwise, Tianqian continent will be divided into more than a dozen parts, with Misty Immortal sect and 10,000 Immortal sect only able to occupy a small piece of land. If you truly can't grasp it, you might as well wait until the restrictions of Misty World dissipate and ask the elders of your own Misty Immortal sect whether it's better to cooperate with 10,000 Immortal sect or to be their enemy. Hearing the man's voice, the eyes of the disciples from Misty Immortal sect all turned towards the entrance. At the entrance of the restaurant stood a group of Unity Phase cultivators dressed in white robes, which clearly marked them as disciples from the 10,000 Immortal sect. Seeing that they were disciples from the 10,000 Immortal sect, the leading disciple from the Misty Immortal sect, Xia Pengyu with a face reeking of alcohol, said, "Bai Guangyu, what business does the 10,000 Immortal sect have coming here for no reason?" The leading disciple from the 10,000 Immortal sect replied with a smile, "This restaurant isn't exclusive to your Misty Immortal sect, so why can your people come, but ours from the 10,000 Immortal sect cannot?" Hearing this, Xia Pengyu let out a cold snort and didn't bother to engage with the people from the 10,000 Immortal sect any further. At that moment, Bai Guangyu said to the restaurant's waiter, "Where is your shopkeeper? We from the 10,000 Immortal sect would like to order." The waiter hurriedly nodded and bowed. "Honored guests, please follow me to the third floor, there are private rooms available." Hearing this, the disciples from the Misty Immortal sect on the second and ground floors were not pleased, with one of them saying directly, "Private rooms. Why should we be downstairs while they go up to the private rooms on the upper floor?" The waiter hastened to say, "Esteemed immortals, there are sufficient private rooms upstairs, and you are all welcome to drink in one if you wish to." Originally, the Misty Immortal sect had more disciples who had arrived early, so they simply reserved the whole venue and were drinking on the first and second floors. However, no one expected the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect to show up too, and while the Misty Immortal sect could chase other people away, they couldn't do the same to the 10,000 Immortal sect. But they could not allow the 10,000 Immortal sect to go upstairs and drink over their heads, or else it would make the Misty Immortal sect seem inferior. The lead disciple from the 10,000 Immortal sect, Bai Guangyu, paid no attention to those from the Misty Immortal sect and directly led his sect's disciples upstairs. Seeing the disciples from the 10,000 Immortal sect go to the third floor, Xia Pengyu said with a dark face, "We're going up too." Immediately, Xia Pengyu led the disciples from the Misty Immortal sect to the third floor. The Misty Immortal sect had more disciples, so it was inevitably a bit cramped for them in the private rooms. Although there were no other customers, there were still a lot of people from both sects, and the noise was just as raucous in the private rooms. Listening to the noise coming from the opposite private room, Bai Guangyu smiled faintly, and at that moment a restaurant attendant approached him. The attendant spoke with neither servility nor overbearingness, "Esteemed immortal, this is from our shopkeeper for you." As the words settled, the attendant took out a slip of paper and handed it to Bai Guangyu. Bai Guangyu was somewhat curious as he accepted the note, not understanding why a restaurant shopkeeper would pass him a secret missive. But as soon as the note was unfurled, Bai Guangyu immediately realized its significance. Their most important purpose for this trip was to establish contact with the Daxia Emperor. He did not know who the Daxia Emperor was, but he understood that the Emperor's status was extraordinarily high, even surpassing that of their own sect master. In front of the Daxia Emperor, even their sect master could only be considered a minor figure. Before they left their sect master personally briefed him on many matters, so right after leading the 10,000 Immortal Sect's disciples to Black Dragon City, he dispatched people to Yan County with the purpose of reporting to the Sum Emperor about the 10,000 Immortal Sect's situation in the Misty World. After reading the note from the attendant, Bai Guangyu quickly regained his composure. Not many knew of the 10,000 Immortal Sect's connection with the Daxia Emperor, so Bai Guangyu had no doubts about the authenticity of the note. However, he hadn't expected that by randomly choosing a restaurant, they would actually end up at one of the Sum Emperor's secret points. It seemed that the Emperor's control over this world was incredibly strong. Bai Guangyu then told the attendant, "Tell your shopkeeper that we know what to do." Immediately, the attendant replied, "Understood." With that, the attendant turned and left. Meanwhile, in the opposite private room, Sha Pengyu and the disciples of the Misty Immortal Sect sat with dark faces, squeezed into the private room, feeling quite displeased. The disciples from Misty Immortal Sect were quite numerous, and although they had split the third-floor private room equally with the 10,000 Immortal Sect, it was still exceptionally crowded. Even the private room Sha Pengyu was in felt cramped, and a disciple beside him said, "It would be better to drink downstairs, it's too crowded up here." Sha Pengyu chuckled and replied, "When you divide such a small place in two, of course, it will be cramped." Hearing Sha Pengyu's words, the disciples of Misty Immortal Sect seemed contemplative, as if they had sensed the hidden meaning in his words. At that moment, a waiter came in. "Please wait a moment, honorable guests, we will serve the dishes immediately." No sooner had the waiter finished speaking than Sha Pengyu put a knife directly to his neck, causing the waiter to kneel down in fright and say, "Immortal, what do you mean by this? I have not offended you." Sha Pengyu then took out a packet of powder, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, and whispered into the waiter's ear, "Put this stuff in the food and drink of the people across from us, or else this tavern can cease to exist." Upon hearing this, the waiter shuddered all over, his face breaking out in a cold sweat. "Immortal, this." Seeing the waiter's hesitation, Sha Pengyu continued, "If you don't do it, I can always ask other waiters to do it. I believe they would be more than willing to assist me with this favor." The waiter quickly nodded and replied, willing, I am willing." Afterward, Sha Pengyu moved the blade away from the waiter's neck and said, "All right, go get ready." The waiter took the packet from Sha Pengyu's hand and left the private room, trembling. However, as soon as the waiter stepped out of the private room, the look of terror on his face vanished instantly, as if he had never been scared in the first place. Moved by curiosity, a disciple beside Sha Pengyu asked, "Sha senior brother, what was that thing you gave the waiter just now?" Sha Pengyu said indifferently, "Nothing much, just a packet of spiritual power suppressant." Hearing this, the disciples of Misty Immortal Sect immediately understood Sha Pengyu's intent. Many substances that suppress spiritual power are colorless and tasteless, ordinary people can't detect them at all. However, once someone ingests something that suppresses spiritual power, their internal flow of spiritual power will slow down significantly during skill activation, and their abilities will be greatly impacted. If they ingest a large amount, they might not even be able to exert half of their strength. At that point, Sha Pengyu spoke to another disciple, "You go and keep an eye on that waiter to prevent any tricks." Okay. Then, that disciple left the private room to supervise downstairs. The tavern was full of brocade guards. For them, switching out an item was very easy, such a trifling matter was no challenge at all. Furthermore, the disciple Sha Pengyu sent to monitor the waiter as he drugged the food believed they were from the Misty Immortal Sect. No one dared play any tricks in front of them, so he didn't monitor closely, leading to the drugs Sha Pengyu provided ending up in their own food and drink without their knowledge. At that moment, Sha Pengyu and his party still thought they had an assured victory, just waiting for the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect to fall into the trap. Meanwhile, in the private room where Bai Guangyu was located, A waiter brought in the dishes and also handed Bai Guangyu a slip of paper. After reading it, Bai Guangyu's mouth curved up slightly. They had not even prepared to make a move on Misty Immortal sect when those people from the sect had become restless first. After the dishes and wine for the disciples of both the 10,000 Immortal sect and the Misty Immortal sect were served, they ate and drank as usual to avoid arousing suspicion from each other. Listening to the voices of the 10,000 Immortal sect disciples coming from the opposite room, Sha Pengyu's smile was especially radiant, his face almost contorted with joy. At that moment, one disciple expressed his concern. Brother Sha, if we really do this, once the prohibition lifts, might it not cause a conflict between the two sects? Sha Pengyu sneered softly and said in a low voice, as long as those people all disappear, who will know what happened in the Tianshan continent? By then, we can blame everything on the Lingu sect. Hearing Sha Pengyu's words, the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect thought about it and felt that this plan was not bad. Sha Pengyu continued, moreover, the sect master hinted to me when I came to the Tianshan continent that if anything happens, he will support us, so we can just do it boldly and confidently. The cooperation between the two sects was not sincere. The most crucial point was that after the disciples of both sects entered the Tianshan continent, they were in an unknown state, and no one knew whether the other side's disciples would truly abide by their alliance. This was just like the two sects had clearly promised not to harm the disciples of Lingu sect, but as soon as they entered, they started chasing to kill the disciples of Lingu sect. As long as they could eliminate all the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect, once the prohibition of the Misty World lifted, the entire Tianshan continent would belong to the Misty Immortal sect. As Sha Pengyu thought about the great merit that would fall upon him, he was certain that he would rise to prominence within the Misty Immortal sect and might even become a direct disciple of the sect master. Hearing Sha Pengyu's words, the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect became excited as well. Since their sect and the sect master were backing them, there was nothing more to say. Let's do it. With that thought, the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect began to prepare, ready to act as soon as the 10,000 Immortal sect's disciples finished their meal. The disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect were already fewer in number, and after taking medicine that suppressed their spiritual power, eliminating them would be as easy as turning over one's hand. After who knows how long, the voices from the 10,000 Immortal sect's side gradually became much quieter. Hearing this, the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect immediately became alert. At this moment, the people of the Misty Immortal sect had already gripped their swords, ready to strike at any moment. A moment later, Bai Guangyu's voice came from the opposite room, go. Call your shopkeeper here. I want to see what you put in this wine. Bai Guangyu's voice was especially loud and sounded as if he was furious. Hearing this voice, the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect were immediately overjoyed. It seemed that their drug to suppress spiritual power had taken effect. Since it had taken effect, it was time to make their move. Sha Pengyu then split open the door of the room with a palm strike, followed by breaking open the door of the room where Bai Guangyu was located. Seeing Sha Pengyu leading the disciples of the Misty Immortal sector, looking fierce as they blocked the doorway, Bai Guangyu sneered and said, Sha Pengyu, what are you trying to do? Sha Pengyu smiled and then said, I heard that someone tampered with your dishes and wine. I came over to check, to see if you need the Misty Immortal sect's help in seeking justice. After all, our Misty Immortal sect and the 10,000 Immortal sect are in a partnership now. Hearing Sha Pengyu's words, Bai Guangyu sneered and said, seeking justice. I fear you are here to kick us when we're down. As he spoke, the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect all drew their swords, and the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect also immediately drew their swords, and the atmosphere between them instantly became tense as drawn bows. Sha Pengyu frowned and said, Friend Bai, that's not right. I came here to help, and yet you don't appreciate the good intention and draw swords against us. Bai Guangyu replied indifferently, Sha Pengyu, drop the act. We are all too aware of what kind of people your Misty Immortal sect consists of. It seems you just want to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Sha Pengyu scoffed, since Bai treats us so coldly without any semblance of compassion, that leaves us nothing more to talk about. Fight. As Sha Pengyu's words fell, both sides made their moves, and the next moment, the entire rooftop of the tavern was torn off by chaotic sword chi. At that moment, Bai Guangyu thrust his sword toward Sha Pengyu, who disregarded it, intending to use his cultivation technique until he suddenly found the flow of spiritual power within his body slowing down, rendering him unable to activate his technique. Sha Pengyu, startled, hastily parried with his sword, but Bai Guangyu's thrust was not something Sha could withstand. A stream of white sword chi slashed out, and Sha's body was sent flying. Sha Pengyu came down from the tavern, planted his sword into the ground on the street, and then violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Clutching his chest, he glared venomously at Bai Guangyu in the distance. "You've used poison, scheming against us." Even Sha, foolish as he was, had realized by now that Bai Guangyu had feigned being poisoned, whereas, in reality, none of them were affected. Instead, it was the disciples from the Misty Immortal sect who had been ensnared. At that moment, more and more disciples of the Misty Immortal sect were slain by those from the 10,000 Immortal sect. The streets were scattered with bodies of the Misty Immortal sect disciples. Seeing this, Sha Pengyu bellowed, "Bai, aren't you worried that this incident will reach our sect master's ears and cause a rift between our sects? If the relationship between our sects breaks, can you bear the responsibility?" Bai Guangyu laughed and said, "Sha, when you initiated the fight just now, why didn't you think about that? Isn't it a bit too late to mention this now?" Bai Guangyu then tightly grasped his sword. In the next moment, he gathered all his spiritual power, and countless sword shadows appeared around him. Seeing this, Sha Pengyu panicked a bit and hurriedly said, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Misty Immortal sect will surely seek vengeance." Bai Guangyu snorted coldly, "The Misty Immortal sect will soon go down with you." As he spoke, Bai Guangyu swung his sword, and countless sword shadows flew toward Sha Pengyu. Sha Pengyu hastily defended, but to no avail. His spiritual power restricted, his cultivation technique was unable to activate, naturally unable to withstand Bai Guangyu's swordsmanship. As sword shadows pierced through Sha Pengyu's body, he slowly collapsed. His eyes wide open, filled with reluctance. A few days later. In Daxia Yancheng, at Yunrong Palace. Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong were leisurely sipping tea in the courtyard, listening to the sounds of fighting and roaring coming from a room. "Traitor! You dare to treat your master this way! Traitor, let go of your master! Ah! Honored master, do you admit your mistake? Ah! Your teacher admits his mistake." Yun Shenxian was due to leave for Black Dragon City in a month, and Lu Chen did not know if Yun Shenxian would often return after that, so he decided to spend every day of this month visiting Yunrong Palace, hoping she would fall for it before her departure. Lu Chen's idea was very simply if he could get Yun Shenxian to conceive his child, then Yun Shenxian couldn't just run away in the future. However, getting a celestial to become pregnant was indeed challenging, especially since Yun Shenxian's original power wasn't as simple as that of a celestial. Yun Shenxian had also realized from the start of the month that this defiant disciple would use all kinds of means to target her, and the results were indeed as she had anticipated. She now felt that he was treating her merely as a vessel, not even a furnace cauldron. Lu Chen really kept his word. He had said he would not engage in dual cultivation with her, and he had indeed not done so, not even using spiritual power, purely for that reason. Yun Shenxian felt a particularly strange sensation at this time, as though she had turned into one of those animals in the forest, simply pursuing primal instincts. After an indefinite period, Lu Chen gently caressed Yun Shenxian's jade back and said with a smile, "Honored master, why are you not practicing the mysterious female technique anymore? In a while, you will be going to Black Dragon City, and once we are apart, you won't have the chance to practice the mysterious female technique." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words from behind her, Yun Shenxian paid no heed. This defiant disciple sure had wishful thinking as she should practice the mysterious female technique, which he would be only too happy about. But then again, if they engaged in such acts without circulating cultivation technique, wouldn't that be purely for the pleasure of men and women? She, a cultivator, could pursue such worldly pleasures. Thinking this, Yun Shenxian eventually took the initiative to circulate her cultivation technique. However, it wasn't the mysterious female technique. The mysterious female technique was a one-sided practice and could give Lu Chen boundless pleasure, so it was better to practice the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill. As spiritual power flowed within both their bodies, Yun Shenxian felt somewhat better, the circulation of spiritual power making her feel she was cultivating, not merely engaging in that act. Feeling Yun Shenxian circulating the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill, Lu Chen leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "My dear honored master, weren't you worried that I would treat you as a furnace cauldron? How come you're now initiating the cultivation yourself?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian lay quietly without responding. Lu Chen then gently lifted Yun Shenxian's white hair and laid his head on her pristine neck. Yun Shenxian's expression changed slightly, and her body trembled faintly. This detestable defiant disciple. At this moment, to divert her attention, Yun Shenxian spoke up. "This celestial is somewhat curious about which high-level cultivation world you truly come from." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen slightly lifted his head and then rested his chin on Yun Shenxian's fragrant shoulder, saying, "Disciple had already told honored master a long time ago, disciple just comes from a lower world." Yun Shenxian snorted lightly, "You've already taken everything from this celestial, and yet you're still so cautious around me." In Yun Shenxian's view, Lu Chen's choice not to reveal more probably meant he didn't trust her. Perhaps like her, due to certain reasons, Lu Chen couldn't casually disclose his identity. But the thought that she had become this defiant disciple's woman, and yet the defiant disciple still withheld everything from her, made Yun Shenxian feel somewhat uncomfortable. This defiant disciple probably never really considered her as his woman, treating her instead merely as an outlet for his desires. Lu Chen knew Yun Shenxian didn't trust him, but he was also helpless, as he couldn't possibly reveal his possession of a system. Lu Chen then said, "Honored master will one day understand that disciple's words are true, but disciple has some unspeakable predicaments and cannot disclose everything to honored master." As he spoke, Lu Chen's mouth approached Yun Shenxian's ear, he softly blew a breath, and continued, "I believe honored master would understand disciple." Yun Shenxian coldly snorted and did not respond to these words. The two continued their practice, Yun Shenxian's lips slightly parted, continuously adjusting her breathing. Lu Chen spoke after a while, "Honored master, I am curious. You have cultivated in the cultivation world for over 1,000 years, why have you never taken a companion, and in the end, it benefited me?" Yun Shenxian coldly said, "Because I had never met such a despicable disciple like you before. Only you could be so domineering." Lu Chen laughed and said, "What are you saying, honored master? I have helped you regain your strength. Surely I deserve some reward." Yun Shenxian sighed slightly, sigh. "I'm too lazy to argue about this with you. It's already like this, more words are useless, what's done is done." Yun Shenxian then stopped talking and seriously resumed her cultivation. Seeing Yun Shenxian so earnest in her cultivation, Lu Chen couldn't stand it, as he had worked so hard, yet she was the one cultivating. Following that, Lu Chen increased the intensity for Yun Shenxian. Soon, Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong, who were sitting outside in the pavilion sipping tea, heard Yun Shenxian's voice again. While Lu Chen was striving hard, a female guard came to Yunrong Palace. "Your Majesty, a visitor has arrived from Black Dragon City." Upon hearing this, the sounds within the room ceased abruptly, giving Yun Shenxian a chance to rest. Hearing the female guard's voice, Lu Chen guessed who the so-called visitor was. It was clearly a disciple from 10,000 Immortal Sect reporting on the sect's situations. Lu Chen then said, "Tell the visitor from Black Dragon City to wait for me in the Imperial Study Room. I will be there shortly." "Yes." The female guard bowed to Lu Chen then turned and left Yunrong Palace. After Lu Chen spoke, he did not leave but continued pressing down on Yun Shenxian, and at that moment, she said, "Disciple, why won't you get off?" Lu Chen said with a laugh, "Why the rush? Your cultivation has just begun. If I left now, wouldn't it be very uncomfortable for you?" Afterward, Lu Chen continued his tasks. Meanwhile, on a street in Yan County, a woman dressed in light gauze walked toward the Jinyue prison. Behind the woman floated a burlap sack, which seemed to contain some animal, constantly wriggling inside it. It wasn't long before the woman arrived at the entrance of the Jinyue prison. Upon seeing her, the Jinyue guards immediately blocked her way. "Who goes there?" Just then, Qin Yushan came out of the prison and upon seeing the woman, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, consort Mu." Qin Yushan had seen Mu Yunshi during the era of the Great Qian dynasty, so he recognized her instantly, although mindful that Mu Yunshi had fled during her time in Great Qian. Nevertheless, since Lu Chen had ennobled her, Mu Yunshi was indeed consort Mu, and Qin Yushan and other subordinates had to bow upon seeing her. Upon hearing Qin Yushan's words, the guards at the prison entrance immediately realized and they too promptly bowed to Mu Yunshi, saying, "Greetings, consort Mu." Mu Yunshi coughed slightly and said, "Dispense with the formalities." Mu Yunshi felt somewhat embarrassed. She had only recently been ennobled and had fled not long thereafter, yet here were these subordinates of Lu Chen bowing to her. Qin Yushan glanced at the sack behind Mu Yunshi and asked curiously, "Consort Mu, if I may be so bold to ask, what is inside the sack behind you?" Mu Yunshi then waved her hand, and the sack flew in front of Qin Yushan. In the next moment, the sack opened, and the person inside was revealed. Inside the sack was a large man, who was bound hand and foot and whose mouth had been gagged, so he could only make sounds. Qin Yushan naturally did not recognize the person, to which Mu Yunshi immediately said, "This is the leader of the Lingu sect who came to invade our world. The other disciples of the Lingu sect should have already been captured by your men, but this one escaped. It took quite some effort for me to capture him." Upon hearing this, Qin Yushan immediately said, "Consort Mu, you have made a great contribution this time, His Majesty will surely reward you generously." Mu Yunshi replied, "There's no need for a generous reward, doing this is my duty. Alright, I shall return now." Saying this, Mu Yunshi prepared to head to the imperial palace, but she quickly realized an issue: she was conferred her title at the Daqian imperial palace. Now she was at the Yancheng imperial palace. How was she to enter the imperial palace, or more to the point, where should she go? Noting that Mu Yunshi had stopped in her tracks, Qin Yushan quickly understood what she was thinking. He said directly, "Consort Mu, after your investiture, the imperial palace had already prepared a residence for you. I will have someone lead you there now." Hearing this, Mu Yunshi turned her head and said indifferently, "That would be very good." Qin Yushan then summoned a female Jinyue guard who often relayed messages to lead Mu Yunshi to her chambers. Once Mu Yunshi entered the imperial palace, she immediately released her spiritual power to detect the location of Lu Qingqiu. Shortly after, she sensed Lu Qingqiu's presence. Seeing Lu Qingqiu sitting in the pavilion meditating as if she had not been imprisoned, Mu Yunshi asked the guiding Jinyue guard, "How many times has noble consort Lu served in the imperial bedchamber since she came to the palace?" Upon hearing the question, the female Jinyue guard was taken aback. Then she replied, "I am not familiar with the inner palace." After the guard's reply, Mu Yunshi said, "Never mind, I will go ask myself later." At this point, Mu Yunshi suddenly thought of something and continued to ask, "Can I go directly to the chambers of noble consort Lu?" The female guard replied, "Of course, you can go anywhere within the imperial palace, and your chambers are next to noble consort Lu's." Mu Yunshi pondered for a moment and then said, "Then lead me directly to noble consort Lu's chambers." Understood. The guard then led Mu Yunshi to Lu Qingqiu's chambers. At this moment, Lu Qingqiu in the pavilion slowly opened her eyes, as she had already sensed Mu Yunshi's spiritual power. Lu Qingqiu snorted coldly and said, "You remember to come back now." So eager to be tormented by that man. But then again, that damned fool did predict this. Back then, Lu Chen had said in front of her that someday Mu Yunshi would come back on her own, which she did not believe at the time. Yet here was Mu Yunshi, actually returning today. How long has it been? Not even a year has passed, and Mu Yunshi ran back. Not long after, Mu Yunshi appeared outside Lu Qingqiu's chamber. Upon seeing Mu Yunshi, Lu Qingqiu said icily, "I wondered why I smelled the stink of a fox. It turns out you've returned." Hearing this, Mu Yunshi smiled indifferently before replying, "Why such hostility, noble consort Lu? Aren't you happy to see an ally again?" Lu Qingqiu ignored Mu Yunshi's words, instead asking directly, "Why have you run back here? What, do you long to be toyed with on a man's bed?" Mu Yunshi laughed and said, "From the sound of it, you've already been toyed with like that." So you've already lost your purity. It seems our Qian Emperor is quite bold indeed, daring to meddle with a powerful incarnation like you. Lu Qingqiu let out a cold laugh, saying, now that you're back, do you think your fate will be any better? From the moment you set foot in Yan County, he must have known you were back. You won't be able to escape this time. Lu Qingqiu couldn't wait to witness Mu Yunxi being played to death by Lu Chen. Hearing Lu Qingqiu's words, Mu Yunxi appeared nonchalant as she said, since I've returned, naturally I'm not worried about that. Don't try to frighten me. Lu Qingqiu chuckled lightly and said, so why are you looking for me here? Your chamber is next door, not here. Hurry over, perhaps that man is already waiting for you next door. If you dared to return, it means you're prepared. Go on then, go enjoy yourself. Upon hearing Lu Qingqiu's words, a surge of fear arose in Mu Yunxi. She knew Lu Qingqiu couldn't bear to see her well. This woman's eagerness to see her played by that man indicated that it was certainly no good thing, at least not with Lu Chen. Just how terrifying was this tyrant to make even a mighty incarnation like Lu Qingqiu perceive such treatment as torture. At this point, Mu Yunxi regretted her return, and she thought about running away again. But then she thought about the burning sensation on her body every time she practiced, and the image of Lu Chen that would occasionally surface in her mind, spurring her to not be a coward. If she did fall to cowardice, even if she managed to flee, she would return before long. That man must have done something to her. With that thought, Mu Yunxi smiled charmingly and calmly said to Lu Qingqiu, Noble consort Lu, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Lu Qingqiu replied coolly, a question. What question? Do you want to know about his capabilities as a man? I have nothing to tell you about that. You'll understand once you've experienced it yourself. Mu Yunxi said, that's not it. I just want to know how many times you've served in his chamber since you came to Yan County. Lu Qingqiu answered indifferently, what, you haven't become his woman yet and you're already thinking about vying for favor. You will have to work hard for that. With so many wives and concubines, it won't be your turn to serve him every day. Having said this, Lu Qingqiu no longer wished to speak with Mu Yunxi, and she spoke to the maid in the yard, Xiaoya, see the guest out. Seeing Lu Qingqiu's coldness, Mu Yunxi chuckled and, without saying anything more, turned and left Lu Qingqiu's chamber. Watching Mu Yunxi's enchanting figure depart, Lu Qingqiu couldn't help but think, twist all you want, we'll see if you can still twist your waist in a few days. Yunrong Palace. After a long sigh, Lu Chen completely revived his spirits. Now in the Genesis realm, he naturally sensed Mu Yunxi's entrance into the imperial palace with ease. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curved slightly upward, then he caressed Yun Shenxian's face, honored master, rest well. Your disciple will be busy for a while. After Lu Chen slowly rose to his feet, Yun Shenxian felt as if her body had fallen apart. She, a celestial being, actually couldn't endure it. This unfilial disciple who betrayed his master and ancestors was indeed treating her like a toy. Detestable. When Lu Chen stood up, he noticed Yun Shenxian's icy yet blushing cheeks were staring at him furiously, as if she wanted to tear him into pieces. Seeing this, Lu Chen said with a smile, honored master, what kind of expression is that? Your disciple has been toiling for so long, and it's fine if you don't thank me, but why glare at me like this? Yun Shenxian didn't speak, she didn't want to say something only for this rebellious disciple to push her down on the couch again and torment her further. Lu Chen gently caressed Yun Shenxian's jade-like cheek, sliding over it before moving to stroke her silver-white hair. Yun Shenxian did not shy away. Having been completely devoured by this rebel, there was nothing left to hide. Yun Shenxian's skin was as pale and delicate as snow, with a faint blush within the white, looking irresistibly enticing, a piece of art. Seeing the fairy beneath him pretending to be indifferent, yet with a face full of blushing, Lu Chen almost couldn't wait to continue. But he still controlled himself, for there were guests waiting for him. Soon, he would not only listen to the reports from the 10,000 immortal sect disciples but also meet the wife who had fled their marriage only to return on her own. At that moment, Lu Chen leaned down gently and kissed Yun Shenxian's thin lips. She offered no resistance, letting Lu Chen kiss her. After the kiss, Lu Chen stood up, gazed into Yun Shenxian's beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, Honored master, wait for me just a moment. After I finish handling my affairs, I'll come back to accompany you in cultivation. With these words, Lu Chen leisurely had the maids in the room dress him. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at the imperial study room. Outside the room, several people in white clothes were waiting. Lu Chen had used shadow shifting to go directly to the imperial study room, so those people did not know that he had already arrived there. They were still anxiously waiting outside. When they had set out, Bai Guangyu had specifically instructed them that the Daxia Emperor's identity was special, and seeing the Daxia Emperor was like seeing the sect master of the 10,000 immortal sect, so they were all very nervous. Just as the 10,000 immortal sect disciples were wondering when they would be able to see Lu Chen, a female guard came out and said, "His Majesty has arrived, please come in." Hearing this, the disciples of the 10,000 immortal sect immediately entered the imperial study room. When they saw Lu Chen upon entering, they froze on the spot. On their way to Yan County, they had been in a hurry and hadn't inquired about the Daxia Emperor. In their minds, the Daxia Emperor was supposed to be an old man. Unexpectedly, the Daxia Emperor was so young. This made them very curious as to why Bai Guangyu had said that the Daxia Emperor's status was higher than that of a sect master. After the group gathered their thoughts, they hurriedly bowed to Lu Chen and said, "Disciples of the 10,000 immortal sect greet your majesty." "Long live your majesty, long live, long live." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Rise." "Thank you, your majesty." After they got up, Lu Chen looked at the leading disciple from the 10,000 immortal sect and said, "Tell me, what is the current situation in the Misty World, and where does the 10,000 immortal sect rank in terms of overall strength there?" Hearing this question, the leading disciple Yu Wenguang replied, "Your Majesty, there are 8 known major sects in the Misty World at present, among which our 10,000 immortal sect, the Misty Immortal sect, and the Lingu sect are the 3 strongest. If we are to discuss the strength of forces, the 10,000 immortal sect and the Misty Immortal sect are roughly equal, both possessing 2 experts in the yin-yang realm, but since the 2 sides have not engaged in large-scale direct conflict, it would be inappropriate for a subordinate like me to arbitrarily conclude which of the 2 is stronger." At this point, Yu Wenguang continued, "As for the smaller forces, there are quite a number. The Misty World is vast, and its space is unstable, with fragments from other worlds constantly falling into the Misty World, bringing more forces and cultivators to it." Lu Chen thought about it and realized that the troubles in the Misty World would not be resolved in a short period of time. Even if he were to defeat all the presently existing forces in the Misty World, others from different worlds would continue to fall into the Misty World. It was a location of temporal and spatial turbulence. No one could predict whether an even more powerful force would emerge in the Misty World in the future. At this moment, Yu Wenguang and the others looked at Lu Chen, waiting for him to inquire further about the 10,000 immortal sect, assuming that Lu Chen, the Great Sum Emperor, would not know about the 10,000 immortal sect's affairs. However, Lu Chen then spoke, "You have come from afar and must be tired, go rest." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yu Wenguang and the others were stunned. Was that it? Just that one question? Despite their confusion, Yu Wenguang and the others did not continue to speak and immediately bowed, saying, "We shall take our leave." Afterward, Yu Wenguang and the rest turned and left the imperial study room. Lu Chen had wanted to ask about the Misty Immortal sect, but he reconsidered. These disciples from the 10,000 immortal sect spent all their days in the sect, and if they knew anything, it was likely only the matters that were common knowledge in the Misty World. Asking them about the Misty Immortal sect might not yield as much information as Wu Junwan and Li Qinru would know. To inquire about the current situation within the Misty Immortal sect, it would be more appropriate to question its own disciples. He had already instructed the Brocade Guards to send a message to the 10,000 Immortal sect disciples in Black Dragon City. It shouldn't be long before disciples from the Misty Immortal sect would be escorted to Yan County, where he could take his time interrogating them. After the 10,000 Immortal sect disciples left the Imperial study room, Lu Chen once again used shadow shifting and directly arrived at Mu Yunxi's palace. At that moment, Mu Yunxi was standing in the Grand Hall, looking around. For some reason, a strange sense of crisis had suddenly emerged in her heart. She kept feeling that Lu Chen would suddenly burst forth from somewhere and pin her down. At this time, Mu Yunshi thought to herself that as long as she clarified what that guy had done to her, she would immediately leave Yan County and then find a way to solve her problem. What she wanted to know most now was not the location of a pharmacy to treat her ailment but the cause of her illness. She felt that the cause might be related to Lu Chen. If she could just figure out the cause, there would surely be a way to solve it in the vast cultivation world. As Mu Yunshi got lost in thought, suddenly a familiar voice came from behind her. Let's see, who has come back? Well, if it isn't my Yunshi wife. Hearing this, Mu Yunshi quickly turned around. Upon seeing Lu Chen again, Mu Yunshi's mind froze for a moment, and she suddenly felt an urge to get closer to him. Lu Chen said with a smile, I thought my Yunshi wife would never come back. I didn't expect you to return on your own after just a year. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Yunshi always felt that Lu Chen was deliberately humiliating her, which made her even more certain of one thing: he must have done something to her body. Otherwise, why would he have been so confident to let her leave initially, even saying before that even if she escaped, she would eventually return to him one day? It must have been then that this man had used something on her, only she didn't know it. Mu Yunshi twisted her waist and slowly turned around, then revealed a cold and charming smile. Your Majesty, what a clever trick. Lu Chen asked with a puzzled face. Trick? What trick? Seeing Lu Chen pretending to know nothing, Mu Yunshi chuckled and said, Your Majesty really knows how to pretend. Does Your Majesty really not know what you have done to me? Lu Chen continued to feign ignorance. What have I done to you? How do I not know what I have done to you? We haven't even consummated our marriage. Seeing Lu Chen continue to play dumb, Mu Yunshi directly said, Your Majesty, there's no need to pretend anymore. Just tell me straight. Did you poison me, or did you use some kind of bewitching bug or cast some spell on me? Lu Chen said indifferently, What do you mean? I have never done those things. Mu Yunshi said, I do not believe that a woman like Lu Qingqiu would willingly stay by Your Majesty's side without any coercion, with so many wives and concubines around Your Majesty, all utterly submissive. To say that Your Majesty hasn't used some kind of control on them, I do not believe it. Hearing Mu Yunshi's words, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. This woman was indeed very smart to have guessed that he used some tricks. However, returning to the topic, smart women were not few. His harem was not lacking smart women, like Li Qinru and Yun Shenxian, who had long guessed that he used some method on them, but now they no longer cared. Moreover, they still haven't figured out exactly what he had done to them. Seeing Lu Chen smile yet remain silent, Mu Yunshi said with a smile brimming with amusement, What, have I hit the mark, and you don't know how to refute? Lu Chen smiled and said, Refute? Why should I refute? Mu Yunshi was stumped by Lu Chen's words. Indeed, if this man had already used tricks on his women, why would he need to refute anything? After all, his women were already incapable of resistance, only able to obediently be his women, toyed with and bearing his children. At this moment, Lu Chen walked toward Mu Yunshi, saying as he approached, Even if I used some tricks on you, you are already my woman now. What can you change? Watching Lu Chen gradually draw near, Mu Yunshi's heart trembled, and she was frightened into retreating continuously. Mu Yunshi retreated toward the other side of the Great Hall, and the direction she retreated toward was precisely where the soft couch was. Seeing her retreat, Lu Chen also walked forward, forcing her to keep retreating. Mu Yunshi forced a smile and said, Why do I feel like you resemble a demonic cultivator so much? Lu Chen said, Demonic cultivators and righteous cultivators, there seems to be no difference. Have the righteous cultivators in your cultivation world ever refrained from doing anything unethical? At this, Lu Chen paused. Oh, my mistake. In the eyes of righteous cultivators, whether something is ethical or not is probably for them to decide. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Yunshi continued to retreat, now truly feeling that Lu Chen was a demonic cultivator. However, speaking of which, if Lu Chen really were a demonic cultivator, he wouldn't have actively destroyed the heavenly demon. From this point of view, Lu Chen was still a righteous cultivator. It's just that his methods were indeed somewhat despicable. This guy actually manipulated his women, making them unable to leave him. Mu Yunshi suddenly realized that she too had fallen victim to Lu Chen's manipulation. Did this not mean she also couldn't leave this guy? This was troublesome. She must find a way to uncover the method to break free from his influence. Then, Mu Yunshi said, Your Majesty, you are now the sole emperor of Tianshan continent, possessing supreme power. Why would you need to use those petty tricks to bind your women? With such strength and power, which woman would not willingly undress upon seeing you? Why resort to such dishonorable tactics? Upon hearing Mu Yunshi's words, Lu Chen said, Oh. So, are you saying that you would also undress willingly upon seeing me? Why haven't I seen you do it yet? Mu Yunshi, smiling gently, said, Does not this attire please your majesty even more? Why should I take it off? Mu Yunshi's clothing had always been quite revealing. Her fair neck, smooth shoulders, flat belly, and slender waist were all exposed. Moreover, she wore a light gauze dress that made her long fair legs appear both hidden and visible, irresistibly inviting exploration. It's not that Mu Yunshi dressed this way especially for meeting Lu Chen, she was simply used to it. In her original world, she had always dressed like this, enjoying the cool and relaxed feel. Hearing Mu Yunshi's reply, Lu Chen laughed and said, I didn't expect that my consort also knows how enticing it is to reveal just enough. Then you're wearing this outfit everywhere, are you not tempting other men? As he spoke, Lu Chen suddenly quickened his steps, forcing Mu Yunshi to rapidly retreat several steps back until she directly bumped into a soft couch, accidentally falling onto it. Mu Yunshi hurriedly got up, planning to flee the place, feeling that if things continued this way, she might lose her virtue. However, as soon as she rose, Lu Chen grabbed her wrist and immediately pushed her down onto the soft couch, looking down at Mu Yunshi, a woman full of exotic charm. The calm expression on Mu Yunshi's face vanished, her smile also freezing. She said somewhat frantically, Your Majesty, I previously captured a disciple of the Lingu sect for you. That disciple was the leader sent by the Lingu sect to invade this world. Considering the great merit I have achieved, could your majesty please release me from your control? Hearing Mu Yunshi's words, Lu Chen lifted his hand, hooking her delicate chin and looking into her charming eyes as he said, Do you think I would let go of such a beauty over such a trivial matter? Hearing Lu Chen's mocking words, Mu Yunshi was slightly startled. Yes, this lustful man always stuffed his harem with beauties upon seeing them. Now that she had walked into the trap herself, how could he possibly let her go? Mu Yunshi suddenly felt regret, but regret was useless. If given another chance to choose, she would ultimately still choose to return to Yan County and surrender herself. There was no helping it, Lu Chen had already gained control over her mind. She had encountered a severe problem in her cultivation. If she didn't break free from the control, she might succumb to cultivation deviation. Knowing that it was now impossible for Lu Chen to voluntarily relinquish control, Mu Yunshi thought to herself that she had to resort to the last method available. That was to please Lu Chen, including but not limited to voluntarily offering herself. Although she would lose her purity, given the current situation, she would become Lu Chen's plaything just the same if things continued. It would be better to take the initiative instead. By offering herself voluntarily, she could comfort herself that it was her own choice, not because Lu Chen forced her. She wasn't Lu Chen's plaything, rather, it was she who had slept with Lu Chen. After all, she had lived many years as a cultivator, and although she valued purity, she wasn't the naive little girl she had been before. For her, her own life was certainly more important than her virginity. After thinking it through, Mu Yunshi smiled at Lu Chen and said, Your Majesty, I can serve you, but could you perhaps release your control over me? If you're always controlling my body, how will you know if I'm doing this willingly? Don't you want to see what it would be like when I take the initiative? If you're always controlling your woman, you'll never experience the pleasure she can bring you when she takes the initiative. Don't you agree with me? Hearing Mu Yunshi's seductive words, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly curved upward. This woman sure had wonderful ideas. He then said, Fine, I can release your control, but only after you become my woman. Seeing Lu Chen agree, Mu Yunshi felt a small thrill of excitement. Although she knew she might lose her virginity next, it was a small price to pay for her freedom. The key point was, Mu Yunshi glanced over Lu Chen's entire person. Lu Chen was also exceptionally handsome, so giving herself to him didn't feel like a loss, despite his promiscuity with many other women. He loved to bathe, so she pretended that he was cleansed. After reassuring herself, Mu Yunshi prepared herself and then said, "Then, Your Majesty, release me from your control today. I will definitely, Before Mu Yunshi could finish her sentence, Lu Chen leaned down and kissed her red lips. Mu Yunshi hadn't expected Lu Chen to be so impatient. But it didn't matter, sooner or later, they had to do it anyway. As Lu Chen's kissing intensified, Mu Yunshi felt increasingly weak and her consciousness began to blur. Pressing down on Mu Yunshi's soft, delicate body, Lu Chen once again felt what it was like to have fiery passion. Mu Yunshi's body was very soft, pressing against it felt extremely comfortable. Of course, the bodies of Lu Chen's women were all quite soft. Perhaps because it was the first time he was this close to Mu Yunshi, there was a very strong sense of novelty. At that moment, Mu Yunshi's eyes were languid. She had not expected Lu Chen's kiss to be so intense. Just a kiss, and she felt completely vanquished, even breathing became difficult. Mu Yunshi already felt very anxious about her situation. She now realized that she couldn't use her spiritual power at all. Which meant, under these circumstances, Lu Chen, the lecherous cad, could do whatever he wanted with her, and she couldn't resist at all. This also confirmed to Mu Yunshi that Lu Chen indeed had some means of control over them. Otherwise, how could it be that every time she touched this lecherous cad's body, she would become completely weak and develop thoughts of intimacy with him? Thinking about her fate, Mu Yunshi sighed softly in her heart. Yet, she thought it was all worth it. As long as she could break the control, she could completely escape from this lecherous cad. Then she could flee to the misty world, and this lecherous cad, even if he wanted to find her, wouldn't find it so easy. At that moment, what Mu Yunshi didn't know was that Lu Chen had never intended to completely consume her right away. His idea was simple: since Mu Yunshi was so proactive, he would let her be even more proactive. First, he would give Mu Yunshi some sweetness, then keep her hanging, and eventually, when she couldn't take it anymore, she would come running to beg him. For Mu Yunshi, a fairy with exotic charm, Lu Chen did not plan to get to the point in one go. After passionately kissing for a while, Mu Yunshi indeed couldn't hold back her impulses anymore. Her delicate jade hands wandered over Lu Chen's body. However, Lu Chen did not give her the chance. He directly grabbed Mu Yunshi's hands, lifted both of her hands with one of his, pressing her wrists together, preventing her from continuing to touch him randomly. But during this process, Lu Chen's kissing did not stop, and one of his hands landed on her flat belly instead. Feeling Lu Chen's touch, Mu Yunshi suddenly felt her entire body ignite. She felt extremely uncomfortable, as if she had been struck by spring venom and might die if she did not get relief soon. At this moment, Mu Yunshi subtly twisted her waist, making it look like she was provoking Lu Chen, hoping he would do something to her. Unfortunately, Lu Chen remained unmoved, only continually kissing her. Just when Mu Yunshi was about to reach her limit, Lu Chen suddenly released her arms, then directly got up from her body and stood beside the soft couch. Mu Yunshi was dumbfounded. With seductive eyes, she looked at Lu Chen and said, Your Majesty, what are you doing? Lu Chen smiled and said, My noble concubine, apologies, I suddenly remembered that I still have some matters to handle. Let's stop here for today, I'll come to see you again in a few days. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen vanished with a shadow-shifting technique, leaving the empty hall. Mu Yunshi was stunned. When she came back to her senses, she cursed weakly and in frustration, Lu Chen, you bastard. Mu Yunshi was no fool. She obviously saw what Lu Chen was thinking. The bastard was just playing with her, teasing her, humiliating her. Damn it. Even though Mu Yunshi was furious, Lu Chen had escaped, and there was nothing she could do but writhe alone on the bed. After leaving Mu Yunshi, Lu Chen returned to the imperial study room, and it happened that Qin Yushan arrived. After offering his respects, Qin Yushan spoke, Your Majesty, earlier consort Mu brought back the leader of the Lingu sect who invaded our world. Do you want to interrogate him personally? Since it was a minor leader of the invaders, he surely knew more than the average invader. Lu Chen said, Yes, interrogate him. I'll go now. Lu Chen then proceeded to the prison. Lei Wendi was tied to the torture frame, his pipa bone pierced with an iron hook. his skill completely disabled, yet he was still arrogantly shouting. You lowly commoners of this inferior world, how dare you treat me like this? Once the restrictions of the Misty World are lifted, the Lingu sect will surely kill all of you. A bunch of lowlifes, release me now. Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled slightly and said to Lei Wendy inside the prison, if you're so powerful, how did you get disabled by a bunch of lowlifes? Doesn't that make you even lower than a lowlife, even more despicable? Upon hearing someone's voice, Lei Wendy immediately looked in the direction from which it came. Seeing the comer dressed in a black and gold dragon robe, he instantly deduced Lu Chen's identity and asked with a sneer, so you are the Emperor of Great Sum. Just a lowly commoner of an inferior world, what makes you worthy of being the Emperor of the entire Tianshan continent? The Tianshan continent is not something you lowly commoners can possess. Release me at once, and if you pledge allegiance to the Lingu sect, perhaps they will allow you to remain as emperor. Lei Wendy was so arrogantly confident, naturally, he had his reasons, though he was indeed trapped here. In his view, the Daxia dynasty was already teetering on the brink of collapse. At this point, Lu Chen watched Lei Wendy with interest and asked with a smile, I am very curious, what exactly has given you the courage to be so presumptuous on someone else's territory? Are you not afraid that I might just kill you right now? Lei Wendy let out a snort and said, it won't be long before the Misty World's prohibitions disappear. Once they do, all the powers of the Misty World will come to vie for the lands of the Tianshan continent. How long do you think you can remain emperor? Now, the Misty Immortal Sect and 10,000 Immortal Sect have already joined forces, dreaming of splitting the entire Tianshan continent in two and making it their own territory. They certainly do not require a mundane dynasty, and you will inevitably be destroyed by them. Only by joining the Lingu sect and relying on their protection can your position as emperor possibly continue. Seeing Lei Wendy so confident that he would be released, Lu Chen directly said, I am curious, what would you think if I told you that the 10,000 Immortal Sect is my sect? With these words, Lei Wendy was stunned, and when he regained his senses, panic spread across his face as he said, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a lowly commoner from a lower world be the master of the 10,000 Immortal Sect? At most, you are nothing but a pawn of the 10,000 Immortal Sect. Although he said this, Lei Wendy still felt a strong sense of crisis. Even if the Emperor of Great Sum were a pawn of the 10,000 Immortal Sect, wouldn't that leave him with no way out? Lu Chen responded indifferently, whether I am a master or a pawn, it doesn't much concern you. After all, Great Sum has a very close relationship with 10,000 Immortal Sect. So, what do you think are the chances of survival for a disciple of the Lingu sect who has fallen into the territory of the 10,000 Immortal Sect? Lu Chen's words instantly quenched Lei Wendy's arrogant demeanor. His expression filled with panic, his face pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans slid down from his face. Continuing like this on the territory of the 10,000 Immortal Sect meant he probably had no other path but death. No wonder the woman who captured him was so powerful. It turned out the 10,000 Immortal Sect had long been laying their plans. The Tianshan continent had already become the 10,000 Immortal Sects. That meant even the Misty Immortal Sect had been played by the 10,000 Immortal Sect. Of course, none of that mattered now, what mattered was how he could stay alive. Lei Wendy quickly begged for mercy, Your Majesty, I am the leader sent by the Lingu sect to invade the Tianshan continent. I know many secrets about the Lingu sect. If you promise me a way out of this, I will tell you everything I know about the Lingu sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen did not ask any questions and directly said to a Jinyue guard beside him, take him down, then give him paper and pen, and let him write at his leisure. After receiving Lu Chen's order, the Jinyue guard acted promptly, and in a moment, Lei Wendy was released from the rack, and paper and pen were placed before him. Upon picking up the pen, Lei Wendy did not immediately start writing but suddenly thought of something and then said, you wouldn't be pretending to be from the 10,000 Immortal Sect to get information out of me, would you? Lei Wendy felt confused. The Lingu sect was the first to discover the spatial rift, so how could people from the 10,000 Immortal Sect have occupied the entire Tianshan continent ahead of them? Could it be that a spatial rift had appeared much earlier? Could such a thing be true? In terms of possibility, it indeed could be. However, there was also another possibility. that the 10,000 Immortal sect hadn't occupied this world at all, and the Daxia Emperor wasn't a disciple of the 10,000 Immortal sect, but it was all a lie made up by the Daxia Emperor to extract information from him. Hearing Lei Wendi's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Since you do not believe, then I shall prove it to you." Lu Chen then instructed the Jinyue guard, "Go invite the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect over." Lei Wendi was stunned by Lu Chen's words. He frowned and looked at Lu Chen, who appeared calm and composed. Lei Wendi felt a jolt deep within. Could it be that the Daxia Emperor was truly from the 10,000 Immortal sect? After a moment, Yu Wenguang and others arrived in front of Lu Chen. Seeing him, they immediately saluted and said, "We pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty live for 10,000, 10,000, 10,000-fold years." Seeing that it was indeed the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect, and that they were saluting Lu Chen, Lei Wendi felt completely hopeless. Lei Wendi recognized Yu Wenguang. Yu Wenguang and the other disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect had come to this world together, but Yu Wenguang had vanished soon after, his whereabouts unknown. Afterwards, there was the attack on the Lingu sect by the disciples of the two sects. Normally, disciples of great sects would not easily kneel in worship to emperors from the mundane world. Only if the emperor held an especially exalted status, such as those of the cultivation empires, could he prompt sect forces to bow their heads. Despite being an emperor from a lower realm, Lei Wendi struggled to comprehend why the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect had shown such great reverence to Lu Chen. Could it be true, as claimed by this Daxia Emperor, that the 10,000 Immortal sect belonged to him? If that was the case, the origins of this Daxia Emperor might be even more terrifying than he had imagined. Lei Wendi did not indulge in further idle talk and picked up the pen, writing down everything he knew about the Lingu sect, with great detail. He certainly did not want to die here. Although he worried that Lu Chen might go back on his word, he knew that if he chose not to write, his death would be even more miserable. By writing, at least there was a glimmer of hope. About an hour later, Lei Wendi finished writing all he knew. Once the papers concerning the Lingu sect were laid out in front of Lu Chen, he seriously read through all the content. The Lingu sect did not have many great secrets, or perhaps it was that Lei Wendi and the other disciples of the sect did not know much. It was not surprising, the disciples sent to invade the Tiantian continent by the Lingu sect were those of the Unity Realm. Even though Unity Realm disciples were pseudo-celestials and held considerable strength in this world, they were akin to ordinary people in the Misty World and the Cultivation World, where they were dime a dozen. How could such disciples possibly be privy to the core secrets of the sect? At this time, Lei Wendi watched Lu Chen nervously, fearing a betrayal. After all, Lu Chen was an emperor now, and he was expected to keep his word. Afterwards, Lu Chen said, "My word is as good as gold, you may leave now." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lei Wendi was overjoyed and hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Your Majesty." As for Lu Chen, Lei Wendi, now devoid of skill and merely a commoner, was inconsequential, whether dead or alive. Moreover, letting him go, who knows what other uses he might serve. After interrogating Lei Wendi, Lu Chen left the dungeon and went directly to the weapons factory for inspection. He wanted to see the current production status of the rune weapons. When Lu Chen appeared at the weapons factory, Li Yu, who was in charge of rune weapon manufacturing, hurried out to greet him. The manufacturing of the rune weapons was initially entrusted to Mo Xing and his brother. However, there is a tricky aspect of the rune weapons. Engraving runes requires at least someone of the master realm, and neither Mo Xing nor his brother had such strength yet. Their craftsmen were also rarely qualified for the task. Ultimately, Lu Chen assigned the task to Li Yu from Luoyang Academy, entrusting him to bring those above the master realm with the talent for rune engraving from the two academies to produce the rune weapons. Seeing Lu Chen, Li Yu immediately saluted, "Greetings, Your Majesty, may you live forever, forever and evermore." Lu Chen nodded slightly, "Dispense with the formalities. How is the progress of the rune weapon manufacturing?" Li Yu replied, "We have made 2,000 rune muskets and 30 rune cannons." Lu Chen inquired, "Have the rune cannons been tested for their power?" Li Yu answered, "They have, and the power is very significant." If a direct hit were made on a celestial, they might not withstand it. Lu Chen said indifferently, celestials also vary in strength and weakness. Li Yu said, indeed, your majesty, but the power is truly quite formidable. You can fire the cannon yourself. Lu Chen replied, then let's go, let me see for myself the power of this cannon you've manufactured. Li Yu immediately gestured for him to follow, this way, your majesty. Soon, Li Yu led Lu Chen to the testing ground, where several cannons were already in place. One of the cannons was covered in golden runes and looked quite distinct from the others. Beside it, there was also a golden rune musket. Lu Chen asked, the materials used to make this cannon seem different. Li Yu replied, Your Majesty, the materials inside this cannon are the same as the others, except for a reinforcement layer we applied to the outside. We have added some special substances from Fengyan Island. It's the same substance that Great Sum used to make the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrows. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen thought for a moment. This kind of substance was quite unique, and if it could be used on rune weapons, it would indeed make them much sturdier. However, Lu Chen then continued to inquire, it's difficult to dissolve this material, isn't it? Li Yu responded, yes, we specifically assigned people to dissolve this material, but so far, only 2 cannons and 10 muskets have been plated with a layer of it. Lu Chen did not ponder further. He immediately approached the cannon and instructed the soldiers, load the cannon, I will test it myself. Yes, Your Majesty. The soldiers sprang into action, loading the cannonball. Then, Lu Chen placed his hand behind the cannon and began to channel spiritual power into it. As the spiritual power flowed, the golden runes on the cannon's surface emitted a blue glow, and as the blue light drew closer to the muzzle, the rune cannon boomed. In the next instant, the ground caved in. After the cannonball was fired, it flew a great distance before landing in the forest. Not long afterward, a huge mushroom cloud rose from afar. Seeing the mushroom cloud, Lu Chen was stunned. Was this a rune cannon? It felt like a nuclear weapon. With the mushroom cloud's ascent, the testing site was blasted into a vast crater. An ensuing shockwave swept towards Lu Chen and the others. Fortunately, they were at a sufficient distance. Otherwise, some of the lower realm soldiers might have been blown away. Under the sweeping force of the shockwave, some ordinary soldiers could hardly keep their bodies steady, and they quickly clung to the nearby large trees. After the explosion had ended, Lu Chen spoke, the effect is quite good, you all did very well. Li Yu said excitedly, thank Your Majesty. To receive praise from the Sum Emperor was an immense honor. Lu Chen estimated the power of the cannon. It wouldn't be a problem to kill a celestial of the 10th layer of the realm instantly. The celestials in the cultivation world were just the most common cultivators, naturally unable to withstand the power of weaponry nearing that of a low-yield nuclear device. At this moment, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Once the prohibitions of the Misty World disappeared and those invaders from the Misty World came rushing in, seeing these cannons, would they feel a particularly pleasant surprise? This gift would definitely satisfy them greatly. Lu Chen then picked up a golden rune weapon, quickly loaded a bullet, and aimed at the distant woods. Infusing spiritual power, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud noise followed by a blue bullet flying out. When it reached a certain distance, it suddenly exploded, with force comparable to a self-destructing cultivator of the Unity realm. Such power was already sufficient to cause severe damage to a celestial. A few more shots, and killing a celestial wouldn't be a problem. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction once more and then said, very good, very good. At this moment, Lu Chen seemed to already envision the sight of those invaders from the Misty World scurrying around in panic. Qianyuan World. Shenwu Dynasty, Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace of the Shenwu Dynasty was majestic and expansive, spanning nearly 100,000 square kilometers, adorned with brilliant gilded carvings and painted rafters. Hanging at the very top of the palace was a tremendous hall, housing the fearsome great emperor who was dreaded by various worlds. 10,000 years ago, Emperor Shenwu had waged wars across many worlds, annihilating countless empires and worlds. Today, innumerable worlds bowed down to the Shenwu dynasty. However, at the peak of his prowess in warfare, Emperor Shenwu suddenly halted his conquests, returning directly to the Qianyuan world, where he has since resided in the imperial palace. To be precise, he remained in the celestial hall above, having delegated even his court politics, devoting himself entirely to cultivation. He entrusted all state affairs to one woman, his current empress. At this very moment, in a courtyard within the celestial hall, where the stream trickled and birds chirped among fragrant flowers, a tall and burly man approximately 3 meters in height was seated in a pavilion, meditating. The next moment, a shadow appeared outside the pavilion. Sensing someone's arrival, the man asked, "How did the trial go?" The shadow immediately replied, reporting to Emperor Shenwu, "Aside from Prince Lu Chen, the trials of all the princes have concluded." Hearing this, Emperor Shenwu didn't seem surprised at all. He said indifferently, "Trash will always be trash." At that point, something seemed to occur to him, so he continued to ask, "I remember his soul bead was placed in a lower world. Why has he not yet completed his trial?" The shadow answered, "Emperor Shenwu, Prince Lu Chen seems engrossed in the pleasures of women, with no heart for cultivation, which is why his trial has still not ended." At this moment, Lu Chen was unaware that his every move was actually being monitored by a higher-level world, and many of his actions were already known to others. Another identity of Lu Chen was that of the ninth child of the martial emperor of the Shenyu dynasty in the Qianyuan world. Hundreds of years ago, for some special purpose, Emperor Shenwu had personally killed all his children, enclosing their souls in soul beads, and then had them scattered across various worlds to undergo trials. In the worlds where the soul beads of the princes were dispersed, Emperor Shenwu had prepared a variety of resources, such as in the world where Lu Chen was, he had arranged various powers, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and various cultivation resources. He even prepared a flying boat capable of leaving that world. When Emperor Shenwu heard that Lu Chen was indulging in the company of women, he snorted coldly and then declared, "The Shenyu dynasty does not need waste." Upon hearing this, the shadow immediately understood what Emperor Shenwu meant. "Yes, your subordinate understands." Afterward, the shadow left the courtyard. Not long after, somewhere within the imperial palace of the Shenyu dynasty, a woman wearing a bright red phoenix robe and a beaded phoenix crown was gazing at the enormous palace floating in the sky. Soon, a figure appeared behind the woman. "Greetings to the Empress." The woman did not bother to dismiss the formalities and instead asked icily, "What did His Majesty say?" The newcomer replied, "His Majesty said the Shenyu dynasty does not need waste." Upon hearing this, the woman smiled faintly. "Indeed, the Shenyu dynasty does not need waste." At that moment, that person asked, "Do we need to take action then?" Empress Shenwu said indifferently, "There is no need, let him live or die on his own. If I remember correctly, that lower world seems to have a heavenly demon." Although Lu Chen had a noble lineage and was naturally stronger than others, it was pity that he did not have enough cultivation resources. He was doomed not grow powerful. When arranging for resources, Empress Shenwu had sabotaged the effort, instructing her people to gather up all the important cultivation resources and techniques. In a low-level world like Tianqian, where spiritual power was scarce, without the cultivation resources and techniques prepared in advance, it was impossible for Lu Chen to grow stronger. His ultimate fate would be death at the hands of the heavenly demon lurking in Tianqian world. After hearing the words of Empress Shenwu, the person kneeling behind her said, "Your subordinate understands." Empress Shenwu then instructed, "You may leave." "Yes." After the person had left, Empress Shenwu raised her hand, and an image appeared before her. In the image, Lu Chen was fervently spending his time with Chu Yukan. Seeing this, she sneered and said, "The son of the great martial emperor has degenerated to the point where he only knows how to sprawl atop a woman each day, how laughable." Although Empress Shenwu could see some scenes related to Lu Chen, she was unaware that Lu Chen had already slain the heavenly demon in Tianqian world. A month passed, and Yun Shenxian also departed. After a month of nurturing by Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian's strength had mostly returned to the 10th layer of heavenly man, and her injuries had healed. Now, all Yun Shenxian needed was to go to a place rich in spiritual energy to quickly restore her strength. Not long after Yun Shenxian's departure, Wu Junwan also went into labor. In theory, since Wu Junwan had learned the rejuvenating skill, Lu Chen's presence was not necessary for a smooth delivery, but Lu Chen still personally went to Wu Junwan's room. Wu Junwan lay on the bed at that time, her complexion looking exceptionally good, not at all like someone about to give birth. Meanwhile, Chu Yukin and the others were still in the room, laughing and chatting around Wu Junwan. When they saw Lu Chen arriving, his other consorts hurriedly made way for him to approach. Lu Chen sat down by Wu Junwan's bed and smiled as he asked, "Junwan, how are you feeling now?" Wu Junwan smiled back, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am fine. It seems the child wants to play a little longer and won't come out." Wu Junwan herself knew the rejuvenating skill, and she could feel exactly what the child in her belly was doing. Lu Chen raised his hand, placed it on Wu Junwan's belly, and began to stroke it as he said, "It's not right for the little rascal to keep hiding in mother's belly and not come out. Come out quickly." In the midst of speaking, Lu Chen infused Wu Junwan with a great amount of spiritual power. The next moment, the room was filled with the wailing cries of a newborn, and those responsible for the delivery busied themselves, cutting the umbilical cord and wiping down the child. Soon after, the child was brought to Wu Junwan. Just as she was thinking of using the rejuvenating skill to restore some of her strength and repair her body, she realized Lu Chen's hand was still on her belly, continuously infusing her with refreshing spiritual power. It didn't take long for Wu Junwan's body to recover. Holding her child, a maternal smile appeared on her face. This was her first child, and she never thought she would become a mother so quickly. At that moment, Wu Junwan looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Your Majesty, could you think of a name for the child?" Without even thinking, Lu Chen said, "I've already thought of one, let's call him Lu Yunjie." Wu Junwan replied, "Thank you for naming him, Your Majesty." Having said that, Wu Junwan began to soothe the baby in her arms, using the rejuvenating skill. Seeing mother and child, Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face. But just then, something occurred to Lu Chen. He glanced at the system panel before him, puzzled, as there was not even the slightest indication of activity. What was going on? Wu Junwan had given birth to the child, so why had the system rewards not come yet? If it had been before, the system rewards would have arrived as soon as the child was born. This was the first time he encountered a situation where the system rewards didn't arrive immediately, which gave Lu Chen a very bad premonition. He then asked in his mind, "System, where are my rewards?" As Lu Chen's words fell, the system did not respond, as if it had disappeared altogether. Lu Chen's brow furrowed, but he quickly smoothed it out, forcing a calm demeanor. He turned to the consorts in the bedroom and said with a smile, "You all have a good chat. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Lu Chen's consorts didn't think much of it. Naturally, they were unaware of what had happened. Lu Chen immediately used shadow shifting to reach the imperial study room directly. Once inside, the smile on his face froze, and he called out to the system again. "System, where are my rewards? System, where have you gone? System, you haven't run off, have you?" After several calls, the system still did not respond, and at this moment, Lu Chen was extremely anxious. All his achievements stemmed from the system, and now that the system had vanished, how could he not be anxious? After calling for the system multiple times with no response, Lu Chen sat down heavily in the chair where he usually handled his governmental duties. However, the panic that had been on his face was now gone, replaced suddenly by a slight smile. He suddenly felt incredibly relaxed, as if knowing that a beautiful dream was about to end brought him relief. From the day he acquired the system, he knew there must be a conspiracy behind it, or that the system would eventually leave him. So, he thought at the time, while he still had the system, he must enjoy it thoroughly. Now that he had enjoyed all that he could, if it had been in his previous life, he would never have had the power and status he held now, nor would he have so many beautiful wives and concubines. In terms of personal ambitions, he had obtained everything he had wanted in his previous life, and he had no complaints. Lu Chen then said to himself, "Come on then, let me take a good look and see who is really behind all this, who is controlling everything." Just as Lu Chen was mentally prepared to face the truth, he realized that nothing was happening. The system was still silent, and there was no other occurrence. Thissa. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, so he immediately began circulating the spiritual power within his body. His spiritual power and everything else were still present, only the system was gone. He had originally thought that all he had was thanks to the system, and now that the system had disappeared, everything he had obtained through it would also vanish. Unexpectedly, the things he obtained did not disappear with the system. Strange. How could this be? Lu Chen was puzzled. The system had disappeared, shouldn't that mean that everything behind it should be revealed by now? Why was nothing happening? Just as Lu Chen was perplexed, suddenly, a familiar female voice came through. Ding! Congratulations, host a Fizza reward obtained a Fizza. The system's voice was choppy, as if it was being interfered with by something. Lu Chen was utterly baffled. What was happening? Lu Chen then tried once more to call out mentally, "System, what is going on with you?" The system still did not reply to Lu Chen's voice. The next moment, the system emitted a strange noise. System under attack. Attempting self-repair. Repair failed. Attempting repair again. Repair failed. Repair failed. Subsequently, a string of repair failed appeared in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen was stunned. What level of person had acted, capable of directly targeting his system? As Lu Chen stared at the continuously popping up notifications, suddenly, the system's voice changed. Repair failed. System of lots of suns and lots of blessings requests to evolve autonomously. Evolution successful. Detected external virus, requesting elimination. Elimination successful. Hearing the sounds coming through, Lu Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. The system's announcement was still in the same female voice as before, but it no longer had a mechanical tone. The previous system announcement sounded like a robot speaking, but now it was like a real person talking. Lu Chen was now beginning to suspect whether some powerful figure was playing tricks on him from behind the scenes. While Lu Chen was lost in thought, the system's prompt sound finally rang again. System of lots of suns and lots of blessings at your service, dear host. The system's announcement voice remained cold, but it sounded noticeably more emotional. Lu Chen responded dazedly, hello. Lu Chen then cautiously asked, System, what's this about? The system immediately answered. The system had just been attacked by an unknown force. It has now returned to normal, please do not worry, host. Lu Chen said, oh, I see. Lu Chen immediately asked, what about my system reward? The system reward is the Fei Hong Immortal Boat, which has been issued. Due to the influence of the unknown force, the host needs to personally go to Fengyan Island to claim it. An immortal boat. Lu Chen immediately thought of the building discovered by the brocade guard on Fengyan Island. It seemed that the mysterious building was indeed what was known as the Fei Hong Immortal Boat, and had always been there, only he could not obtain it until a specific time. Thinking this, Lu Chen fell silent. The system's voice had changed and he was somewhat not used to it. Moreover, he couldn't explain why, but he felt the system was no longer like the usual programs, it seemed more like a specific person. Especially the voice, it was too much like that of a living person. Lu Chen then asked, System, my wives and concubines will still receive rewards upon giving birth to children, right? This was Lu Chen's biggest concern at the moment. With such a significant change in the system, no one knew whether he would still receive rewards for having children. As Lu Chen's words fell, the system prompt sounded. After the system upgrade, the host's unpregnant wives and concubines will not be able to bear human offspring. Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned. What did that mean? Unable to bear human offspring. Could it mean bearing monsters? Lu Chen asked, what does this mean? The host's lineage is special. With each offspring born, a portion of the host's destiny and bloodline power will be divided. If the host continues to bear children, there is a great likelihood that the host will not be able to become emperor. Thissa. Lu Chen puzzledly asked, how is this different from what you initially said? Didn't you say the more children born, the more rewards? Now you're saying that having children will instead divide up my destiny. The system prompted. Previously, the system was influenced by a mysterious force, enticing the host to bear more offspring, thereby continuously dividing the host's destiny and bloodline power. The system has now returned to normal. Hearing the system's words, Lu Chen snorted and then said, "Either way, it's all up to you. How would I know whether what you said before is true, or what you're saying now is true?" The system continued, "The host may choose not to believe, but the host has no choice." The next moment, Lu Chen's identity information popped up. Host. Lu Chen. Identity. Ninth son of Emperor Shenwu of the Qian Yuan World God Moon Dynasty. Realm. Creation Realm First Level. Cultivation Techniques. Qi Refinement Mantra Complete. Rejuvenating Skill Complete. Dragon and Phoenix Yin Yang Skill Complete. Absorption Technique Complete. Shadow Shifting Complete. Heart Controlling Skill Complete. Divine Skills. Enlightenment. Weapons. Slayer Spear Earth Rank. Godslayer Sword Heaven Rank. Worlds Impregnated. 0. Seeing the system interface before him, Lu Chen fell silent. How did he have yet another identity? Lu Chen asked, "Am I not the son of the Sum Emperor?" The system answered then, "Hundreds of years ago, Emperor Shenwu killed all his children to select and refine a body for reincarnation. He then placed their souls into soul beads and dispersed them across various worlds, preparing them with abundant cultivation resources. These resources came in various forms and were obtained by the children of Emperor Shenwu to keep growing. This system was influenced by a mysterious force, enticing the host to bear more offspring, resulting in damage to the host's bloodline and destiny, slowing the host's increase in strength." Hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen fell into contemplation. To tell the truth, he found it very difficult to believe the system's words anymore. The system had lured him into having so many children, only to tell him now that having children had actually siphoned off his bloodline power and also divided his luck. Wasn't this a trap? Could a mirror, influenced by a mysterious force, really suffice as an explanation? However, even though Lu Chen knew the system might be hiding something, he could only continue along the path it had set for him, as he wasn't yet powerful enough to explore the truth. If he couldn't continue having children, how could he still receive system rewards? Was the system not useless then? Thinking this, Lu Chen continued to ask, "You are the system of lots of sons and lots of blessings, but now that I can no longer receive rewards through having more children, what use are you to me?" The system answered, "Although the host cannot obtain rewards through having children, the host along with his wives can cultivate a child world. As long as the host's wives can nurture a child world, they can still obtain substantial rewards." Lu Chen, puzzled, asked, "Child world, what is that?" The system replied, "It's like the small worlds such as Tianqian world." Lu Chen, still confused, asked, "How can one nurture that?" The system answered, "The host cultivates children the same way he would cultivate a child world." Lu Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. Having children he certainly understood, perhaps no one knew better than him about propagating offspring, but cultivating a child world was something he had heard of for the first time. Moreover, cultivating a child world and propagating offspring were the same process. However, Lu Chen felt something was off. Having children had already divided so much of his luck and so-called bloodline power. If he cultivated a child world, wouldn't he have to divide his luck into a child world? Wouldn't he be even more unlucky in the future? Lu Chen then said, "Having children already divides my luck, won't cultivating a child world, with who knows how many lives inside, divide even more of my luck?" The system answered, "After the host cultivates a child world, not only will it not reduce your luck, it will increase your luck. If life forms appear in the child world, the luck of those life forms will be bound to the host. Their cumulative luck will be the sum of the host's luck. Most importantly, each time a child world is nurtured, the host and his wives will also obtain a portion of the cosmic origin power." Lu Chen asked, "What use is the cosmic origin power?" The system replied, "It is a power that any great emperor would desire. Obtaining the cosmic origin power is equivalent to receiving the universe's recognition, capable of rapidly increasing your strength." Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said with a smile, "I don't believe there are only benefits and no drawbacks." After all, the system had previously induced him to have children, which resulted in his luck and bloodline power being divided. To be honest, with his current realm, he couldn't even feel his luck and bloodline power being divided. He only felt that these two things were very abstract, especially the bloodline power. Luck was easier to understand, since luck was inherently elusive, so even if it was divided, it wasn't noticeable. But shouldn't bloodline power exist within a person? When had he ever divided his bloodline power? Could it be that while he was building a relationship with his wives, a sheikh would divide his bloodline power? Couldn't be that exaggerated, right? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the system replied, "You have no choice." Well, Thina. Lu Chen also knew he had no choice. He could only listen to the system now. Anyway, one day he would break free from the shackles of the system, and he wanted to see who was really controlling it. Lu Chen continued, "To have my wives bear children. Oh no. Bear sub-worlds, is it easy?" The system replied, "It's easy. The host's wives just need to absorb some of the fortunes from other worlds to meet the conditions for conception." Lu Chen snorted with laughter. Just as he thought, the system was up to no good. Lu Chen said, "To obtain the fortunes of other worlds, do I need to attack these worlds and conquer them to gain their fortunes?" The system replied, "The host can understand it that way, but the host can also persuade others with reason, allowing the strong from other worlds to voluntarily share a part of that world's fortune with the host's wives." Lu Chen scoffed again. Persuade with reason. Did he really think the people from other worlds were fools? Would they be willing to share their fortunes with him? Without thinking, he knew that a world's fortune was incredibly important to a world, and why other worlds' people would willingly share their fortune with them. Forget it, it's useless to think more now. Just keep climbing, for only by growing could he perhaps learn of the system's conspiracy. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and then asked, "Can my wives and I still use the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill to enhance our cultivation?" The system answered, "The dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill is still the main cultivation technique for the host to enhance his cultivation, but the host can also practice other techniques." Lu Chen thought for a moment. As long as he could still improve his cultivation through the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill, that would be enough. He would take things one step at a time. Meanwhile, misty world. Suddenly, the front of a flying boat emerged through the dense fog. The flying boat was incredibly huge, like a small mountain. Upon seeing their glowing jade tokens, the people on the boat were extremely excited. Tianqian World. We have finally found Tianqian World. Great. As long as we can find that woman, our mission will be completed. No, this isn't Tianqian World. This is on the edge of Tianqian World. The space is extremely unstable. We must hurry on. At that moment, the man standing at the bow of the boat, looking at the expanse of white mist, said sentimentally, 100 years and we have finally located the position of Tianqian World. As long as we can take that woman back, I would be credited with a great achievement, and the palace master will surely reward me. As the man's voice fell, another voice rang out, "Brother Yu, what if Sister Yun is unwilling to return with us?" Hearing this, Yu Lianche snorted coldly, "She doesn't get a say in this. She is vital to our mysterious moon palace, especially her immortal spirit body. Only by handing her over can our mysterious moon palace have a glimmer of hope for survival." Centuries ago, a genius suddenly rose in their world. This person's talent was terrifying, and most crucially, he always managed to seize powerful opportunities, becoming the strongest in their world in his 20s. This young man coveted Yun Shenxian's immortal spirit body, intending to use her as a furnace cauldron. Consequently, Yun Shenxian fled, and later, the young man declared that if Yun Shenxian wasn't found within a millennium, he would annihilate the mysterious Moon Palace. This forced the mysterious Moon Palace to dispatch most of its disciples in search of Yun Shenxian. Later, the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, through the Tianji Pavilion, discovered that Yun Shenxian was in Tianqian World, and then the mysterious Moon Palace collectively mobilized, dispatching countless immortal boats to locate the exact position of Tianqian World in the cosmos. At that moment, Yu Lianche released his spiritual power to probe the entire misty world. He wanted to verify the specific circumstances of Tianqian World and check for any powerful enemies. Yu Lianche was overly excited and failed to contain his released spiritual power, especially since they were at the edge of the misty world, a place inherently unstable in space and time. No sooner had Yu Lianche released his spiritual power than the immortal boat began to sway wildly up and down. At this moment, a disciple shouted, No good, this space is about to shatter. Yu Lianche quickly retracted his spiritual power and rushed to the control room of the immortal boat, struggling to stabilize it. Following that, all the disciples of Zanyu Palace on the immortal boat started working together to maintain the barrier of the boat, preventing it from being torn apart by the spacetime rifts. The next moment, a huge vortex appeared below the immortal boat and sucked it in. After an unknown amount of time, the immortal boat was thrown into a cosmic space, and upon seeing the surrounding galaxies, Yu Lianche and the others were somewhat dazed. The disciples who had fallen on the immortal boat now stood up, and Yu Lianche hurriedly said, "Quick, take out the star map and determine our position." Soon, the disciples of Zanyu Palace took out the star map, rapidly assessed their location, and one disciple approached Yu Lianche and said, "Brother Yu, we are at the location we passed through 10 years ago. I checked the navigation records of the immortal boat, and we had stayed here for a while 10 years ago." Hearing this, Yu Lianche was somewhat speechless. Encountering a spatial rift had transported them to such a distant location. At this moment, Yu Liangce's expression was very ugly. Over these 10 years, they had been traveling at full speed on the immortal boat, and only then had they reached the location of the Tiantian world. That means, if they wanted to return to the Tiantian world without a spatial portal, they would need to spend almost another 10 years to get back there. Wasn't this a waste of their time? It was not easy to find the Tiantian world, and just as they were about to find that woman, they now encountered a spatial rift and were sent away again. A moment later, Yu Lianche sighed and then said to himself, "Well, we've already found the location of the Tiantian world. Spending another 10 years is nothing. What's 10 years compared to 100 years already spent?" He had previously sensed the Tiantian world and found that there were no strong presences inside, which meant that as soon as they re-entered the Tiantian world, they could directly capture Yun Shenxian without encountering any obstacles. At that moment, Yu Lianche thought of something and then said, "Send a message to Zanyu Palace, tell them we have located Yun Shenxian." Yes. After the system upgrade, Lu Chen's daily life hadn't changed much. He dealt with government affairs during the day and still nurtured his relationships with his wives at night. The system only said they couldn't have children, it didn't say they couldn't practice the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill with his wives. Evening. Chu Yukin's bedroom. At this moment, Chu Yukin lay disheveled on a soft couch, while Lu Chen leaned on her, helping her practice the mysterious female technique. After an unknown duration, Lu Chen turned her over, gazing directly into her beautiful eyes. Her eyes misty, her cheeks flush with a tantalizing shyness. Lu Chen's heart fluttered at the sight of her. Then, Chu Yukin suddenly spoke, "Chenur, I want another child." Upon hearing Chu Yukin say this, any man's desire would be stirred, including Lu Chen at this moment. The fires of desire within him instantly roared to life, yet he soon cooled down again. After the system told him that having children could divide his luck and bloodline power, he had lost all interest in having children, although, naturally, as a man, there was something in Lu Chen's genes that couldn't quite refuse Chu Yukin's invitation. At that moment, Lu Chen tenderly caressed Chu Yukin's beautiful face, smiling as he asked, "My dear wife, why do you suddenly want a child again? Do you really want one, or are you just trying to excite me?" After all, they were still engaged in such activities, and Lu Chen couldn't tell if Chu Yukin was just building up his anger or really wanted a child. Stunned by Lu Chen's question, Chu Yukin was also puzzled and said, "I don't know why, just now I suddenly wanted Utoa. Makia. Me pregnanta." Chu Yukin's face grew redder as she spoke, and her voice became as faint as a mosquito's. Seeing the beautiful woman so bashful, Lu Chen couldn't hold back any longer. He bent down again, sealed her lips with his own, and devoted himself entirely to serving Chu Yukin. After an unknown duration, still caught in the excitement, Lu Chen suddenly heard a voice near his ear. "Congratulations, host, for creating a child world with Chu Yukin, rewarded with formless sand." The sudden appearance of the system's voice gave Lu Chen quite the shock. The system's announcements used to be in a mechanical voice, so he had become accustomed to it, and could ignore it entirely even during intimate moments. But now things were different. After the system upgrade, the announcement sounded exactly like a human voice, creating the sense that someone was constantly watching him, making him extremely uncomfortable. Though there were always maids in the room serving them, and many eyes watching, and sometimes he even played card games with his wives, he never felt watched because, in his eyes, they were all insiders. But at that moment, the system's announcement sounded in a way that he couldn't perceive it as a familiar voice. Lu Chen paused for a moment. At this time, Chu Yukon was gazing at him with affection, puzzled by his reaction. Seeing that Lu Chen made no move, Chu Yukon immediately activated the mysterious female technique, causing Lu Chen to hiss sharply as he drew a breath of cold air. Then, he looked at Chu Yukon and smiled, saying, "My lady, when did you also start being naughty?" Chu Yukon's face flushed, and she did not reply. Having been Lu Chen's woman for so long, and even having borne him 2 children, she still felt somewhat reserved in front of him, always feeling a bit ashamed. Of course, it was exactly this sense of shame in the beautiful woman that made Lu Chen insatiable. Just as Chu Yukon was about to continue serving Lu Chen with the mysterious female technique, suddenly, she felt as if something new had appeared within her body. This thing seemed not really inside her body, but she was able to sense its presence, as if it were a world inside her body. Chu Yukon was slightly stunned. Seeing that Chu Yukon's expression was somewhat off, Lu Chen immediately asked, "My lady, what's the matter?" Chu Yukon came back to her senses, puzzled, and said, "I don't know why, but I suddenly felt like there's a strange space inside me that I can sense, but..." Hearing Chu Yukon's words, Lu Chen thought to himself that this must be what they call a child world. However, speaking of which, it was strange. Hadn't the system stated that his wives needed to absorb a sufficient amount of fortune before they could give birth to a child world? Why did it happen that just after the system had been upgraded not long ago, there was already a world gestating inside Chu Yukon? Lu Chen didn't ponder the matter too deeply. He bent down and, while stroking Chu Yukon's disheveled hair, comfortingly said, "Madam Chu, don't be afraid. This is normal." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukon felt reassured, knowing that Lu Chen probably understood what was happening. Lu Chen continued, "Madam Chu, I have some bad news for you." Chu Yukon was startled, then said, "What bad news? Just tell me." Lu Chen said, "It seems we might have difficulties having children in the future." Chu Yukon was momentarily dazed, her maternal instincts had surged recently, and for some reason, a voice deep within her urged her to bear more children for Lu Chen. Now, Lu Chen suddenly told her that it would be difficult for them to have children in the future. However, Chu Yukon quickly brushed aside her initial shock and gently said, "Chenur, you have now cultivated to the Genesis realm, and I am now a celestial, so having children is indeed not easy." Lu Chen said, "It's not just because of our realms." Chu Yukon curiously asked, "Are there other reasons?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes, because I have awakened a special constitution. In the future, it will be difficult for us to have offspring. We can only breed child worlds, just like what you are feeling now." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukon sensed the existence of that world again. It was still very small but full of vitality and already supported some flora and fauna. Chu Yukon found it hard to comprehend, how could their intimate relations give rise to such a world? Not to mention Chu Yukon's confusion, even Lu Chen himself did not understand, but he wasn't bothered to understand. As long as birthing worlds brought no harm to his wives, it was acceptable. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Chu Yukon was reassured and said, "I understand." Seeing that Chu Yukon was not at all despondent, Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Madam Chu, aren't you upset? Your wish to have more children is dashed now, isn't it?" Chu Yukon, blushing, replied, "I don't know what came over me, I suddenly very much wanted to have children with you. But since we already have 2 children, we don't necessarily need more descendants. And, if life is born in the small worlds we breed in the future, those lives can also be considered our descendants." Hearing Chu Yukon's thoughts, Lu Chen was reassured. Just moments ago, he had been worried that Chu Yukon might be distressed about not being able to have children. At that moment, Lu Chen said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We have a long night ahead of us, let me thoroughly explore the world we have bred together." Hearing this, Chu Yukon's entire face flushed. What naughty things was this man saying? Lu Chen then made his move again, and Chu Yukon, no longer dwelling on other thoughts, continued to use the mysterious female technique to aid Lu Chen in cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Qianyuan world, Imperial Palace. At that moment, Empress Shenwu, clad in a phoenix robe, stood on the pavilion. Before her eyes was the scene of Lu Chen and Chu Yukon engaged in that intimate act. Watching everything between Lu Chen and Chu Yukon, Empress Shenwu sneered to herself, "Back then, you devoted yourself to cultivation, rejecting me time and again. Now you have been corrupted by the fearsome allure of women, ruining your Tao heart. I wonder what you'll feel when your memories awaken." Just as Empress Shenwu's words trailed off, suddenly, her brain felt dizzy, and her body staggered. After a moment of dizziness in her brain, Empress Shenwu quickly steadied her body, a hint of confusion flickering across her usually indifferent face. What is happening? Why is my destiny slipping away? Empress Shenwu swiftly unleashed the power of yin and yang, probing the flow of her destiny, only to discover that her fate was actually being siphoned toward Chu Yukon in the Tianqian world. Empress Shenwu's brows furrowed, her expression growing even colder. The Chu Yukon of the Tianqian world was merely an avatar she had casually created, so how could it be stealing her destiny? After pondering for a moment, Empress Shenwu raised her hand and waved, and the next instant, the causal link between her and Chu Yukon was completely severed. It was time to put an end to this. From now on, Chu Yukon is Chu Yukon, and Empress Shenwu is Empress Shenwu. 10,000 years ago, as the saintess of Gai sect, Chu Yukon fell in love with Prince Lu Chen of the Shenyu dynasty. To become Lu Chen's Tao companion, Chu Yukon desperately showed her love towards him, but Lu Chen was single-mindedly devoted to pursuing the Tao and had no room for women in his eyes. He had not even glanced at Chu Yukon directly. Ultimately, Emperor Shenwu discovered the chaotic spirit body within Chu Yukon and forced the Gai sect to send her over to become the empress, awaiting the maturation of her chaotic spirit body to then use her as his furnace cauldron. From love turned hatred, Chu Yukon believed that if Lu Chen had accepted her earlier, breaking her virginity, then the chaotic spirit body would have become ineffective, and she wouldn't have ended up as Emperor Shenwu's cultivation tool. 1,000 years ago, Emperor Shenwu recalled all his sons and killed them, placing their souls into soul beads and casting them into various worlds for trials. In retaliation against Lu Chen, Chu Yukon added something to his fate using the Sky Evolution Stone. The Sky Evolution Stone is a unique object. Utilizing it, one could decide the direction of a person's life to a certain extent. After influencing the souls of all the princes with the Sky Evolution Stone, they would continue to grow stronger in a manner acceptable to them, then encountering the resources Emperor Shenwu had prepared for them in advance. For example, if a prince could come to terms with the concept of reincarnation, then he would generate a false memory, believing he was reincarnated. Under the influence of the Sky Evolution Stone, he would continue to grow stronger according to the false memories of his past life. If a prince could accept the setting of a ring grandfather, then the Sky Evolution Stone would be able to control causality, causing a destitute mighty soul to appear in that world. Chu Yukon personally used the Sky Evolution Stone, infusing Lu Chen with some false memories, making him believe that he was a member of the demon sect in a past life and that he could continuously grow stronger by practicing the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill with women through dual cultivation. Lu Chen, being the son of Emperor Shenwu and possessing a special bloodline, the more children he had, the more his destiny and bloodline power would be divided and go away, which was a disaster for him. Even if he could improve his strength in the short term through the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill, even if he did enhance his power, his potential achievements were thoroughly limited, making it hard for him to ever become an emperor. Under Chu Yukon's manipulation, Lu Chen was reborn hundreds of years later than the other princes who were partaking in the trials, and she had also sealed off the spiritual energy of Tianqian world into the misty world, causing the Tianqian world's spiritual energy to become scarce and cultivation more difficult. It can be said that Chu Yukon had thoroughly sealed off any possibility for Lu Chen's growth. More than a decade ago, as Lu Chen was about to start his cycle of reincarnation, Chu Yukon, eager to witness how he fell from grace step by step, purposely created an avatar to send to the Tianqian world. When the avatar was sent into the Tianqian world, it caused the enchantments of the misty world to disappear for a while, which was also when Wu Junwan and the honored master of Li Qinru entered the Tianqian world. Originally, Chu Yukon wished to monitor every move of Lu Chen through the avatar. However, unexpectedly, upon the avatar's arrival in the Tianqian world, almost all connection with her soul was severed. Chu Yukon didn't think much of it, considering it was likely caused by the Sky Evolution Stone. But fortunately, there was still one causal link remaining between her and the avatar. Through this link, she could still see through Chu Yukon's eyes what Lu Chen was doing, but that was the extent of it. However, this was enough for Chu Yukon, as each time she saw Lu Chen striving his utmost over her avatar, her real body felt an elating sense of revenge. After all, the once uninterested in women and cultivation obsessed Lu Chen had become someone who only knew how to lie on women's bodies after his reincarnation, descending into such a state, which to Chu Yukon was the best form of vengeance. As Empress Shenwu severed the causal link with the avatar completely, the scene before her eyes dissipated as well. Her revenge was now complete. Emperor Shenwu had given up on Lu Chen, and Lu Chen had ruined his own foundations, meaning he would never be able to grow further. Most importantly, there was a heavenly demon in the Tianqian world. Lu Chen might not die, but he was likely to be gravely injured by the heavenly demon, becoming a disabled person, destined to remain in the incomplete Tianqian world until his time was up, returning to dust. Empress Shenwu took a deep breath, her gaze becoming unwaveringly determined. The matter of Lu Chen was over, now it was time to consider how to deal with Emperor Shenwu. She certainly did not want to be used as his furnace cauldron and be drained to death. She felt that her chaos body might mature in less than 10,000 years, and within this time, she must find a way to counter Emperor Shenwu. Lu Chen and Chu Yukon were busily engaged. For some reason, Lu Chen suddenly noticed that Chu Yukon had become more proactive, more mature and seductive. Chu Yukon wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's strong waist, gazing affectionately deep into his eyes, she said softly, "Chen'er, let me die." Seeing Chu Yukon before him, Lu Chen wondered if she had become a different person. However, Lu Chen didn't care about these changes, this version of Chu Yukon only increased his desire to conquer. Soon, Chu Yukon experienced the sensation of dying and coming back to life. The next morning dawned. When Lu Chen awoke, he felt the soft body of the beautiful woman and immediately had some ideas, but he didn't act on them. Gently stroking Chu Yukon, who was lying on his chest, Lu Chen asked the system in his mind. "System, can I still be intimate with my wives after they conceive child worlds?" The system replied, "You can, and doing so can actually speed up the growth of the child world, and once the child world matures, the host will be able to receive even more generous rewards." Lu Chen continued, "How many child worlds can one of my wives conceive?" The system replied, "Countless. As long as your wives meet the conditions for conception, the host can have as many child worlds as you desire." Lu Chen didn't continue with more questions, and he opened the system interface to check the rewards he had received yesterday. Formless sand. Necessary material for repairing the Tianqian world. Lu Chen thought to himself that although the system had upgraded, it was still as stingy as before. It just gave one material for repairing the Tianqian world. At the moment, it seemed to be of little use to him. Then, Lu Chen asked, "What other materials do I need to repair this world?" The system answered, "You are still lacking a formless willow. The formless willow can grow into the world tree. With it, this world can be restored to its original state." It was then that Lu Chen suddenly thought of Shui Linglong and Bai Qingqing, who were both pregnant with his children. Now that the system had been upgraded and the way of receiving rewards had changed, he wondered if he would still receive rewards after the children in their bellies were born. With this in mind, Lu Chen hurriedly asked, "System, will there still be rewards after the children of my pregnant wives are born?" The system replied, "The host need not worry, the due rewards will still be given." Hearing the system's reply, Lu Chen was reassured. He couldn't let himself and his two wives work in vain. Lu Chen didn't continue with more questions. His entire being was in a state of mental blankness, but his hand continued to caress Chu Yukon's delicate body. At that moment, Chu Yukon also woke up. Chu Yukon opened her eyes slightly and saw Lu Chen's hand playing with her. Chu Yukon silently cursed in her heart, calling him a little rascal. Feeling Chu Yukon's muscles slightly contract, Lu Chen knew she was awake and asked with a smile, "Wife, did you sleep well last night?" At that question, Chu Yukin's face flushed slightly and she said softly, "With you here, I could sleep well no matter what." This response took Lu Chen by surprise. It was the first time he heard such a proactive answer. Just then, Chu Yukin twisted her body slightly. Since they were still mentally connected, the moment Chu Yukin moved, Lu Chen almost couldn't control himself. Just as Lu Chen was thinking of continuing last night's game, Chu Yukin suddenly spoke, "Chen'er, I suddenly feel something strange about my body." Hearing this, Lu Chen asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you feel unwell somewhere?" The act of conceiving child worlds was in itself contrary to common sense, and Lu Chen had only heard of opening worlds within one's body through cultivation to a certain degree, but this was the first time he had heard that engaging in male-female activities could result in conceiving a child world. Therefore, Lu Chen was also somewhat concerned about the condition of his wives. He was very afraid that conceiving child worlds would bring some disaster to them. Chu Yukin said with a touch of bewilderment, "It's not that I feel unwell anywhere, it's just." Chu Yukin trailed off, hesitant to continue. Seeing that Chu Yukin couldn't articulate where she felt discomfort, Lu Chen immediately asked in his mind, "System, won't conceiving a child world harm my wife's health?" The system replied, "There is no harm at all. Not only is there no harm, but the host's wives will also receive feedback from the child world and gain quite a few benefits." Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, a system notification popped up in front of him. Name: Chu Yukin. Identity: host's wife, a manifestation of the Empress Shenwu from the Qian Yuan world god Moon dynasty, who created Chu Yukin to get close to the host in order to witness his downfall in revenge for the host not agreeing to be her Dao companion in the past. The Empress Shenwu, believing her revenge to be complete, has now severed the causal link with this manifestation, making Chu Yukin truly independent. Score: 97. Favorability: 100. Seeing Chu Yukin's updated personal information, Lu Chen was taken aback. Could it be that Chu Yukin was just an avatar of someone else? And one that was created to seek revenge and watch him? That shouldn't be possible, should it? Chu Yukin had always been so good to him since childhood. If she truly were an avatar created by his enemy, her initial favorability towards him couldn't have possibly been in the 90s, could it? Lu Chen asked in his mind, "System, could there be any issues with this updated information?" The system responded, "There are no problems with the information. Chu Yukin's true identity is indeed an avatar created by Empress Shenwu. However, once this avatar Chu Yukin entered the Tiantian world, Empress Shenwu cut off the divine sense connection with the avatar, allowing Chu Yukin to develop an independent personality." Lu Chen thought to himself, so that was the case. No wonder Chu Yukin had always been so kind to him since childhood. It was because her original self could no longer influence her. But still, at that moment, Lu Chen looked down at Chu Yukin without speaking, his entire being sinking into silence. He hadn't expected the person who had been with him as he grew up, who had protected him, to actually be an avatar of his enemy. At this time, Chu Yukin continued, "I just feel like my body has become much lighter, as if I've been freed from some sort of restraint." Lu Chen thought to himself that, previously, Chu Yukin in her original self had a karmic connection. To a certain extent, her original self also influenced Chu Yukin, which was why she felt a sense of restraint. If her original self took the initiative to sever the karma, from now on Chu Yukin's avatar will be separate from the original self, and Chu Yukin will become an independent individual. Naturally, she would no longer have that sense of restraint from karma. This was a good thing for Chu Yukin, and equally so for him. He certainly didn't want the woman he loved to serve as someone else's surveillance. What somewhat irritated Lu Chen was that, although he did not know what had happened and had not yet felt any trouble that woman had caused him, through the system's description and Chu Yukin's personal information, he always felt that woman brought disaster upon him. Now that woman had severed the karmic link with the avatar Chu Yukin, wanting to act as if none of this had ever happened, she sure was wishful thinking. At this time, Lu Chen held Chu Yukin and said, "Once you nurture a small world within you, the life of the small world will provide you with some life force, which might be why you feel much lighter." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin thought for a moment, then said, "So that's how it is." Chu Yukin didn't know the exact reasons, so she could only accept what Lu Chen had said as truth. Lu Chen asked the system in his mind, "System, since you say I am the child of the Shenwu Emperor of the Qianyuan world Shenyu dynasty, why don't I have any related memories, and why do all my memories seem to come from Earth?" The system replied, "The host's memories from the previous life have been sealed inside the reincarnation stone. If the host wishes to obtain past memories, the seal on the reincarnation stone must be lifted." The reincarnation stone. Lu Chen immediately thought of the stone he had obtained before. He then opened the system interface and found the reincarnation stone in the system's inventory. The reincarnation stone appeared to be just an ordinary pebble from the riverbed. The system had stated before that the reincarnation stone was necessary to fix this world, but he had not expected it also contained his memories from a past life. Lu Chen continued to ask, "Previous life's memories. Does this mean my memories from Earth or from my first life? Am I now in my third life?" The system answered, "The system is temporarily unable to answer this question for the host." Hearing this, Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. Obviously, the system was still hiding a lot from him. Forget it, he didn't feel like asking anymore. One day, he would figure out what kind of existence was behind the system and who was controlling everything. At this time, Lu Chen hugged Chu Yukin's delicate body, then slowly turned over, making Chu Yukin lie beneath him. Once again, he pressed down on her, looking down from above at her beautiful features. Chu Yukin gazed back at Lu Chen's handsome face. For some reason, she always felt like there was a fire burning in Lu Chen's eyes at the moment, but she couldn't tell if it was just her imagination. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Madam Chu, it's still early, let's continue to cultivate." On hearing this, Chu Yukin hurriedly said, "Chenur, you still have to deal with political affairs later." Chu Yukin didn't finish her sentence when Lu Chen leaned down to kiss her lips and then began their actions once more. This time, Lu Chen's cultivation was much more aggressive. Spiritual power surged wildly into Chu Yukin's body, and even with her use of the mysterious female technique, she was utterly unable to control Lu Chen's actions. Chu Yukin didn't understand why Lu Chen had suddenly become like this early in the morning, but she didn't let his roughness lead her to wild thoughts as she always trusted Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen indeed had a bit of anger in him, feeling annoyed by being plotted against by the Empress Shenwu, but since he couldn't trouble the Empress Shenwu now, what could he do? Since Empress Shenwu couldn't be found, then Chu Yukin would doa Chu Yukin is Empress Shenwu's avatar. If the main body doesn't suffer, then the avatar itself should bear it, I suppose. The moment Lu Chen thought of Chu Yukin as Empress Shenwu's avatar, the flames of desire within him were completely ignited. But soon, Lu Chen regained his clarity, remembering that an avatar is an avatar, and the main body is the main body. Moreover, the main body had already completely severed the cause and effect with the avatar. From now on, Empress Shenwu is Empress Shenwu, and Chu Yukin is Chu Yukin. It was uncertain how much time had passed before Lu Chen finally felt a bit better. Lu Chen lay his head on Chu Yukin's fragrant shoulder while she, with her slim jade arms, held Lu Chen's head and then gently and weakly said, "Chenur, did I do something wrong that angered you?" Although Lu Chen had always been quite harsh, just now it was obviously different from before. Lu Chen had lost control to the point where it seemed like he was purely venting. Lu Chen replied, "It's nothing. I just remembered some things that made me uncomfortable. It has nothing to do with you, Madam Chu." Chu Yukin said, "Whatever is making you unhappy, you can tell me. Although I may not be able to help you, it's surely better than keeping it all bottled up inside." As she spoke, Chu Yukin stroked Lu Chen's head. Hearing her words, Lu Chen slowly looked up, gazing at Chu Yukin's blushing cheeks as he smiled and said, "Madam Chu is the best, after all." Chu Yukin felt extremely comfortable hearing Lu Chen's words. Nothing mattered more in her life than Lu Chen, and obtaining his recognition naturally made her very happy. At that moment, Lu Chen slowly got up. "Madam Chu, I'll go handle state affairs now. You've worked hard last night to get some good rest." After withdrawing, Lu Chen went to the bath for a quick rinse before he left Chu Yukin's room, still in his clothes. Chu Yukin, too, had risen from the bed by then, her face beaming with happiness as she saw Lu Chen off. However, as soon as Lu Chen's silhouette disappeared from the palace, Chu Yukin suddenly felt an unbearable pain in her brain, as if needles were pricking into it. Chu Yukon hurriedly steadied herself, then began to apply the rejuvenating skill in an attempt to ease the pain. But the skill had no effect, and Chu Yukon fell to the ground in agony. The maid servants quickly hurried over. My lady, are you all right? My lady, this servant will go call His Majesty. His Majesty shouldn't be far. After hearing the maid's words, Chu Yukon hastily said, I'm fine, just a bit weary. His Majesty has countless matters to attend to. Do not trouble His Majesty over me. Seeing that Chu Yukon had said so, the maid servants didn't press the matter further. Chu Yukon continued, help me to the bed. The maid servants promptly supported Chu Yukon to the bed. As she lay down, her complexion turned deathly pale, the pain in her brain persisting, and it felt as if something was entering her mind. After a while, she seemed to see scenes flashing before her eyes, as if someone identical to herself appeared before her. Then, a voice reached her ears, you must immediately go to the Tianqian world and witness firsthand the downfall of that faithless man for me. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Yukon's memory became clearer and clearer. This is. Soon, a flood of familiar memories surged back into her brain, and Chu Yukon's eyes regained their clarity. However, in the next moment, Chu Yukon sat stunned on the bed, whispering to herself. Empress Shenwu. The memories of Chu Yukon's avatar were restored. When she was created by Empress Shenwu, she already possessed a certain degree of autonomous consciousness, but to some extent, she was controlled by the main body. Furthermore, when she came to the Tianqian world, she was very clear about her purpose, so she deliberately got close to Chu Yu, the maid responsible for the delivery of the soul bead, and became Chu Yu's sworn sister. Not long after, however, her memory was mysteriously sealed away. She had served as Chu Yukon by Lu Chen's side all along, ultimately sleeping with him and bearing him 2 children. At this moment, Chu Yukon's heart was exceedingly conflicted. With past memories merging with those of this world, she no longer knew how to face Lu Chen. She was originally created by her main body to witness Lu Chen's downfall, yet because of memory loss, she fell in love with Hema Lu Chen, to a certain extent, could be regarded as the main body's enemy, and as an avatar, she fell in love with the main body's enemy. Of course, the key point was that Lu Chen had always grown according to the life trajectory planned by the main body. Now with so many children, his luck and bloodline power had been divided away. His future growth would be very hard to achieve. At the thought of her and Lu Chen frequently engaging in passion, Chu Yukon's heart was filled with indescribable discomfort. If the main body had doomed Lu Chen to do nothing but linger over women, how could she possibly save him? After her memory was restored, Chu Yukon was constantly blaming herself. However, it didn't take long for her to discover a problem. Although Lu Chen was indeed growing up according to the life trajectory planned by his original self, many of the schemes of his original self had failed. For instance, the heavenly demon of this world had been easily dealt with by Lu Chen, but according to his original self's plan, Lu Chen should not have been able to handle the heavenly demon, and might even have been severely injured and trapped in this lower world for life. Moreover, Lu Chen had come up with some things she had never heard of before, such as the Slayer Spear and the mysterious female technique. Another point that puzzled her was that since she had arrived in this world, her contact with the divine sense of her original self had been completely severed, and a mysterious power had sealed her memory. If her memory hadn't been sealed and was influenced by her original self, she probably wouldn't have fallen in love with Lu Chen, let alone find herself unable to leave him now. Another point that made Chu Yukon even more puzzled was, according to the false memories added to Lu Chen using the Sky Evolution Stone by her original self, Lu Chen should believe that in his past life he was a disciple of the demon sect, and that he would keep using Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill with women to rapidly enhance his power. Although Lu Chen was indeed using the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill to enhance his power, the actual number of his wives and concubines was much lower than expected by his original self. If Lu Chen truly believed that he had been a disciple of the demon sect in his past life, first of all, his actions would not have been so ordinary. He would definitely have gotten involved with every beautiful woman he met, and if that were the case, his harem would have been overflowing long ago. Chu Yukon carefully recalled everything Lu Chen had done along the way, and she constantly felt that many details had completely escaped the control of his original self. Could it be? At that moment, Chu Yukon suddenly had a bold guess. Has Chenur recovered his memories of his past life? Thinking of this possibility, Chu Yukon quickly denied it in her mind. If Lu Chen had indeed recovered his past memories, he wouldn't possibly focus all his energy on having children. He was the son of Emperor Shenwu with a special lineage. Having children was not something beneficial for him, and he would not engage in such self-destructive behavior. In the past, when Lu Chen was in Qianyuan world, he was decidedly uninvolved with women, and it was because his original self was spurned in love that she developed hatred and wished to take revenge on Lu Chen. If he hadn't recovered his memory, then how was Lu Chen always able to come up with strange and unusual things, like creating a small world through dual cultivation? As a part of Empress Shenwu, she possessed most of the memories of Empress Shenwu, yet she had never heard that a small world could be created through the act between a man and a woman. At that moment, Chu Yukon actively sensed the small world within her body. There was nothing wrong with the small world, it was similar to those self-created by cultivators when they reached a certain cultivation state. But with her current celestial cultivation state, she was far from being able to create a small world. At this point, Chu Yukon thought of Lu Chen's odd behavior earlier, and her heart skipped again. Could it be that Chenur really had recovered his memories of his past life? Immediately afterward, Chu Yukon comforted herself. Even if Lu Chen had recovered his past life memories, there was no way he would know that all of this was the doing of Empress Shenwu, her original self, behind the scenes. When Empress Shenwu used the Sky Evolution Stone to complicate things for Lu Chen, he had already been turned into a soul bead and was unaware of the external affairs. Thinking of this, Chu Yukon sighed softly. Let's just take it one step at a time. Now that her original self had actively severed their karmic connection, she had become completely independent, and from now on, she could fully side with Lu Chen. The wishes that her original self failed to realize had been fulfilled by her as a partial incarnation. It was just uncertain how Lu Chen would react if he ever found out what his original self had done, whether he would choose familial duty over ancestral loyalty and just kill her. Thinking of this, Chu Yukon sighed again. If Lu Chen truly chose familial duty over ancestral loyalty one day, she would accept it. After all, Lu Chen had not yet left Tianqian world and completed the trials set by Emperor Shenwu, all because of what her original self had caused. Before Lu Chen acted against her, she was still Lu Chen's aunt, and would still wholeheartedly serve him. She would let him play however he wanted in the future. A Misty World. At the gap in the restrictions. Today, besides the Misty Immortal Sect, 10,000 Immortal Sect, and Lingu Sect, many other forces from the Misty World had also arrived. The news of the loophole in the restrictions ultimately couldn't be concealed from other forces and had spread throughout the entire Misty World. Now all the forces of the Misty World wanted to enter Tianqian world. The Misty World had been becoming more and more unstable recently, with quite a few small forces being wiped out due to collapses in space, and even some medium-sized forces being affected by spatial disturbances. For them, Tianqian world was now the only safe haven. Only by entering Tianqian world could they live in peace. At that moment, a sect leader of one sect spoke to Han Yuankai and Ji Hongwen and others, saying, "Sect leader Han, don't you three think you are being a bit too selfish? You discovered the spatial rift long ago but kept it secret from other forces. Do you three big forces really want to divide Tianqian world among yourselves, leaving no opportunity for other forces?" As the man finished speaking, another sect master echoed, "Although you three major forces are top powers in the Misty World, when all of us, big and small, hundreds of forces, come together, we are not to be taken lightly. If the three of you do not allow us into Tianqian world, then it will be a fight to the death." At those words, even more people became agitated. That's right, a fight to the death. The space in Misty World has already collapsed quite a bit, and it surely won't last much longer. A blow whether we strike or retreat, a better to make a break for it. If you three great forces do not step aside, then you are making enemies with the entire Misty World. Seeing the other forces of the Misty World in such a frenzied state, Han Yuankai and Ji Hongwen knew that if they did not let them in, a battle would likely be inevitable. Han Yuankai looked at Ji Hongwen and Zhang Hongye. "Sect Master Ji, Sect Leader Zhang, what do you two think we should do now?" If their three great forces did not let other Foss's disciples in, a conflict would certainly erupt immediately, and they would be enemies with all the forces of the Misty World. Zhang Hongye displayed an indifferent demeanor and said, I have no objections. Tianqian World is so vast, I believe accommodating all the forces of the Misty World won't be a problem. Zhang Hongye had already reached a breaking point. Initially, he planned for Linggu sect to occupy Tianqian World alone, then steal the fortune of Tianqian World, attempting to control the heavenly Tao of Tianqian World. As long as he could control the heavenly Tao of Tianqian World, even after the prohibitions of Misty World dissolved, and other forces entered Tianqian World, Linggu sect would still be in charge. But now, all the forces of Misty World knew that the prohibition was about to dissolve, and spatial rifts had also appeared. All forces wanted to enter Tianqian World, and eventually, Tianqian World would descend into chaos, rendering the plans of Linggu sect utterly void. Therefore, Zhang Hongye no longer cared about a few hundred more forces entering Tianqian World. Seeing Zhang Hongye say this, Ji Hongwen also remarked, sect leader Zhang is right. Tianqian World is vast enough to accommodate all the forces of Misty World. We don't need to be so miserly as to block other forces from entering. Han Yuankai had anticipated that the two of them would say such things. He said, since both of you think this way, let's allow the other forces to enter Tianqian World. However, there must still be some rules. With that, Han Yuankai looked at the leaders of those forces from Misty World and then continued, you want to enter Tianqian World, no problem. But once your disciples enter Tianqian World, they must not attack the disciples of our three great forces, otherwise, your forces will never be allowed to send disciples into Tianqian World again. The forces of Misty World, knowing only that disciples with lower cultivation could enter Tianqian World, were unaware that once they entered, they could not leave, so they weren't privy to the underlying scheme. Without even thinking, they immediately agreed to Han Yuankai's conditions. Alright, Fiery Cloud Palace agrees to these conditions. Mysterious Ice Manor agrees as well. Tiger King Valley agrees too. Seeing that all the major forces had agreed to his conditions, Han Yuankai's mouth curved into a slight smile. Then he said, since you have all agreed, we three forces won't say much more. You may now send your disciples into Tianqian World. As Han Yuankai finished speaking, the people of the three great forces quickly stepped aside, allowing the other Foss's disciples to pass through the spatial rift into Tianqian World. As evening approached, the Misty World became even more eerie and terrifying. Within the fog, some green lights flickered, making one feel quite uneasy. Of course, those in the Misty World had long been accustomed to its nighttime environment. At that moment, a palace-type magical treasure suddenly pushed apart the fog and quickly expanded, floating in the sky over the Misty World. The next moment, two figures flew towards the palace. There, standing at the entrance of the palace, was Han Yuankai, while the other two figures were Sect Master Ji Hongwen of the 10,000 Immortal Sect and Sect Leader Zhang Hongye of Linggu Sect. Seeing them arrive, Han Yuankai greeted them with a smile and then said, welcome, both of you. Since you both have come, that means you agree with what I wrote in the letters. Upon returning to the Misty Immortal Sect, Han Yuankai had immediately written 2 letters and sent them to Zhang Hongye and Ji Hongwen. The content of the letters was simple, proposing a collaboration with their 2 forces to then eliminate the other forces. This elimination of other forces didn't refer to just clearing out the disciples of other forces that had entered Tianqian World, but meant launching a direct war against all the forces in the Misty World, with their 3 families directly controlling the entire Misty World. Zhang Hongye said, Sect Leader Han, stop wasting time. Tell us, how do you plan to cooperate? The 3 major forces naturally didn't wish to share the Tianqian World with other forces. Tianqian World was indeed quite large, but no force would complain about having too much territory. In the past, the reason the 3 great forces tolerated the existence of so many powers in the Misty World was mainly due to the instability of the Misty World space. Some minor forces occupied these unstable areas, and even if they didn't exterminate these forces, these minor powers would disappear on their own due to spatial collapses. But Tianqian World was different. Tianqian World was a stable realm, and the 3 great forces naturally didn't want to share Tianqian with those powers. Of course, they each also had their own thoughts, all harboring ulterior motives. At this time, Han Yuankai said, "It's quite simple, our three major forces join hands, draw in some medium-tier forces, and first eliminate those powers that pose a threat to us. Once those forces that can threaten us are eliminated, the small sects and schools of the Misty World naturally wouldn't dare to oppose us in the future. At that time, our three major forces each swallow up the remaining forces of the Misty World, then enter the Tiantian World together, and divide Tiantian World into three." Hearing these words, Ji Hongwen unhesitatingly said, "I agree with Han Sect Master's proposal. If we do not eliminate those sects now, once we enter Tiantian World, they will inevitably compete with us for territory, and if they really band together, it would be a tremendous threat to our three great forces." From the standpoint of the 10,000 Immortal Sect, Ji Hongwen naturally hoped that the Misty World would be as chaotic as possible. After all, he was allied with Lu Chen. The more chaotic the Misty World became, the more the major forces fought each other and expended their resources, the more beneficial it would be to Tiantian World and to Lu Chen. Seeing that Ji Hongwen had agreed, Zhang Hongye also said, "Since Sect Master Ji has agreed, I too will accept Han Sect Master's proposal. Then, who does Han Sect Master think we should strike against first after we join forces?" Hearing this question, Han Yuankai didn't hesitate to say, "Naturally, Fiery Cloud Palace." The news about the appearance of spatial rifts in the Misty World was spread by Fiery Cloud Palace. Although I don't know how they found out, Fiery Cloud Palace played a leading role. If it weren't for Fiery Cloud Palace, those forces of the Misty World may not have been able to unite. Fiery Cloud Palace took the lead, so getting rid of Fiery Cloud Palace would serve as killing the chicken to warn the monkey. In the future, if other forces wanted to take the lead and cause trouble, they would have to think about the consequences. Once Fiery Cloud Palace was eliminated, it would serve as a huge deterrent for the other forces. Hearing Han Yuankai mention Fiery Cloud Palace, Zhang Hongye fell into contemplation. If he remembered correctly, Fiery Cloud Palace also had a Yin-Yang Realm expert, it's just that this expert from Fiery Cloud Palace kept a low profile and seldom appeared in front of others. Even during Fiery Cloud Palace's initiation of trouble against the three major forces, demanding that the spatial rift be relinquished to them, Fiery Cloud Palace's Yin-Yang Realm expert did not show up. After pondering for a while, Zhang Hongye spoke, "I remember Fiery Cloud Palace seems to have a Yin-Yang Realm expert." Hearing Zhang Hongye's words, Han Yuankai said indifferently, "Just one Yin-Yang realm, there's nothing to fear. Altogether, our three great forces already have 5 Yin-Yang realm experts, not to mention we each have numerous treasures and formations. Are we not capable of dealing with a force that has only one Yin-Yang realm expert?" Upon hearing Han Yuankai's words, Zhang Hongye's expression turned a bit grim, as Lingu sect also only had one Yin-Yang realm expert. If the 10,000 Immortal Sect and Misty Immortal Sect decided to join forces with Fiery Cloud Palace, it was possible that they could even eliminate Lingu sect. Of course, Lingu sect was much stronger than Fiery Cloud Palace, with quite a few experts at the Genesis realm, which was also the reason why Lingu sect could barely rank as the third power in the Misty World. Ji Hongwen said, "I agree with attacking Fiery Cloud Palace first. Since Fiery Cloud Palace likes to stand out, then they can't blame us for making an example out of them. Fiery Cloud Palace was indeed a significant threat, and if they could be eliminated, it would be the same as helping Tiantian World eradicate a powerful adversary." Ji Hongwen already had a plan in mind, to drastically exhaust the strengths of the major forces of the Misty World. Only in this way, once the restrictions of the Misty World faded, would the Daxia dynasty not face too much pressure. At that moment, Zhang Hongye said, "Alright then, let's attack Fiery Cloud Palace first." Han Yuankai said, "Since you both agree with my proposal, then you should go back to prepare. In 3 days, we will jointly attack Fiery Cloud Palace." As the words of Han Yuankai fell, Zhang Hongye immediately said, "I will take my leave first. See you in 3 days." Right after, Zhang Hongye turned directly into a streak of light and left Han Yuankai's palace. After Han Yuankai had left, Ji Hongwen didn't immediately depart. At this moment, Han Yuankai said to Ji Hongwen with a smile, "Sect Master Ji, now that Zhang Hongye is gone, we should also discuss our plan." Ji Hongwen said, Zhang Hongye isn't so easy to fool. Although you have pulled him to your side, he will definitely notice something eventually. Han Yuankai said with a smile, Sect Master Ji can rest assured. I've already secretly sent someone to deliver a secret letter to Zhang Hongye, telling him that as long as our three major forces eliminate the other powers, Misty Immortal Sect and Lingu Sect will join forces against 10,000 Immortal Sect. At that time, Misty Immortal Sect and Lingu Sect will divide Tianqian world together. Hearing these words from Han Yuankai, Ji Hongwen laughed, Sect Master Han, why do I feel that this is exactly what you're thinking? Han Yuankai said, what are you implying, Sect Master Ji? I am not that kind of person, and besides, even if Misty Immortal Sect and Lingu Sect truly join forces, even if we really eliminate 10,000 Immortal Sect, Misty Immortal Sect and Lingu Sect would also be heavily damaged in the process. If a slightly more powerful force suddenly emerged in the Misty world, Misty Immortal Sect could potentially be destroyed. I would not risk that. Compared to sharing Tianqian world with Lingu Sect, our Misty Immortal Sect would much rather cooperate with 10,000 Immortal Sect, especially since we've already forged an alliance, haven't we? Lingu Sect is merely a second-rate force. As long as other forces are thoroughly deterred, uniting our two sects and annihilating Lingu Sect would be an easy task. Though Han Yuankai spoke such words and they sounded somewhat reasonable, Ji Hongwen didn't truly believe him. Of course, Ji Hongwen also knew that Han Yuankai would not trust him either. Trust or mistrust was not important. What mattered was that they first joined hands to eliminate the other forces in Misty World. Ji Hongwen then said, then let's hope Sect Master Han will keep to the agreement. If Sect Master Han has nothing else, this old man will take his leave now. Han Yuankai said, very well, Sect Master Ji, please take care. After Ji Hongwen left Han Yuankai's palace, the smile on Han Yuankai's face immediately froze. Compared to Lingu Sect, what Han Yuankai truly wanted to annihilate was 10,000 Immortal Sect, for its power in Misty World was second only to Misty Immortal Sect, posing a great threat to them. If the two sects really did share Tianqian world, it would not be so easy for Misty Immortal Sect to take control of the entire world in the future. So, Misty Immortal Sect could not possibly truly cooperate with 10,000 Immortal Sect. The so-called cooperation now was only to eliminate other uncontrollable forces. Once those uncontrollable forces were wiped out, Misty Immortal Sect could later rally the remaining forces against 10,000 Immortal Sect, which would then find it difficult to contend with Misty Immortal Sect. Thinking of this, Han Yuankai's lips curled up slightly. He seemed to already envision himself unifying the entire Tianqian world, then leading the development and strengthening of Tianqian world, and taking the disciples of Misty Immortal Sect back to the realm of the Immortals. 1 month later. Mu Yunxi's sleeping palace. At this moment, there was not a single maid in the sleeping palace, all had been driven out by Mu Yunxi. She lay alone on the soft couch, engaging in some indecent activity. Mu Yunxi had a light build, tall and slender with curves that were graceful, exuding charm with every lift of her hand and foot. Her eyes were seductive like silk, her face slightly flushed. Although her black hair was pulled up into a high bun, strands of hair fell loosely around her neck, as pale as jade. At this moment, Mu Yunxi let out a deep sigh, as if satisfied with something, and then muttered to herself, this bastard is definitely doing this to torture me on purpose. She had been back at Lu Chen's side for over a month, and yet, Lu Chen still hadn't touched her in the way men and women do. Although Lu Chen would visit her sleeping palace every few days, each visit ended with him teasing her before he left, leaving her frustrated and collapsing onto the soft couch. After over a month of Lu Chen's torment, Mu Yunxi was becoming increasingly unable to endure his torture. Now, just the thought of Lu Chen would cause her spiritual power to involuntarily quake, feeling her alluring body thoroughly aroused by him. Every time she considered how Lu Chen was unwilling to be intimate with her, Mu Yunxi would clench her teeth in fury. She was a woman who had thrown herself at him, and yet Lu Chen, a man, continued to leave her hanging. Each time after Lu Chen toyed with her, he would run off to his other wives and concubines. Lu Chen could do this, but Mu Yunxi couldn't, she could only endure it. Finally unable to bear it any longer, Mu Yunxi drove all the maids out of her sleeping palace. One couldn't rely on men, it was better to rely on oneself. It's just that. At that moment, Mu Yunshi softly lifted her slender leg and reclined on the soft couch, still looking very distressed. Mu Yunshi continued to curse, "This bastard, to treat me so, one day I will surely make him pay." Just as Mu Yunshi finished speaking, a voice suddenly rose in the room. "Who has upset my dear wife so much? Tell me, and I will make sure to punish him severely for you." Hearing that despicable voice, Mu Yunshi knew exactly which bastard had teleported directly into her sleeping quarters again. At that moment, Mu Yunshi's mind froze, as she realized that everything she had just been doing must have been seen by this man. After all, this man was very good at concealing his presence, and many times when he came to her chamber, she had no clue. Before, she had been able to sense Lu Chen's presence, perhaps because she had spent a lot of time with him, but gradually she lost the ability to detect him. People usually react to external stimuli, mostly in response to danger, and when one feels that certain things or certain people are not a threat, their perception of them decreases. Lu Chen tortured her every single day, and now she actually wished he would come and devour her completely, so she had completely let her guard down around him. Thinking about the things she had done that Lu Chen the scoundrel might have discovered, Mu Yunshi's heart filled with immense shame, followed instantly by anger. This scoundrel must have known she would entertain herself, so he had been keeping her hanging just to witness her embarrassment one day and take the opportunity to humiliate her. Mu Yunshi turned and glared fiercely at Lu Chen. "What are you doing here?" If Lu Chen didn't want her and only tormented her, she saw no need to be pleasant to him, even if he was the emperor. In her eyes, an emperor from a lower world meant nothing at all, let alone emperors from such worlds, as she had seen some great emperors herself. If she hadn't returned to release Lu Chen's control over her, she wouldn't have come to throw herself at him, and yet this was how he treated her. Seeing Lu Chen's face twist with shame and anger, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Darling, you're not angry because I found out what you were doing just now, are you? Rest assured, I won't laugh at you. Such things are normal. After all, you are a mature woman, and it's not strange to have desires." "You." Mu Yunshi started to speak but then hesitated. She had indeed been found out by Lu Chen. He must have been here already, hiding in the room watching, and only after she was done did he come out to mock her. "This damn scoundrel." Mu Yunshi then said, "Since you don't want to touch me, I won't waste any more time. I'm leaving Yan County right now." As she spoke, Mu Yunshi rose from the couch, but just as she stood up, Lu Chen used shadow shifting to appear beside the couch and then pressed her delicate body back down. Mu Yunshi didn't struggle, just lying there on the couch, her beautiful eyes locked on Lu Chen. Lu Chen took a moment to look her over. Her beautiful, bright eyes were long and lovely, her arched eyebrows over a delicate and pretty face, her neck as gracefully long as a swan's, a dainty waist that could be encircled with one's arms, dressed in a red semi-transparent silk that hung on her body, faintly revealing her graceful figure, it made her incredibly seductive. After Lu Chen had pushed Mu Yunshi down onto the couch, he didn't immediately proceed to the next step but instead lifted his nose and sniffed the air, saying, "What's this smell?" Hearing this, Mu Yunshi's beautiful eyes glared deadly at Lu Chen, as he continued to humiliate her. Seeing Mu Yunshi's gaze as if she could eat him alive, Lu Chen gave a slight smile and then said, "Darling, I've been too busy lately, so I've neglected you a little, don't be angry." Mu Yunshi coldly said, "Is being busy your way of saying that after tossing me around here, you went and had fun with other concubines?" Lu Chen said, "You misunderstand me, I went to the other women mainly to help them improve their strength. You're already strong, possessing a certain ability to protect yourself, so you don't need my help enhancing your strength for now, but my other darlings are different, their strength is weaker. If the prohibitions of the Misty World disappear and enemies from the Misty World come to this world, how are they to protect themselves if I'm not by their side and they lack strength?" Not wanting to listen to Lu Chen's excuses, Mu Yunshi said bluntly, "Don't give me that crap, I've already said, if you're unwilling to touch me, I'm leaving." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Touch, why wouldn't I touch? What else am I here for today?" Hearing Lu Chen's response, Mu Yunshi was momentarily stunned. Could this man really intend to take her today? Was this for real? She felt like Lu Chen was deceiving her again, as he had said several times before that he'd make her his woman, yet every time her clothes would end up ruined, and this damn scoundrel would run off. After coming to her senses, for some reason, Mu Yunxi couldn't shake off the feeling that she was behaving shamefully. She, a goddess from a high-level sect in a higher world, was now degrading herself by actively seducing an emperor from a lower world. Wasn't this outright shameful behavior? Mu Yunxi's mind blanked for a moment as she suddenly realized something. No wonder Lu Chen had refused to touch her all along. This guy was definitely trying to spark her inner desires and make her take the initiative to show her love for him. In doing so, had he not trained her into a female slave? This despicable man actually wanted her to become his female slave. The thought infuriated Mu Yunxi, and she suddenly lost the desire to continue being manipulated by Lu Chen. While Mu Yunxi was lost in her thoughts, Lu Chen leaned down and naturally kissed her red lips. Despite some resistance in her heart, her body couldn't muster any opposition and began to respond to Lu Chen instead. As Lu Chen kissed her, his hands caressed her silky, satin clothes, and it didn't take long for Mu Yunxi to be ignited by Lu Chen once again. In the past month, Lu Chen had not made Mu Yunxi his woman. Partly because the system of lots of sons and lots of blessings had upgraded and changed, now requiring the birth of child worlds for rewards, his desire to create new worlds had diminished. Of course, the most important reason was that he was deliberately keeping Mu Yunxi hanging. After all, didn't she run away before? This was his punishment for Mu Yunxi, to see if she would dare attempt to escape again. In addition, this approach had stimulated Mu Yunxi's seductive body. Now whenever he touched her, she became as soft as cotton, and she was utterly subdued. At that very moment, under Lu Chen's kisses, Mu Yunxi's consciousness quickly blurred. When Lu Chen kissed her neck, she murmured, "Darlinga." Seeing Mu Yunxi in this state, a slight smile formed at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. Although he had said he would touch Mu Yunxi, his definition of touch did not mean turning her directly into his woman. He wanted to keep her hanging still. Creating child worlds now required a great deal of good fortune, and among his wives and concubines, essentially none had the conditions for birthing child worlds, including Mu Yunxi. There was no need for him to be in a rush to make Mu Yunxi his woman. He wanted this woman to completely fall for him, and in the end, to never be able to leave him. In the past, in his eagerness to have children, he had been too hasty. Now that he no longer needed children, he could take his time with everything. They kissed for who knows how long. Mu Yunxi's jade-like, delicate hands began to wander. Before she fully became Lu Chen's woman, Mu Yunxi never felt secure. Although her mind was fuzzy, she currently felt very insecure, always fearing that Lu Chen might suddenly flee. Noticing Mu Yunxi's hands wandering, Lu Chen caught her jade arm in one swoop, raised her hand above her head, and pinned it on the soft couch to stop her from getting out of hand. At that moment, Mu Yunxi continued to twist her body, trying to stir up Lu Chen's thoughts about her. However, right then, a maid's voice suddenly came from outside. "Your Majesty, a letter from Misty World has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately got up, and Mu Yunxi felt utterly abandoned, swiftly regaining her senses as she could no longer feel the man in her arms. She felt bewildered and even more distressed as she had been close to success, but someone had to interrupt at that moment. Then, Lu Chen spoke to the Mu Yunxi on the soft couch. "My lady, I need to attend to some government affairs now. You rest here, and I'll come to find you when I have the time." As his words fell, Lu Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Seeing Lu Chen gone, Mu Yunxi came back to her senses and her face turned instantly red, then she shouted angrily, "You jerk! Are you even a man?" Even at this point, Lu Chen had fled. At that moment, anger and desire overlapped, making it even harder for Mu Yunxi to control herself. Lu Chen directly arrived at the Imperial Study Room through shadow shifting, where the disciple from the 10,000 Immortal Sect, who had come from Misty World, was already waiting. Upon Lu Chen's arrival, the disciple from the 10,000 Immortal Sect first bowed, then handed over a personal letter written by Ji Hongwen. In the letter, Ji Hongwen described the current situation in Misty World. Upon learning that Misty World had begun internal conflicts, Lu Chen felt delighted inside. Internal strife was beneficial. It would deplete the power of the forces from Misty World, making it easier for Tianqian World to deal with those invading enemies later. At that moment, Qin Yushan, who had entered the imperial study room with the disciple of the 10,000 Immortal Sect, spoke, "Your Majesty, many forces from Misty World have sent their disciples into our world. Recently, invaders from Misty World have been killing the civilians of Great Sum indiscriminately in various places. Is it time to intervene?" Cultivators from Misty World, inherently haughty, regarded civilians from lower worlds as lesser beings. If these civilians said something displeasing to them, they would directly kill them cruelly. The civilians near Misty World lived in constant terror, fearing the day when they might offend any cultivators from Misty World. Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "I will discuss this matter at the Great Court Assembly." Qin Yushan responded, "I understand." After reading Ji Hongwen's letter, Lu Chen also understood why their world had seen such an influx of invaders from the Misty World recently. The current situation had gotten out of hand for even the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect in this world. Although the sect had dispatched quite a number of disciples here, compared to the force of those other factions, the presence of the sect's disciples didn't amount to much. If Bai Guangyu and his companions blatantly attacked the disciples from other forces, those forces would certainly band together to confront the 10,000 Immortal Sect, and Bai Guangyu and the others would definitely be unable to withstand them. The time has come to use rune weapons. Lu Chen then said to the disciple who had delivered the message from the 10,000 Immortal Sect, "Tell Bai Guangyu and the others to maintain relations with the other forces for now. The Great Sum will personally send troops to deal with the invaders." Hearing this, the disciple from the 10,000 Immortal Sect was stunned. In their eyes, although Lu Chen held a high position, the Daxia dynasty was, after all, a dynasty born in a lesser world, and the overall strength of the entire dynasty was not very impressive. Even if they had some celestials, these celestials couldn't fully exert their powers. The celestials of the Daxia dynasty, I'm afraid, might not be stronger than the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect at the Unity Realm, and this is no exaggeration. The disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect at the Unity Realm entered the Tianqian world in almost full condition, and some of them even carried spiritual artifacts and talismans with them. In terms of combat power, the celestials of the Daxia dynasty might indeed be no match for the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect. The messenger disciple was somewhat puzzled. Why would Lu Chen send troops to deal with those invaders? Were the soldiers of the Daxia dynasty that powerful? Although he didn't understand, since it was Lu Chen's command, they would certainly have to comply. Immediately after, the disciple conveying the message from the 10,000 Immortal Sect said, "Your subordinate understands. I will return to Black Dragon City right away and relay your Majesty's words to Brother Bai." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Good." The messenger disciples then saluted together. "Your subordinate takes his leave." After the messenger disciple had left, Lu Chen said to Qin Yushan, "Qin Iching, later on, have Li Yu tally the number of rune weapons and tell him to hasten the production of rune bullets and rune cannon shells. I plan to equip the army." The prohibitions of the Misty World were likely to disappear in about 5 years. Although 5 years were mentioned, the barriers had become increasingly unstable, from an initial 100 years to 20 years, and now to a mere 5 years, giving the impression that they could vanish at any moment. Perhaps in less than 5 years, the prohibitions would disappear entirely, and that was when the Daxia dynasty would have to confront the forces of the Misty World head-on. Although the Daxia dynasty still had the assistance of the 10,000 Immortal Sect, the sect's strength was still limited, and it was uncertain whether they could hold back the Misty Immortal Sect. Even if the 10,000 Immortal Sect managed to hold back the Misty Immortal Sect, there were other forces in the Misty World, and the Daxia dynasty would still have to face those other forces head-on. Of course, if the 10,000 Immortal Sect could take the opportunity of the alliance of the three great forces of the Misty World to eliminate some of its factions, the Daxia dynasty would not be under such tremendous pressure. Upon hearing Lu Chen's command, Qin Yushan immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty, your subordinate will go to the armory right away." As the words fell, Qin Yushan turned and headed to the armory to pass on Lu Chen's message to Li Yu. Upon hearing that the rune weapons were to be equipped to the army, Li Yu, as the person in charge of the rune weapons, was extremely excited and thrilled. After producing rune weapons for so long, they were finally going to be put to use. With the addition of rune weapons, even the Celestials among those invaders from the Misty World would be utterly defenseless. Although the rune weapons were not invented by Li Yu and his team, but as they were the ones to manufacture them, they felt incredibly proud. Black Dragon City. Nowadays, Black Dragon City was bustling with activity, as disciples from various major forces of the Misty World had all arrived. Upon their arrival in Black Dragon City, their first sensation was one of relief, for the space in the Misty World was too unstable, and any day their sect could be torn apart by the spatial forces. Yet Tiantian World was different, a stable world, even if its laws were incomplete and its spiritual energy not so abundant. Still, it was better than the Misty World, where they could lose their lives at any moment. Thanks to the convergence of disciples from all the major forces, Black Dragon City had grown even more prosperous. Numerous merchants transported industrial products produced by the Daxia dynasty to Black Dragon City to sell, earning a lot of spirit stone slag. For now, spirit stone slag was very valuable in the Daxia dynasty. After all, the spiritual energy in the Tiantian world had not fully recovered yet. The spiritual energy was denser only around Black Dragon City, and many merchants became wealthy by doing business with those forces from the Misty World. 100 Flowers Tower in Black Dragon City. Bai Guangyu sat on the terrace of the tavern, gazing at the distant scenery. Beside him sat two other people. One was Bai Li Chen, the latest disciple sent by the Misty Immortal sect, and the other was Jiyu Qijung, a disciple from the Lingu sect. After entering Black Dragon City, the two immediately searched for the first batch of disciples they had sent into the Tiantian world, only to find that no matter how hard they looked, those disciples seemed to have vanished into thin air. Later, they discovered that the first batch of disciples sent by the 10,000 Immortal sect was still in Black Dragon City, so they developed a hypothesis: the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect had exterminated their sect's disciples. Although they did not know how the 10,000 Immortal sect managed to eliminate the disciples of both their forces at the same time, the suspicion cast upon the 10,000 Immortal sect was significant, and so they came today to confront Bai Guangyu of the 10,000 Immortal sect and demand an explanation. Bai Guangyu responded with a smile: "My friends, now that our three great forces are in an alliance, some news might not be good for you to hear. It's better not to know, as knowing might not be conducive to our unity." Upon hearing Bai Guangyu's words, Jiyu Qijung sneered: "Not conducive to unity. Your 10,000 Immortal sect has killed the disciples of our two forces, and now you speak such words. Who is the one truly acting against our unity? Who knows if your 10,000 Immortal sect will stab us in the back again and strike at the disciples of Misty Immortal sect and Lingu sect in secret?" At that moment, Bai Li Chen also spoke up: "Bai Guangyu, if you don't give us an explanation today, I'm afraid the disciples of our two forces will not rest easy. Why don't you tell us where the first batch of disciples we sent to the Tiantian world have gone? Why have they disappeared, while your 10,000 Immortal sect's disciples are still here?" As Bai Li Chen finished speaking, Jiyu Qijung also chimed in from the side: "Bai Guangyu, it seems to me that your 10,000 Immortal sect's disciples took advantage of our two great forces' disciples' lack of vigilance to ambush them." Hearing the two men's words, Bai Guangyu chuckled and then said: "Since you both insist on an explanation, I shall tell you the truth. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. After we arrived in the Tiantian world, the disciples of Misty Immortal sect and Lingu sect came into conflict, and ultimately the disciples of your two great forces mutually inflicted heavy losses upon one another. Yet, they refused to give up. Particularly the Misty Immortal sect disciples, intent on wiping out their foes, left Black Dragon City and pursued the Lingu sect disciples to the heartland of the Daxia dynasty, where they were all annihilated by the Celestials of the Daxia dynasty. If you don't believe me, you can try sending someone to investigate in the capital city of the Daxia dynasty. If I remember correctly, Lei Wendy of Lingu sect is still alive." Originally, both were disinclined to believe him, as they had come with accusatory intentions, having already made up their minds. In their view, it was the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect who had ambushed their first batch of disciples, which was why they hadn't seen a single one of their former disciples after arriving in Black Dragon City. But then Bai Guangyu mentioned Lei Wendi was still alive. If Lei Wendi were dead, nothing would be proved, and they could say whatever they wanted. But the survival of a witness changed things. At this point, Bai Li Chen started to think that perhaps Bai Guangyu was speaking the truth. As a disciple of the Misty Immortal sect, he naturally knew what mission the previous batch of disciples had carried. Initially, they indeed had been in cooperation with the 10,000 Immortal sect for the purpose of annihilating the Lingu sect disciples, so the mutual destruction of the Misty Immortal sect and Lingu sect's disciples sounded plausible. However, if both the Misty Immortal sect and Lingu sect suffered losses, why were the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal sect, their allies, unscathed? Now, the disciples of Misty Immortal sect and Lingu sect had disappeared while those of the 10,000 Immortal sect remained had they been sitting back and watching the others fight. Could it be true as Bai Guangyu said, and all those disciples were indeed dealt with by the Daxia dynasty's celestials? What power could the Daxia dynasty's celestials possibly have to match the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect? Bai Li Chen still felt something was off, and he suspected Bai Guangyu was definitely hiding something. Seeing the two still seemed distrustful, Bai Guangyu indifferently added, Jiyu Qizheng, if you truly want to know the truth, send someone to Yan County immediately. Don't waste time here. Once you know the truth, I believe you'll know whose trouble to seek. Hearing Bai Guangyu's words, Bai Li Chen's expression darkened. If what Bai Guangyu said was true, it implied that the Misty Immortal sect had initially attacked the disciples of Lingu sect. In that case, Lingu sect would attribute the blame to them later on. Bai Li Chen then said, let's not pursue the matter of the last batch of disciples. Now that our three great forces have formed an alliance, we should work together against the other forces, not let past grievances affect our relations. Seeing Bai Li Chen switch his stance so quickly, Jiyu Qizheng sneered, how magnanimous of you, Bai Li Chen, to decide not to pursue the matter. Perhaps you have a guilty conscience. Without showing any emotion, Bai Li Chen said, Jiyu Qizheng, don't continue to harp on this. Our enemies are the disciples of other forces. If our three great forces continue to fight amongst ourselves and end up failing because of it, will you be able to take responsibility? Jiyu Qizheng clenched his fists. Indeed, their current relationship was that of allies, and if the Lingu sect decided to hold Misty Immortal sect accountable, it would surely sour their relationship. Jiyu Qizheng huffed coldly but didn't say anything further. Initially, Jiyu Qizheng had thought to win over the Misty Immortal sect and together target the 10,000 Immortal sect, because all the first batch of disciples from the Lingu sect and the Misty Immortal sect had disappeared, while those from the 10,000 Immortal sect were still around. It must have been the disciples from 10,000 Immortal sect who were behind this. Once it was confirmed as the work of the 10,000 Immortal sect, the Lingu sect and the Misty Immortal sect would stand united. However, Bai Guangyu now told them that the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect and the Lingu sect had been killing each other and were ultimately wiped out together by the Daxia dynasty. Although this sounded incredibly false, Bai Li Chen suddenly changed his statement at this time, no longer pursuing the responsibilities of the 10,000 Immortal sect and appearing as if he really believed what Bai Guangyu had said. In light of this, how could Jiyu Qizheng not know what was really going on? It was very likely that the disciples from the Misty Immortal sect had received a mission from their sect, and upon entering the Tianqian world, they attacked the disciples from the Lingu sect, underestimating their strength and ultimately leading to mutual destruction, and then they were all wiped out by the Daxia dynasty. The result was that while the snipe and the clam grappled, the fishermen reaped the benefit. After thinking it over, Jiyu Qizheng realized that since their three major forces had already formed an alliance, although some unpleasant things had happened before, they could only be set aside after forming the alliance. Moreover, now that the Misty Immortal sect had turned traitor, he could not possibly involve the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect to confront the 10,000 Immortal sect anymore, they could only let it be. Anyway, the first batch of disciples from the Misty Immortal sect had also disappeared, and once the constraints of the Misty world disappeared, it was up to their elder and sect master to squabble over it, they needn't bother with them anymore. Now, the main task for their three great powers was to cleanse the disciples of other sect forces in the misty world. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qijung looked at Bai Guangyu and said, "Once the constraints disappear, I will relay your exact words to our sect master. Whether he believes it or not is his business." Bai Guangyu gave a light smile, showing an expression of utter indifference. Half a month later. Yan County. Hall of Political Affairs. Today was another great court assembly, and the key point of discussion for today's assembly was addressing the invaders from the misty world. At this moment, Li Rui stood in the center of the main hall and said, "The invaders from the misty world have been recklessly slaughtering our people of the Great Sum and occupying our lands, particularly those civilians near the misty world who live in constant fear, unable to attain peace of mind. Your Majesty, I believe we can no longer allow these invaders to continue their unrestrained actions." As Li Rui's voice fell, a minister spoke up. "I also think we cannot allow these invaders to continue tormenting the people of the Great Sum, but with the current strength of our nation, I fear it is quite challenging to confront the invaders from the misty world." Hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze immediately fell on that minister. The next moment, the identity information of this minister appeared before Lu Chen. Name: Huang Mingui. Identity: Minister of the Household Department of the Daxia dynasty, who, after being deceived by the disciple Lei Wendi of the Lingu sect, believes that the Daxia dynasty is beyond saving, thus he chose to join the Lingu sect. Strength: 8th rank. Loyalty: 10. Seeing Huang Mingui's information, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly upward, saying to himself that releasing Lei Wendi had been useful. Not long after Lei Wendi was released, the corrupt officials in the court began to reveal themselves. Lu Chen also had some understanding of Huang Mingui, given that they both had been ministers of the household department. Huang Mingui was a minister who had come from the old capital city of the Great Sum. Initially, he was quite loyal to Lu Chen, with loyalty around 60, and later his loyalty even increased to around 70 to 80, which is precisely why he was able to climb to his position as minister of the household department. Lu Chen glanced at Huang Mingui and said indifferently, "Then, in Minister Huang's opinion, what should we do?" Huang Mingui said, "I believe we should send envoys to negotiate with the various forces of the misty world and establish good relations with those forces." At this point, Li Rui said, "Minister Huang's ideas seem rather naive. The invaders from misty world want our land. By establishing good relations with them, wouldn't we have to cede land to them?" Huang Mingui said, "At the end of the day, those forces from the misty world are just some sect forces. Even if we give them some land, it won't affect the Daxia dynasty. Moreover, the sect forces of misty world are particularly strong. If your Majesty could win them over, the strength of Daxia would climb to a new level." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Minister Huang's idea aligns closely with my thoughts. I indeed think we should maintain good relations with the forces of misty world." Seeing that Lu Chen had spoken so, Li Rui had no choice but to keep quiet, but he felt that Lu Chen probably didn't think this way. He had just taken the initiative to oppose the invaders because he sensed that the emperor had developed a murderous intent towards them. Now, the emperor was saying that he wanted to live harmoniously and maintain good relations with the invaders of misty world. How could that be possible? They were invading your world, killing people on your land, and you still say you want to maintain good relations with those forces. Li Rui didn't believe Lu Chen was that kind of emperor. Having followed Lu Chen since he was the North Prince, he understood him too well. Lu Chen would definitely take action against those invaders. At this time, Lu Chen asked, "Does any other minister think we should negotiate?" Then, another minister stood out, "Your Majesty, I also think we should negotiate with the forces from Misty World. It is an opportunity for the Daxia dynasty." Subsequently, more ministers came forward. Since Lu Chen himself agreed with negotiation, they no longer needed to hide their true thoughts. Initially, many ministers thought it unwise to conflict with the forces from Misty World, especially those who knew about Misty World. They believed that Daxia facing Misty World in strength would definitely not yield good results. But thinking of Lu Chen's personality as the emperor who held absolute authority in this world, with more power than any other recorded in the history of the world, and no one dared speak words of negotiation in front of Emperor Lu Chen. They were afraid of angering Lu Chen. Now that Lu Chen had agreed to negotiations, they could drop the pretense. At this moment, Lu Chen glanced at the ministers in the hall who agreed with negotiation. Among these ministers, there were many loyal ones, but most were indecisive opportunists. Many ministers' loyalty had already dropped below 30. Clearly, they didn't hold Daxia in high regard in their hearts. Indeed, many ministers were already contemplating surrender or joining the forces from the Misty World. Lu Chen then said, "Since all ministers believe we should negotiate, I'll ask you to make a trip on my behalf. I have a basic understanding of which forces have entered our world. You are to meet the representatives of those forces on my behalf and convey my willingness to sit down and negotiate. However, there are many forces in Misty World, so I need to sit down with all their forces for the negotiations." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, for some reason, the ministers present felt something was odd. Negotiating all together with the powers of Misty World. Was it really a negotiation? If it was a negotiation, wouldn't the forces from Misty World take advantage of this opportunity to divide up the Daxia dynasty? Considering this, the ministers looked towards Zhuge Zongguang, hoping he would speak and advise Lu Chen. However, Zhuge Zongguang just sat quietly, motionless, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. After Lu Chen decided to negotiate with the forces of the Misty World, the ministers entrusted with this important task began to prepare for their journey to Black Dragon City to discuss matters with the various powers of the Misty World. As the minister of the household department, Huang Mingui was also preparing, and he was tasked with engaging the Lingu sect, the third major power in the Misty World, which made Huang Mingui very pleased. If he could covertly align himself with the Lingu sect, there would be nothing to worry about in the future, even if the restrictions of the Misty World were lifted. Yan County. Huang residence. At this moment, Huang Mingui was writing something in his study when a servant spoke at the door of the study. "Master, young Master Wen has arrived." Huang Mingui said, "Let him in." The next moment, a man dressed in a splendid robe entered Huang Mingui's study. After entering the study, the man smiled and said, "Minister Huang, we haven't seen each other for a few days, and your skill has improved." Huang Mingui smiled and replied, "Isn't that thanks to young Master Wen's guidance?" As he spoke, Huang Mingui took out a piece of white paper and a brush and handed them to Lei Wendi. The young Master Wen mentioned by Huang Mingui was none other than Lei Wendi, whose skills had been disabled. After being released, Lei Wendi initially felt utterly dejected, believing he would live a worthless life akin to that of an animal. However, he quickly revived his spirits. He wanted to spread the news that the Daxia dynasty was linked to the 10,000 immortal sect to Lingu sect and make all forces of the Misty World aware of it. By then, both the 10,000 immortal sect and the Daxia dynasty would become targets, facing attacks from all forces of the Misty World. Lei Wendi found ways to approach the officials of Great Sum, then informed them about the situation in the Misty World, and also painted a lot of appealing prospects for them, offering tangible benefits like imparting cultivation techniques that significantly improved their skills. Take Huang Mingui for example. Originally just an ordinary man, he had risen to the 8th rank in a very short time, thanks to the cultivation techniques taught by Lei Wendi. Huang Mingui's body became much stronger all at once, and he appeared more vibrant and energetic than ever before, a feeling he had never experienced. The rapid increase in skill also made Huang Mingui's ambitions grow larger, leading him to lose his reverence for Lu Chen, thinking that Lu Chen was merely a lowly emperor of an inferior world. If he could closely ally with Lingu sect, perhaps one day he could possess power like Lu Chen's or even become a true immortal. Huang Mingui's betrayal presented an opportunity to Lei Wendi, who then used the same method to win over many ministers of Great Sum, although some directly rejected Lei Wendi. However, many ministers could not resist the temptation of a sudden surge in power, especially the civil officials, most of whom knew how formidable Lu Chen was, so Lei Wendi had a hard time deceiving them. But civil officials were different, especially those who came from the capital, being ordinary people with no real power. Suddenly obtaining such great power naturally gave them some ideas. At that moment, Lei Wendi wrote on the paper, "How are things going?" While speaking, Huang Mingui said, "Young Master Wen, I always feel that although my skills have improved, my strength hasn't increased much. In a gap in the conversation, Huang Mingui wrote, the Sum Emperor has agreed to negotiate with the forces of the Misty World and plans to send some ministers to contact the major powers of the Misty World. Seeing what Huang Mingui had written, the corners of Lei Wendy's mouth slightly curled up. It seemed the Sum Emperor could no longer withstand the pressure. Even if the Daxia dynasty was part of the 10,000 Immortal sect, it was only one sect after all, and more importantly, the 10,000 Immortal sect was not the strongest force in the Misty World. One 10,000 Immortal sect could not possibly contend with all the forces of the Misty World. The inevitable result would be negotiations. At that moment, Lei Wendy pretended to say, perhaps it's because you have not engaged in real combat nor fought, so you can't feel what level your strength is at. With that, Lei Wendy wrote on another piece of white paper, which ministers did the Sum Emperor send to contact the forces of the Misty World, and did he send any ministers to meet with the disciples of Lingu sect? Huang Mingui immediately saw through Lei Wendy's intentions and quickly wrote, the ministers dispatched by the Sum Emperor all support negotiations, including me, and I am the minister tasked with contacting Lingu sect. Seeing what Huang Mingui had written, Lei Wendy became very excited. Does this mean he could now connect with the disciples of Lingu sect through Huang Mingui? Lei Wendy promptly wrote, when you go to Black Dragon City, you must inform the disciples of Lingu sect about my situation. As long as you make it clear that you have sided with Lingu sect, they will surely offer you many benefits. Seeing what Lei Wendy had written, Huang Mingui's smile widened, and he appeared very pleased. Establishing a connection with Lingu sect signified the beginning of his rise. He even fantasized about becoming Lingu sect's secular spokesperson, perhaps even becoming an emperor. Next, Huang Mingui also wrote, alright, I will definitely tell the disciples of Lingu sect about your plight. After Lei Wendy finished reading what was on the paper, Huang Mingui crumpled up the pieces of paper they had used to communicate and placed them in the fireplace of the study, burning them all. The fireplace in the study was specifically used for burning these things to prevent them from being discovered by the brocade guard. During his interactions with Lei Wendy, Huang Mingui had always been extremely cautious, never engaging in verbal discussions with Lei Wendy about the Lingu sect and Great Sum. Instead, they pretended to discuss cultivation techniques and how to enhance their skills, then they would write down the content of their discussions on paper. In this way, even if the brocade guard were eavesdropping outside, they could only hear them discussing cultivation techniques. Lei Wendy and Huang Mingui continued to discuss how to enhance their skills while simultaneously writing down what Huang Mingui should say to the disciples of the Lingu sect after meeting them on paper. About 2 hours later, Lei Wendy finally left Huang Mingui's home. Meanwhile, in the capital city, Imperial Palace, Lu Chen was dealing with state affairs in the Imperial Study Room when Zhuge Zongguang and a group of military generals arrived and waited outside the Imperial Study Room. The next moment, the voice of a maid came, Your Majesty, the great scholars have arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen, while looking at the military planning map in his hands, said, Everyone come in. Following that, the important military generals entered the Imperial Study Room. As the generals entered, they already realized that the peace talks that Lu Chen spoke of could not possibly be his true intention, since he wouldn't have convened a military meeting so soon after the end of the Great Court Assembly unless it involved his real intentions, which they were about to discuss. Lu Chen glanced at the generals, then said, The current structure of our military has fallen behind the progress of Great Sum, so I plan to make adjustments and transform it again. Upon hearing this, the generals looked at each other. Mu Chengtian asked, May I know how your majesty plans to transform the military? Lu Chen responded, I am planning to establish a new army. A new army. Upon hearing this, the generals in the Imperial Study Room were momentarily stunned. A new army again. The previous new armies were primarily based around gunpowder weapons, so what would this new army be based on? Lu Chen continued, Some of you might have already heard that Great Sum has developed a more powerful weapon, called the Rune Weapon. This kind of weapon can easily kill a pseudo-celestial, and even killing a celestial is not beyond its capabilities. At this statement, the people in the Imperial Study Room were taken aback. They indeed had heard that the military factory had new weapons, and some had even witnessed the military factory testing new weapons and seen the mushroom clouds produced by the rune weapons. They had not expected, however, that the new weapons were so powerful that they could easily kill pseudo-celestials and even celestials. If they possessed such weapons, then why should Great Sum worry about the powers of the Misty World? Not only need they not worry, but their military could also directly go and attack the Misty World. Suddenly, the generals were invigorated at the thought that if they could become generals of this new army, what an honor it would be for them. At that moment, the generals were all prepared to volunteer themselves, and Lu Chen, glancing at the generals present, spoke, "The new army will be equipped with rune weapons and will soon be tested in actual combat. The main mission of the new army in the future is to expand outward and preemptively deal with forces or enemies that could threaten Great Sum. We cannot always be passive, waiting for others to attack us. We need to take the initiative. Offense is the best defense." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the generals instantly understood why, during the Great Court Assembly, Lu Chen had instructed the civil officials to make contact with the forces of the Misty World and propose a peace talk. Perhaps the day of the peace talks would be the day when those forces of the Misty World would be annihilated. If those forces were gathered together, the rune weapons could be brought out to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the generals grew excited, and the next moment, a general spoke, "Your Majesty is right, offense is indeed the best defense. Your Majesty, I would like to join the new army. Your Majesty, I too want to join the new army. ... With the current military merit system in Great Sum, war was what the generals looked forward to. Since Great Sum had unified the world, they had been idle every day, with some generals even wondering if the emperor no longer needed them. Currently, apart from the military, it was the disciples of various sects who were maintaining the rule of Great Sum, and the role of the military had been diminishing, so the generals were always anxious. Now that Lu Chen said he wanted to establish a new army and proposed that offense was the best defense, this immediately gave the generals hope for realizing their value once again. Seeing the excited military generals in the imperial study room, Lu Chen gave a faint smile before saying, "Gentlemen, there's no need to rush. There aren't many rune weapons available right now as they have yet to be mass-produced, so the new army won't be large in number. Furthermore, the selection criteria for the new army will be significantly stricter, with strength being at least at the level of 9th grade to qualify for enrollment." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the people in the imperial study room were slightly taken aback. Above 9th grade. Although there were increasingly more martial artists in Great Sum's military, those who had reached 9th grade were still in the minority. It seemed that the first batch of new soldiers would only number a few thousand. Lu Chen then handed over a document he had drafted. "This is the new army's planning document I've drawn up. Take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be added. If so, please speak up. The selection for the new army is starting this month. We aim to form a combat-effective force before the negotiations among the major powers of the Misty World commence." The army they were assembling this time was not for dealing with common foes, and both their training methods and combat strategies were expected to undergo significant changes. They could no longer rely on previous battle tactics. Everyone took the planning document from Lu Chen and started reading it seriously. The new army was named the War Dragon Army, and its primary responsibility was to explore externally and eliminate potential enemies. Understanding the War Dragon Army's duties, the crowd grasped what Lu Chen intended. It seemed that their emperor no longer wished to remain confined to this world. Indeed, the emperor was so young yet already possessed the power of the Genesis realm. How could such a vigorous and prosperous ruler want to live out his days in a lower world, idly waiting for death? Since the Sum Emperor desired expansion beyond their borders, they now had an opportunity to realize their worth. Afterwards, Lu Chen and the group of martial generals discussed the formation of the War Dragon Army through the night. Seeing that it had grown dark, Lu Chen said, "Let's stop here for today. After you return, write a memorial presenting your ideas about the new army, and I will read through them all." The military generals respectfully replied, "As you command, Your Majesty." Lu Chen didn't say much more, and with shadow shifting, he left the imperial study room. Soon after, voices could be heard inside, "Your Majesty, we see you off." After leaving the imperial study room, Lu Chen went straight to the living quarters of Chu Yukon. Chu Yukon and Chu Qingli were discussing something in the pavilion, when suddenly, they felt a breeze blowing. The two women instantly realized that it was that scoundrel coming their way. As they turned around, indeed, Lu Chen's voice rose from behind them. What are my two ladies discussing so late in the pavilion? Why not go to sleep in your room? Could it be that you knew I was coming and were waiting here for me on purpose? Turning to see that it was indeed Lu Chen, Chu Yukon smiled sweetly before saying, we were discussing some cultivation issues. Qingli mentioned that when practicing the mysterious female technique, she finds it difficult to concentrate. Lu Chen replied, I see, that's actually easy to resolve. Hearing Lu Chen's reply, Chu Qingli asked with curiosity, Your Majesty knows how to resolve it. Lu Chen said, the optimal time to practice the mysterious female technique is during dual cultivation with me. If you feel you can't focus during mysterious female technique practice, then come to me or send someone to let me know, and I'll help you concentrate. Listening to Lu Chen's answer, Chu Qingli looked at him strangely, instantly seeing through the scoundrel's motives. Help her concentrate, indeed. It sounded so nice, but wasn't he just trying to take advantage of her? During dual cultivation, she practiced the mysterious female technique, which was essentially helping Lu Chen indulge in pleasure. Lu Chen continued, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. It's late tonight, we should rest early. Chu Yukon then spoke up, Chenur, you must not have had dinner yet, right? I'll have someone prepare it immediately. As soon as Chu Yukon finished speaking and was about to get up, Lu Chen wrapped his arms around the mature beauty in front of him, and then whispered in her ear, with two delicacies right in front of me, why would I need dinner? Hearing these words, Chu Yukon's cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart filled with immense guilt. She felt it was all her main body's fault that Lu Chen had become like this, indulging in such activities with women every day, having abandoned serious cultivation. Thinking of this, Chu Yukon felt deeply saddened. She believed Lu Chen should not continue like this, she had to find a way to get Lu Chen back on the right path, to his serious cultivation. After much pondering, Chu Yukon finally made up her mind. No matter what, she couldn't let Lu Chen continue to degenerate. She had to tell Lu Chen about the past events. Even if Lu Chen would come to despise her because of this, even if he saw her as an enemy, she had to speak out. She couldn't bear to watch Lu Chen trapped in this world until his demise. With that thought, Chu Yukon smiled at Lu Chen and said, Chenur, there's something I need to discuss with you tonight. Let Qingli rest properly. Hearing Chu Yukon's words, Chu Qingli felt somewhat displeased. When had her sister become so selfish? Whenever Lu Chen visited their chambers before, Chu Yukon always included her, but now she was telling her to rest and hogging Lu Chen for herself. Isn't it a bit selfish? However, Chu Qingli didn't voice her dissatisfaction. Although she really wanted to, she was one of those women whose actions didn't match their words, and she couldn't bring herself to beg Lu Chen for affection. Curious about what Chu Yukon might need to discuss with him, and why she had even sent Chu Qingli away, Lu Chen pondered. In the past, whenever he visited them, Chu Yukon would always involve Chu Qingli. After all, Chu Yukon alone was no match for him, and even with Chu Qingli, they weren't opponents to him, but at least there was someone else to share the firepower. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, all right, then let's go to the room and have a good talk. While they were speaking, Lu Chen hugged Chu Yukon and applied shadow shifting, and in an instant, they were inside the room. Upon arriving in Chu Yukon's room, before she could say anything, Lu Chen placed her on the soft couch and pressed down upon her warm and supple body, looking down at her captivatingly beautiful eyes from above. Chu Yukon's cheeks bloomed with a vast expanse of red, and her eyes started to mist over. Now, just coming into contact with Lu Chen's body made her helplessly aroused. Especially after she regained the memories of her previous life, she felt that she might have inherited all of her main body's feelings. Perhaps, to shed her own emotions, her main body had transferred all her feelings for Lu Chen onto this split body. That's why she liked Lu Chen so much, losing control over herself whenever she touched him. Seeing the embarrassed appearance of the beautiful woman, Lu Chen felt incredibly excited, and at that moment, Chu Yukon began to speak. Chenur, there's something I've been afraid to tell you for a long time, for fear that you would hate me because of it. But after much thought, I can't stand to watch you continue to sink like this. Only by telling you can you possibly arouse yourself and might find a way out of this world in the future. As soon as Chu Yukon finished speaking, Lu Chen smiled and said, let's talk about that later, I'm hungry. Having said that, Lu Chen leaned down, and their lips met. Chu Yukon struggled faintly, but ultimately, she let Lu Chen have his way. Chu Yukon felt helpless. In front of Lu Chen, she had no resistance at all. Whatever Lu Chen wanted to do to her, she would subconsciously cooperate, completely unaware of how to resist. Of course, her resistance would have been futile anyway. She had also planned to tell Lu Chen about their past lives early on to encourage him, but Lu Chen had caught her and started to be indulgent again. Having no choice, she could only let Lu Chen indulge himself, and to get him to calm down quickly, Chu Yukon immediately used the mysterious female technique. With the help of the mysterious female technique, Lu Chen quickly became somewhat satisfied. At that moment, Lu Chen looked at Chu Yukon's delicate face, took a few deep breaths, and then asked with a smile, all right, Madam Chu, what do you want to say? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukon gradually came to her senses. Looking into Lu Chen's determined eyes, she suddenly felt fearful. If she really told everything to Lu Chen, and if Lu Chen actually resented her, what would she do then? Resentment from him was not important, since after all, these were the actions of her original self, and this incarnation of hers should bear the punishment. But if Lu Chen also disliked her children, that would not bode well for her offspring. Thinking of this, Chu Yukon hesitated. Seeing that Chu Yukon was not speaking, Lu Chen seemed to have understood something. He glanced at Chu Yukon's updated profile and indeed found that Chu Yukon had regained her memories. The things Chu Yukon wanted to tell him were likely about the actions of her original self, or about their past lives. Seeing that Chu Yukon still had not spoken, Lu Chen raised his hand, gently caressed her delicate face, and said with a smile, Madam Chu, if you haven't figured it out yet, then let's not talk about it. I suppose it's not something particularly important. Hearing this, Chu Yukon's brain trembled slightly. She bit her silver teeth firmly and said, no, I need to speak. I can't stand to see you continue to degrade. Lu Chen feigned confusion and asked, continue to degrade. What do you mean by that? Chu Yukon took a deep breath and intently looked into Lu Chen's eyes as she said, the reason you think about women all the time is not truly your own desire. You were not like this in your past life. You've become like this due to some influences. Hearing this, Lu Chen looked even more confused. Past life. Madam Chu, what are you talking about? Chu Yukon took another deep breath, as if she had made a great resolution, and continued, Chenur, promise me, no matter what I say later, you must remember, even if you despise me, our child is always innocent. Lu Chen said with a smile, you are my woman, how could I possibly despise you? And you know what kind of person I am. I would never treat my own child poorly. Although Lu Chen had long known that his children were inheriting his fortune and bloodline power, he actually didn't mind at all, probably because he hadn't felt the benefits the fortune and bloodline power brought him. All he knew was that those children were his own flesh and blood, he couldn't possibly resent his own flesh and blood. Seeing that Lu Chen had said this, Chu Yukon no longer kept secrets. She directly said, Chenur, you have a special identity. Lu Chen asked, a special identity? Seeing Lu Chen's puzzled look, Chu Yukon assessed that Lu Chen truly had not regained his memory. She then continued, in your past life, you were a prince of the Shenwu Emperor in the Qian Yuan World God Moon Dynasty. Lu Chen showed a shocked expression. Past life. Madam Chu, what are you talking about? Do you know about my past life? What kind of person was I in my past life? Chu Yukon sighed softly and continued, I know it's hard for you to accept, as it's different from the past life you remember. I'll explain the reason to you later. In Chu Yukon's view, the reason Lu Chen was shocked was that the Sky Evolution Stone had implanted false memories in him. Lu Chen most likely still thought he was just a disciple of the demon sect, so he was so shocked by the news of his identity as the son of the Shenwu Emperor. Chu Yukon continued. In your past life, you were a person who focused solely on cultivation, unconcerned with worldly affairs, with the sole ambition of becoming an emperor. Lu Chen asked, did I become the emperor in the end? Chu Yukon replied, "No, you were originally the strongest among all the princes, likely to become an emperor within 10,000 years, but the Shenwu emperor suddenly summoned all his princes one day, then killed them all, and imprisoned their souls in the soul beads, casting them into various worlds for reincarnation and trials." Lu Chen asked, "Why would the Shenwu emperor do such a thing?" Chu Yukon said, "No one knows why he did it, nor does anyone dare to ask." At this point, Chu Yukon glanced at Lu Chen's expression, saw his astonished look, and then bit her silver teeth lightly before continuing, "Your soul bead was originally properly cast into this world, and according to the original trajectory, you should have been reborn 1,000 years ago." Lu Chen asked, "Then why was I only reborn 20-some years ago?" Chu Yukon said, "In your previous life, the Gai sect's holy maiden greatly admired you and always wanted to become your Dao companion, but you repeatedly refused her. Later, Emperor Shenwu discovered she had a chaotic spirit body, so he forced the Gai sect to send her to the Shenyu dynasty, where she became the empress. That woman believed it was all because you refused her and did not break her virginity, so she was forced to marry the Shenwu emperor and become his furnace cauldron. To take revenge on you, she used the power of the Sky Evolution Stone to implant false memories into you, making you believe that in your previous life you were a disciple of the demon sect, capable of cultivating by relying on the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill, and that she had trapped the spiritual energy of this world in the misty world, even creating a heavenly demon in this world. You are a descendant of Emperor Shenwu, with a unique bloodline, and it's not simply a matter of having children. Once you have a child, your child would divide your destiny and bloodline power, causing you to eventually struggle to progress. Normally, with your talents, you would have been able to regain your strength in less than 10,000 years, but now." Saying this, Chu Yukon hesitated to continue. In her view, Lu Chen now, not to mention regaining the peak of his strength in 10,000 years, likely wouldn't make it even in 100,000 years. This made Chu Yukon feel very guilty inside. After hearing Chu Yukon's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "This holy maiden of the Gai sect is truly spiteful." Hearing this, Chu Yukon trembled slightly. Indeed, Lu Chen had begun to loathe his true self. Lu Chen continued, "So, you're saying that my daily intimacy with my wives and concubines is all because of her?" Chu Yukon remained silent and did not answer. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Then shouldn't I also thank her for letting me enjoy such treatment?" Chu Yukon thought Lu Chen was being sarcastic and still didn't dare to continue speaking. She was very conflicted inside about whether or not to tell Lu Chen that she was an incarnation of Empress Shenwu. At that moment, Lu Chen asked, "Madam Chu, is that Shenwu Empress beautiful?" Chu Yukon was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Lu Chen to ask this question, but after she came back to herself, Chu Yukon answered, "Very similar to me." Lu Chen said, "So she's a great beauty. Strange, why didn't I agree to her pursuit in my previous life?" Chu Yukon said, "In your previous life, you were wholly devoted to the Tao and had no interest in romantic affairs." Lu Chen said, "Then my previous self was somewhat foolish, a chaotic spirit body, even an actively pursuing holy maiden, and I actually didn't agree. My father from my previous life was so interested in the chaotic spirit body. That chaotic spirit body must indeed be very special, capable of greatly enhancing a person's strength. My vision in my previous life was indeed too short-sighted." This. Chu Yukon hadn't expected Lu Chen to speak like this. She suddenly didn't know how to respond as Lu Chen had stopped attacking her true self and began reflecting on his own faults instead. Lu Chen then looked into Chu Yukon's eyes and smilingly said, "Madam Chu, since that holy maiden of the Gai sect did such things to me, what do you think would be a fitting way for me to take revenge on her?" Chu Yukon fell silent again. She was an incarnation of Empress Shenwu, and she couldn't answer this question. Lu Chen then said, "I think I should imprison her and make her serve as my furnace cauldron for a lifetime. What do you think of this punishment?" Chu Yukon did not answer, but in her heart, she thought if that were indeed the punishment, she would willingly be Lu Chen's furnace cauldron for a lifetime. Lu Chen continued to ask, "Madam Chu, I'm curious about your true identity, how do you know all of this?" Chu Yukon was silent for a while, but ultimately, she confessed, "Because I am an incarnation of that holy maiden of the Gai sect." "What?" Lu Chen immediately showed a shocked expression. Chu Yukon sighed and said, "My true self created this incarnation to witness your downfall, so she sent me to be by the side of your mother, waiting for your birth. However, not long after I arrived in this world, I lost contact with my true self, and my memories were sealed by a mysterious force." Saying this, Chu Yukon looked at Lu Chen with pleading eyes. "Chen'er, no matter how you choose to take revenge on me, I accept it, I admit it, but please do not harbor any grudge against our children, they are innocent." Seeing the pitiful and moving demeanor of the beautiful woman, Lu Chen's desire for conquest surged fiercely. And now, given that Chu Yukon was an incarnation of his enemy, he couldn't wait to torment her to death. At that moment, Lu Chen gently caressed Chu Yukon's cheek and smilingly said, "Madam Chu, I did not expect that you would turn out to be an incarnation of my enemy. Now that you are in my hands, how do you think I should take my revenge on you?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Chu Yukon fell silent again, not opening her mouth to speak. She didn't care anymore, as long as Lu Chen didn't resent their child. Whether Lu Chen wanted to kill her or keep her imprisoned as his furnace cauldron, she could accept it in her heart. Seeing that Chu Yukon did not speak, Lu Chen also quietly watched her jade-like face, saying nothing. The room suddenly quieted down. Even Chu Qingli next door felt incredibly surprised, wondering why the conflict had ceased so quickly today, thinking, maybe Lu Chen wasn't up to it. If it had been before, Chu Yukon would definitely still be crying and calling out to heaven and earth. How strange. At this moment, Chu Yukon closed her eyes, waiting for Lu Chen to pronounce her death sentence. Seeing the resigned look on the beautiful woman's face, Lu Chen suddenly burst out laughing. Hearing Lu Chen's laughter, Chu Yukon opened her eyes, looking at him perplexedly. Lu Chen then said, "Madam Chu, I'm curious, is your main body still a virgin?" Chu Yukon didn't know why Lu Chen was asking this, but she still answered, "The maturation of the chaotic spirit body is extremely slow. Although your emperor father used many spiritual medicines on my main body, it might take tens of thousands of years to mature, so my main body is most likely still a virgin. If her virginity is taken prematurely, her chaotic spirit body would be damaged, which is why she resented you for not agreeing to be her Dao companion initially. If her chaotic spirit body had been ruined, your father would not have discovered her special constitution, and she would not have been imprisoned in the Shenyu dynasty." While caressing Chu Yukon's jade cheek, Lu Chen said, "Such a beautiful woman, how come I didn't agree to her pursuit in my previous life?" Chu Yukon asked, "What do you plan to do with me?" Lu Chen did not answer Chu Yukon's question but instead said, "I've decided. I must grow stronger quickly, then imprison your main body as my furnace cauldron. I will torture her daily, mess her mind up until she can only think of me, otherwise I cannot quell the resentment in my heart." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukon didn't know why, but she suddenly felt an odd sense of delight, and even her body tensed up. Lu Chen also sensed Chu Yukon's response. Seeing her actually getting excited, Lu Chen burst out laughing again, surprised that Chu Yukon was such a persona. Did she really want him to torment her? Lu Chen paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on Chu Yukon, his lips curling slightly into a mocking smile. As for this incarnation of Yorsa, Chu Yukon suddenly became very nervous, uncertain of how Lu Chen would treat her. Lu Chen then bent down, leaning in close to Chu Yukon's ear, and whispered, "Since your main body did that to me, and now I can't reach your main body, you shall take her punishment." Just as Chu Yukon was about to say something, Lu Chen sealed her red lips, then began his campaign of revenge. At this moment, Chu Qingli sat upright on the couch, listening carefully to the movement next door, trying to hear what Lu Chen and Chu Yukon were talking about. She was just curious why the battle had ended so quickly today. Just as she really thought that Lu Chen was perhaps not up to it, suddenly the sounds of Chu Yukon crying and calling to heaven started emanating from next door again, and this time, Lu Chen's roars were also heard. "Poisonous woman! You have made me suffer so. I will kill you today. Your Majesty, aha, your concubine knows her wrong. Your concubine won't dare again. Chu Qingli was somewhat baffled. What play were they performing today? Why hadn't she ever heard this play before? A new program. Chu Qingli was a bit dissatisfied, annoyed that her sister and Lu Chen were putting on a new show without including her. The new show between Lu Chen and Chu Yukon continued throughout the night, until the early morning of the next day, when the sky was dimly lit. By then, Chu Yukon had become completely limp, like a puddle of mud. But she harbored no resentment in her heart. On the contrary, the more ferocious Lu Chen was towards her, the more she felt this was a kind of redemption, given how much her main body had wronged Lu Chen, even crippling his path to becoming an emperor. Even if Lu Chen truly treated her as a furnace cauldron, she would say nothing, especially since Lu Chen did not actually regard her as just a furnace cauldron. Although Lu Chen was more vicious than before, he still made use of the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill, and her cultivation state and realm had also been elevated. From this, it was clear that Lu Chen did not truly harbor any resentment towards her. After taking a pause, Chu Yukon eased herself and then spoke weakly, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty." Before Chu Yukon could finish, Lu Chen interrupted, "What, Your Majesty? How did you address me before? Just continue with that." In view of Chu Yukon's incarnation, Lu Chen really could not bring himself to hate her. From his perspective, he had grown up with Chu Yukon from childhood, and she had taken meticulous care of him, even to the extent of caring for his needs in bed and bearing him 2 children. How could he harbor any hatred towards her? Of course, it might also be because he didn't have the memories of his past life, so when he felt the waning of destiny and bloodline power, he didn't feel the loss of anything, and naturally did not mind as much. Startled by Lu Chen's forceful tone, Chu Yukon slightly hesitated before she said softly, "Chen'er, you." Chu Yukon hesitated to speak. At this moment, Lu Chen sat up and looked into Chu Yukon's eyes, asking, "Madam Chu, tell me about the Sky Evolution Stone, I am quite interested in it." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukon began, "The Sky Evolution Stone is a special stone that can influence causality to a certain extent and can control a person's life. Normally, the Sky Evolution Stone generates life trajectories based on the deepest desires in a person's heart. Some people deeply wish for the aid of a powerful figure, so under the influence of the Sky Evolution Stone, a powerful soul may appear next to them in their next life. Others might wish that they were strong in their past life, so the Sky Evolution Stone creates false memories, enabling the person to grow stronger based on those fabricated recollections." Lu Chen said, "Did you say earlier that your main body used the Sky Evolution Stone to implant memories of a past life in the demon sect in me? So, am I always thinking about lying with women just because of that?" Chu Yukon spoke softly, "Yes, originally under the influence of the Sky Evolution Stone, you had your own path of growth, but the main body controlled the Sky Evolution Stone." Lu Chen said with a smile, "And my father didn't intervene." Chu Yukon said, "After he deployed your soul beads into various worlds, he left the rest to others and went into seclusion, and that gave the main body the opportunity. Moreover, my main body didn't destroy your soul bead. A minor adjustment wouldn't likely concern Emperor Shenwu much. Given Emperor Shenwu's character, he might even think this was good training for you." Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. Was Emperor Shenwu really his father? But then again, that made sense. The guy had killed all his sons and then scattered their soul beads across various worlds. There was no room for familial affection in his eyes. What a ruthless man. At this moment, Lu Chen fell silent. The Sky Evolution Stone and the Reincarnation Stone both were stones. He wondered if they were connected in some way. Although Chu Yukon's main body had implanted the memory of a demon sect disciple in him, he actually did not have such memories at all. He had always followed the system's guidance. Thinking about this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. Could it be that the system was actually fake, non-existent, simply an illusion created by the Sky Evolution Stone? Because when he was on Earth, he often read novels about system mechanics, and then the Sky Evolution Stone might have considered that his innermost being could accept this method of growth, so it created a system to guide him to become stronger. Does the Lu Chen from the Qianyuan world have anything to do with him? If they are related, why didn't the memories implanted by Chu Yukon's main body using the Sky Evolution Stone take effect? If they are unrelated, why would Chu Yukon's incarnation come to his side, and how then should he make sense of everything in the Tianqian world now? Is all this the doing of the Sky Evolution Stone, or is there a more powerful force rendering the Sky Evolution Stone ineffective and using the resources prepared by Emperor Shenwu to make him stronger? Now, Lu Chen's mind was filled with questions, but he did not actively ask the system because he knew very well that the system would not be able to answer any of his questions at this moment. Just as Lu Chen thought this, the system notification suddenly sounded. Please rest assured, host, this system harbors no ill will towards you. Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. The more the system said this, the more he suspected that there was a bigger conspiracy behind it. It's useless to think too much now. I better quickly have my wives bear child worlds. Although he thought this, Lu Chen could not help himself and asked the system, tell me honestly, why was it about having children before, and now about bearing child worlds? The system had only upgraded, not changed. Last time he asked, the system had told him it was due to the influence of a mysterious force that had him incessantly producing children. So now that the system wants him to bear child worlds, whose idea was it? Perhaps sensing that Lu Chen was getting a bit agitated, the system advised. The system has previously informed the host that the former method of procreation was too outdated. Additionally, as the host came to this world through a soul bead and his body is affected by Emperor Shenwu's bloodline, directly bearing offspring severely limited the host's potential for strength enhancement. If the host and his concubines bear child worlds, all beings within those child worlds will be the host's children, and the host will also gain the destiny feedback from these beings. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Was it really just because the efficiency of bearing was too low?